I never wanted Ravensholm, but when death comes calling and leaves you a crumbling estate, you don't get much fucking choice in the matter. My grandmother Vivian died last winter, alone in that monstrosity of stone and timber that had consumed 3 generations of my family. I barely knew her, just fragmented memories of a severe woman who drank bourbon neat and muttered about the burden when she thought no one was listening. I'd seen her maybe 4 times my entire life, at stilted family gatherings where she'd sit apart from everyone, watching me with those unnerving gray eyes. So when the call came, I figured I'd inherit some dusty jewelry, maybe her collection of first editions. Instead, I got a goddamn nightmare wrapped in property taxes. "The transfer is straightforward, Ms. Winters," said Harmon, sliding a leather folder across his polished desk. His fingers trembled slightly. I noticed, but didn't think much of it then. I should have. "Ravensholm is now legally yours, including all contents and obligations." He lingered on that final word, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Obligations?" I asked. "Just, maintenance considerations," he replied, refusing to hold my gaze. "The property has been in your family since 1887. "I'll probably just sell it," I said, already calculating the payoff in my head. The blood drained from his face. "I would strongly advise against immediate decisions. Perhaps visit the property first." That's how I found myself driving 6 hours into the mountains that March, following directions to a place that didn't register on any GPS. My girlfriend Zoe was beside me, scrolling uselessly through her phone as service bars disappeared one by one. "This place better have Wi-Fi," she said, not looking up. "I have deadlines next week." I didn't answer. The road had narrowed to barely more than a path, ancient oaks pressing in from both sides until they formed a canopy that turned the afternoon into twilight. When Ravensholm finally appeared around a sharp curve, I nearly drove us into a ditch. It wasn't just an estate. It was a sprawling stone monstrosity, 2 massive wings extending from a central structure, all harsh angles and weathered granite, with a copper roof gone green with age. Towering pines surrounded it like sentinels. "Holy shit," Zoe whispered, suddenly alert. "You inherited this whole place?" Harmon was waiting on the steps, looking like a man attending his own funeral. When I killed the engine, the silence hit me like a physical blow. No wind, no birds, nothing but a strange electric tension in the air. "Let me show you the essentials quickly," he said, his hands shaking as he worked an ornate iron key. "I need to be gone before sunset." That should have been my fucking wake-up call right there. The entrance hall was freezing despite the mild spring day outside. Dust motes swirled in shafts of dying light. The place smelled like petrichor and something metallic, like blood, but stagnant. "Main house has 26 rooms," Harmon said, walking at a clip that wasn't casual. "The kitchen was modernized about a decade ago. Your grandmother maintained only the critical systems." "Why would she live all the way out here?" Zoe asked, trailing her fingers along a banister that probably cost more than my apartment. "She didn't," Harmon said shortly. "Nobody lives at Ravensholm permanently." He paused, then added, "They just maintain it." He pushed open a set of heavy oak doors to reveal a spacious study. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, leather furniture gone soft with age, a massive stone fireplace. Typical old money bullshit. But that wasn't what grabbed me, it was the mural. It covered the entire wall above the fireplace, life-sized, disturbing in its realism. A pack of timber wolves, 7 in total, with the alpha in the center. Its eyes were unnaturally amber and filled with what I can only describe as calculated malice. Their teeth were bared and their muscles tensed as if about to leap from the wall. Below the mural, the stone hearth was deeply scarred with what looked like claw marks. "Your great-great-grandfather Heinrich painted it in 1887, Harmon said, keeping his distance from the wall. "Your grandmother continued the family tradition." "Which was what exactly?" I asked, unable to break away from those glacial eyes. Harmon checked his watch obsessively. "The sun's almost down. I need to leave now." He thrust the keys and a thick manila envelope into my hands. "Everything you need to know is in here. Remember the only rule that matters: the land must be maintained. Before I could ask what the fuck that meant, he was gone, his car spraying gravel down the long drive. Well, he's creepy as shit, Zoe said, dropping onto a leather couch that exhaled dust. What's with the wolf painting? It's intense. Family heirloom, I guess. I couldn't stop staring at it. The alpha's eyes seemed to follow me as I moved around the room. That night, I tried to be logical. I heated some pasta in the surprisingly modern kitchen, opened a bottle of whiskey I'd brought, and sorted through my grandmother's papers in a bedroom as far from the study as possible. Her letter started normally enough. "Welcome to my home, sorry about dying. Here's how the generator works." Then it went sideways. The property boundaries must be walked on the first day of each new month. Never sleep in the main house without completing this task. Never attempt to alter or remove the mural. The structure weakens during winter storms. Do not investigate sounds from the west wing. If you hear intruders at night, do not, under any circumstances, confront them. I laughed it off as the delusions of a lonely old alcoholic. Family mythology, right? Rich people always have bizarre traditions to rationalize holding on to decaying estates. "Your grandmother sounds batshit," Zoe said when I showed her the letter. "But this place is incredible. With some renovation, it could be worth millions." I passed out around 1 a.m., woke up at 3:17 to the sound of breaking glass. My first thought, burglars. Rural estate, isolated location, perfect target. But then I heard them. Boots moving deliberately on hardwood, moving through corridors, deep, huffing breaths. Something large, moving room by room, searching. Zoe was still asleep beside me, dead to the world. When my doorknob turned slowly, I stopped breathing. It jiggled once, twice, then stillness. A low, rumbling voice from just inches away, then receding footfalls. I didn't sleep again. At first light, I forced myself to check the house. In the study, scattered beneath the mural, were bloody deer remains, a hunter's trophy, lazily discarded on my floor. The mural seemed changed somehow. The alpha's head now turned slightly, its gaze locked directly on the doorway. I'm not insane. I know paintings don't change. But when I returned that afternoon, the wolves' postures had grown more aggressive. Their positions shifted closer to the mural's edge. "It's just your imagination," Zoe said when I pointed it out. "Old houses play tricks on your mind. It's probably worth a fortune, though." That night, the temperature dropped suddenly. Snow started falling, unusual for March, even in the mountains. It came down hard and fast, the kind of storm that buries everything in white silence. I stood at the window watching the world disappear, my grandmother's iron amulet suddenly cold against my throat. I'd found it among her things, an oval pendant with strange etchings. Something made me put it on, some instinct I couldn't name. "The power's going to go out," Zoe said, struggling with the ancient fireplace. "Shit." She pulled her hand back, blood beading along her palm where she'd cut it on a jagged piece of stone. The droplets fell to the hearth, sizzling where they touched the carved marks. That's when we heard it. A howl rang out through the storm's noise. Zoe and I locked eyes across the room. "Just a wolf," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. The howl came again, closer this time, followed by something that made my stomach turn. A sound that wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human, like laughter stretched and distorted. The lights flickered and died. In the sudden darkness, I heard boots on the front porch, scratching, testing. "Don't open the door," I whispered, my grandmother's warning suddenly making horrific sense. "Whatever happens, don't open the fucking door." But it was too late. Something was already inside. I found Heinrich's journal hidden in a compartment beneath the library floor the next morning. His handwriting became increasingly unhinged as I read. My expeditions to the Siberian wilderness yielded knowledge forbidden to modern men. The locals spoke of wolf hunters, not mere poachers, but ancient bloodlines that protected their territories with merciless efficiency. I discovered their encampment and performed the ritual of binding during the lunar eclipse, establishing a blood contract with 7 of their most formidable men. Their leader, Fenris, was magnificent, but unbiddable. When I discovered he had conceived children with local women, I saw my opportunity. I threatened the safety of his illegitimate children in a ceremony designed to break his will, to harness the group's connections for my own ambitions. The bargain was struck in 1887. The mines had collapsed. Children were starving. He offered gold seams where there had been none. In return, he would take one female child from each generation when she came of age. No wonder my mother had disappeared when I was 14. Everyone said she'd abandoned us and couldn't handle being a parent. But now I knew. She'd been claimed. Just like my grandmother had been meant to be claimed. Just like I was now marked. The bargain wasn't just about maintaining the property. It was about sustaining a blood debt, paid in women from my family line. "We need to leave," I told Zoe when she finally woke up. "This place isn't right." "Are you kidding?" She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "We're snowed in, and this place is amazing. I've been exploring the West Wing." My blood went cold. "You went in the West Wing? When?" "While you were in the library. There's all these weird rooms with these cool artifacts. And I found this." She held up a small carved bone box. Inside were what looked like amber gemstones, 7 of them, unnervingly similar to the eyes of the wolves in the mural. "Put that back," I whispered. "We need to leave. Now." But she was already opening the front door, stepping out to check the depth of the snow. The storm had paused, leaving everything blanketed in pristine white. That's when I saw the tracks. Boot prints that approached our porch from the forest, then morphed halfway into what looked disturbingly like bare human footprints. I grabbed Zoe's arm and yanked her back inside, slamming the door behind us. "What the fuck?" she snapped, wrenching away from me. "Those tracks," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "They're not animal tracks. So someone else is out here. Probably locals checking on the property." I stared at her like she'd grown another head. "In the middle of a snowstorm, at night, with no car?" She rolled her eyes. "You're being paranoid." Maybe I was. Or maybe I was finally seeing clearly for the first time. Either way, I wasn't taking chances. I dragged an antique sideboard in front of the door while Zoe watched, a mixture of concern and annoyance on her face. That night, I dreamed of wolves. Not the snarling beasts from the mural, but men with amber eyes who moved with predatory grace through Ravensholm's halls. I woke drenched in sweat, the iron amulet burning against my skin. The mural had changed again. I was certain of it now. The wolves were no longer a pack. They had dispersed across the wall, disappearing into the painted forest. Only the alpha remained fully visible, its massive form now positioned at the very edge of the frame. One paw extended beyond the mural's boundary, onto the actual stone of the fireplace. "We're getting the fuck out of here today," I told Zoe over coffee. "Snow or no snow." She seemed distracted, glancing repeatedly toward the West Wing. "I found something else last night," she said. "Old photographs. Your grandmother wasn't alone out here." "What do you mean?" She pulled out her phone, showing me images she'd taken of yellowed photographs, men in hunting clothes, arranged around dead deer. My grandmother, decades younger, stood stiffly among them. "They're the same men in every photo," Zoe said, "never aging across decades. And look at this one." The last photo showed my grandmother with a man I didn't recognize. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a thick beard, and those same unnerving eyes I'd seen in the mural. His hand rested possessively on her shoulder. On the back was written the year 1972 and the phrase, "F keeps his promises. The mine yields again." I recognized my grandmother's slanting script. The date sent ice through my veins. 1972, the year my mother was born. "There's more," Zoe said, her voice strange. "I found business records. Your family was bankrupt in the 1880s, then suddenly flush with mining money. The same thing happened in the 1930s during the Depression, and again in the 70s when your grandfather died. Each time the family fortune mysteriously revived." "We need to go," I said, suddenly unable to breathe. "Now." But Zoe was enthralled. Don't you get it? Your family made a deal with someone. These men, they helped the family in exchange for something. I thought about Heinrich's journal, about my mother's disappearance, about maintaining the property. They're not helping us, I said. They're farming us. I packed frantically while explaining what I'd found in Heinrich's journal, about the Siberian hunters, about the blood contract, about the women in my family. That's insane, Zoe said, but she was finally packing too. You can't seriously believe. I don't know what I believe, I shot back, but I know we're not staying to find out. We were loading the car when I realized the amulet was missing from around my neck. Must have slipped off while I was packing. Go start the car, I told Zoe. I need to grab something. I ran back inside, searching frantically through the bedroom. The study door was ajar when I reached it. Inside, the fire was lit, though I didn't remember lighting it. The amulet lay on the hearth, directly beneath the mural. As I reached for it, I noticed the alpha wolf was gone from the painting entirely. A floorboard creaked behind me. Zoe? I called, my voice breaking. She left. Came a deep voice, rough like gravel. Just drove away. I spun around. A man stood in the doorway, broad-shouldered, bearded, wearing hunting clothes that looked oddly old-fashioned. His eyes caught the firelight, reflecting amber. You're not real, I whispered. He laughed, a sound like ice cracking. I'm as real as this house, as real as the gold that's kept your family wealthy for generations. I backed away, bumping into the fireplace. What do you want? Just what's owed, he said, stepping closer. A daughter of the Winters line. Your grandmother tried to cheat us with that amulet, iron to ward us off. But the debt remains. My mother was taken, yes. But she wasn't the rightful heir. Your grandmother was supposed to come to us in her youth, but she found ways to delay, to send substitutes. His lips curled in what might have been a smile. Your mother was an insufficient payment. The debt has grown. I glanced toward the door. Could I make it past him? He moved with impossible speed, blocking my path. Your blood smells like hers, he said, inhaling deeply. Like Vivian's. That's when I realized what this was. Not supernatural wolves or bargains with demons. Just men, brutal, territorial men, who'd found a way to manipulate my family for generations. The ritual Heinrich wrote about? Probably just intimidation tactics against superstitious locals. The blood contract? Extortion dressed up as mysticism. These were human predators who dominated the remote region for generations, controlling the mines, the forests, everything, including my family. Let me guess, I said, stalling while my hand closed around a heavy brass paperweight. You know where the good mining veins are. You control access to them. And my family pays you with, what? Money? Property? His eyes narrowed. Women, he said simply. The women of your bloodline have the strength we need. Our family grows weak without new blood. Jesus Christ. They were inbreeders looking for fresh genetic stock, the mountain version of a cult. And the mural, I asked? Just paint, he said with a shrug. Your great-great-grandfather had a theatrical streak, said it would help remind the family of their obligation. The wolves are our family symbol. The changing positions? My stress-addled brain playing tricks on me. The deer carcass? Left by these psychos to intimidate me. I wasn't dealing with supernatural forces. I was dealing with something far more dangerous. Human predators who'd been controlling my family through fear and superstition for generations. I'm not going anywhere with you, I said, gripping the paperweight tighter. You misunderstand, he said. We don't take anyone unwilling. That's not how this works. Then how? You'll come to us eventually, he said with absolute certainty, when you need what we offer. From the driveway came the sound of a car door slamming. Zoe? She'd come back? The man smiled. That would be my brother's. With your friend? I lunged then, swinging the paperweight at his head. He dodged with unnerving speed, but I'd surprised him. I bolted for the door, racing through the house toward the front entrance. Outside, Zoe stood between two men who looked eerily similar to the one I'd just left. Same build, same amber eyes. But she didn't look afraid. She looked entranced. "Zoe," I shouted, "get in the car." She turned to me, her expression blank. "They know about the deed, Ava. They can help us claim the mineral rights. Millions of dollars worth. They're fucking manipulating you. We need to go." One of the men stepped forward, smiling coldly. "Your grandmother tried to break the cycle. Thought she could die and leave Ravensholm to someone ignorant of its history. But the land knows who it belongs to." I grabbed Zoe's arm. "They're con men. They've been scamming my family for generations." Zoe hesitated, looking between me and the men. I saw something flicker in her eyes. Doubt, maybe. "Tell her about the gold," one of the men said to Zoe. "What we showed you." "There's a new vein," Zoe said, her voice distant. "They've found it on the northwest edge of the property, worth millions." I'd seen enough manipulation in my life to recognize it. These men had found Zoe's weak spot, her ambition, her desire for financial security, just as they'd found my family's weakness generations ago. "I'm leaving," I said firmly, "with or without you." I turned toward the car, praying she would follow. Behind me, one of the men said something in a language I didn't recognize. A third man emerged from the trees, holding a rifle casually at his side. I froze. Part of me wanted to run, but I knew I wouldn't make it to the car. That's when I noticed Harmon's car parked half hidden among the trees. He hadn't left after all. The coward had been watching the entire time. I needed a diversion, something to create chaos just for a few seconds. "You know what?" I said, turning back. "Let's talk business. If there's gold on this property, I want my share." The men exchanged glances. This was not the response they expected. "First," I continued, forcing confidence into my voice, "I want to see this gold vein for myself." The leader, Fenris, if I remembered Heinrich's journal correctly, smiled thinly. "Of course, first thing tomorrow. Tonight, we'll discuss terms." I didn't bother correcting his assumption that I was stupid enough to stay another night. Instead, I walked toward them, letting my hand slip into my pocket where I kept my car keys. My thumb found the panic button. The car alarm shrieked through the silence, startling everyone. I grabbed Zoe's wrist and ran, yanking her toward Harmon's car instead of my own. The men would expect us to go for my car, the one making all the noise. Harmon was indeed inside, half asleep in the driver's seat. His eyes flew open in terror when I wrenched the door open. "Drive!" I screamed, shoving Zoe into the back seat and diving in after her. To his credit, Harmon didn't hesitate. The car fishtailed in the snow as he slammed it into gear, then shot down the drive. In the rearview mirror, I could see the men running after us, their movements unnervingly swift and coordinated. "They'll follow us," Harmon said, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "They always do." "Not for long," I said, pulling out my phone. "I'm calling the police." Harmon laughed bitterly. "The local sheriff is one of them, has been for generations." Of course, how else could they operate so openly for so long? "Then we don't stop until we hit the next county," I said. "The next state, if necessary." Zoe was coming out of whatever daze they'd put her in. "I don't understand," she murmured. "They showed me gold. Actual gold veins in the rock." "I'm sure they did," I replied grimly. "That's how they hook you. They probably control every mine in the region. They dangle wealth, then extract their price." Later, after we were a good distance away, I confronted Harmon as he drove us down the mountain, his hand still shaking on the wheel. "You never fucking left, did you?" I demanded, rage building in my chest. "You sat there and watched those men come for us." Harmon's eyes flicked to mine in the rearview mirror. "I couldn't leave," he said, his voice barely audible. "They would have known." "Known what?" He swallowed hard. "My grandfather was their lawyer before me, and his father before that. We've handled the Ravensholm affairs for 3 generations. His laugh was hollow. "You think you're the only one trapped in a family legacy? So what? You just sit in your car and watch when they come to collect?" His hands tightened on the wheel. I'm supposed to report back. Who comes to the property? Who leaves? That's my job. A muscle in his jaw twitched. Your grandmother made me promise to help you if you tried to leave. She knew they'd come for you eventually. Then why not just tell me everything from the start? I asked, my mind too clouded to process any of it. Would you have believed me? Harmon shot back. Would anyone? That a group of mountain men have been extorting women from a single family for generations. That they control the mines, the police, everything in this county. He shook his head. I've tried before. With others. They either think I'm crazy, or they get greedy when they hear about the gold. It made a sick kind of sense. Harmon was their inside man, but with just enough conscience to try warning me in his weak, pathetic way. They killed the last lawyer who tried to break free, he added, almost whispering. Found him in pieces. Wolf attack, officially. I thought about the deer carcass in the study. The warning. So you're a fucking coward, I said. He didn't deny it. I'm alive, and now so are you. As we sped down the mountain, I thought about my grandmother, alone in that house for decades. Had she been their prisoner? Their accomplice? Both? One thing was certain, Raven's home would never be mine. I'd sell it for whatever I could get, to whoever was stupid enough to buy it. Let the cycle end with me. 2 days later, in a motel 300 miles away, I finally opened the envelope Harmon had given me, the one I'd grabbed as we fled. Inside was a deed transferring ownership of Raven's home, not to me, but to the Fenris Trust, effective upon my grandmother's death. She had tried to break free in her way, to spare me the fate that had claimed her, and my mother before her. I burned the deed in the motel bathroom sink, let them try to claim legal ownership. I'd fight them with modern weapons, lawyers, courts, the FBI if necessary. I never returned to Raven's home, but sometimes when I dream, I still hear boots in the hallway and still see amber eyes watching from the edge of the forest. Nothing supernatural, just men, which, in my experience, is far more terrifying. Living in Raven Hollow means everybody knows your business before you do. That's just how small towns work. But when people started vanishing last April, the whispers changed. They weren't the usual gossip. Something was happening at Thornfield Estate, and I was the only one who could handle it. I should probably explain what I do. I'm not your typical hunter. I don't track deer or go after wild turkeys. I hunt things most people pretend don't exist. Things that lurk in shadows and feed on fear. I got into this line of work because of my grandfather. He showed me everything. How to craft protective amulets, mix remedies from herbs that grow only under moonlight, and how to recognize signs most people miss. The knife I carry was his, etched with symbols that can hurt things bullets can't touch. Thornfield Estate used to be our town's pride. The Harrington family built it back in the 1800s, and for generations, they were the pillars of our community. When Eleanor Harrington died in January, the estate should have passed to some distant cousin. Instead, it just changed. The elegant gardens withered overnight. Windows would appear broken, then fixed the next day, then broken again. At first, people blamed teenagers or squatters. Then Mia Carson didn't come home from her evening jog. 2 days later, Doug Wilson vanished while walking his dog. By the end of the month, 5 more were gone. The police set up roadblocks and brought in dogs. They found nothing. No trail, no evidence, no bodies. But I knew. I could feel it every time I drove past those iron gates. I remember the night I finally went in. It was a Thursday. The forecast called for heavy rain, but what was brewing wasn't natural. The clouds hung too low, circling above the estate like vultures. The darkness around Thornfield wasn't just the absence of light, it was something physical, something hungry. I parked half a mile away and walked the rest. No point announcing my arrival. The gate wasn't locked. Of course not. It swung open at my touch, metal cold as ice despite the warm spring night. The gravel driveway had been immaculate once, but now it was overrun with weeds that seemed to twist away from my footsteps. Let me tell you, I've dealt with some nasty things over the years. Vengeful spirits in abandoned hospitals. a nest of skinwalkers in Arizona. Once, a thing that called itself an angel, but definitely wasn't. Nothing prepared me for what waited in Thornfield. The mansion's front door was ajar, swaying slightly in wind that didn't touch the dead trees surrounding it. I slipped my grandfather's knife from its sheath and stepped inside. The foyer stank of rot and something else, something metallic and ancient. Moonlight filtered through dirty windows, revealing what had once been beautiful parquet flooring, now warped and stained. I heard it before I saw it, a wet sliding sound from the grand staircase. Not footsteps, more like something heavy being dragged across marble. "I know you're there," I called out, my voice sounding thin in that cavernous space. "The people you took, they have families, they have lives." The laugh that answered me didn't come from the stairs. It came from everywhere at once, resonating from the walls themselves. Deep and guttural, yet somehow feminine. "Hunter," it purred. The word felt like oil on my skin. "Little hunter with your little knife. The others brought guns. Do you think you'll fare better?" Others? So I wasn't the first to come looking. That explained why no one had raised alarms about the missing search parties. Then it appeared at the top of the stairs. If I tried to draw it, you'd think I was insane. It had a woman's shape, sort of, but elongated, with joints that bent in impossible ways. Its skin was the iridescent black of an oil slick, and what should have been a face was just a mouth filled with needle-like teeth arranged in concentric circles. My grandfather called these things void parasites. They come from somewhere else, somewhere beyond, and they feed on more than just flesh. They consume what makes us human, memories, desires, and fears. It moved down the stairs in a lurching, liquid motion. My training kicked in. I threw the first vial of blessed salt, watching it sizzle against that oil-slick skin. The creature hissed, rearing back. I used that moment to duck behind a rotting chaise lounge, already reaching for my second weapon, a silver bell whose ring could disrupt its connection to our world. But I wasn't fast enough. It moved like nothing bound by physics should move, suddenly beside me, its mouth face inches from mine. The stench was overwhelming, like meat left too long in the summer heat. "I've tasted police officers, hunters, curious teenagers," it whispered. "But you taste of old power. Your fear is exquisite." Its touch was ice on my arm, numbing, spreading. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. At that moment, I understood why the victims never screamed. The paralysis was immediate. But the thing about family traditions, they run deep. While this thing was savoring its moment, the protective sigils my grandfather had tattooed between my shoulder blades years ago began to burn. Not painfully, but with purpose. That burning sensation jolted me back to myself just enough. I didn't have room to swing the knife, but I didn't need to. I drove it straight up into what passed for the creature's throat, twisting it the way my grandfather had shown me 1,000 times. What happened next still haunts me. The thing didn't die, not right away. It screamed, a sound that existed somewhere between frequencies, like hearing a dog whistle you shouldn't be able to perceive. The walls of Thornfield rippled, reality thinned. For just a second, I saw elsewhere, a vast darkness filled with writhing shapes, eyes that had never seen light, hunger that had never known satiation. The creature collapsed into itself, folding inward like paper being crumpled, until nothing remained but a stain on the floor that seemed to move if you looked at it directly. I stumbled backward, my legs finally giving out. The knife in my hand was no longer silver, but black as if charred. I knew instinctively I'd never use it again. Some tools, once they've touched certain things, are forever changed. Dawn broke as I made my way out of Thornfield. My clothes were torn, and my body was covered in cuts I didn't remember receiving. But I was alive. More than that, I was certain. The missing people were gone. Really gone. Whatever that thing was, it had consumed them completely. There would be no bodies for their families to bury. No closure for parents who would spend decades jumping at every phone call hoping. As I reached my car, something made me turn back. Thornfield looked different in the morning light. just an old, decaying mansion. But on the rooftop stood a figure, a woman in clothes from another century, her face serene as she watched me. Eleanor Harrington, I presumed. Her form flickered once, twice, and then she was gone. I never told the police what I found. What would I say? Instead, I told them to check the old well on the property's edge. I knew they'd find evidence there, enough to close the case, if not explain it. Sometimes that's the best we can do, and I still hunt. My arm never fully recovered. There's a patch of skin that remains numb, a perfect handprint where that thing touched me. On cold nights it aches, a reminder of what's out there. Sometimes I spot Eleanor watching me from reflections or shadowy corners. She never speaks, but her presence feels like a warning. Or maybe gratitude. Hard to tell with ghosts. You might think I'm making this up. Most would. But next time you drive past an abandoned house that makes you shiver for no reason, or feel eyes on you in an empty room, remember there are people like me out there. Regular people who carry weird knives and know old words. Not because we're special, but because somebody's got to do it. And the things we hunt? They're always hungry and always waiting, and they know your name long before you know theirs. My hand shook as I photographed the body, the fourth we'd found in as many weeks. December wind cut through my gloves, but that wasn't why I couldn't keep the camera steady. 20 years as county medical examiner, and I'd never seen anything like this. Dr. Lindholm's corpse lay half buried in snow, throat torn open with those same strange marks I'd seen on the others. The difference this time was the black veins spreading beneath his skin like river deltas from the wounds. Something was very wrong. "Hey, Doc," Deputy Garcia called from the clearing's edge. "We've got a problem. Something is blocking the main road, and phone service is dead." He shifted nervously from foot to foot. "Those tracks we found by the tree line, they start human, then..." "Just show me," I cut him off, already dreading what I'd see. We'd first spotted wolves 6 months ago. Not just ordinary sightings, something methodical about them. Security footage from the ranger station showed them moving with unnatural coordination, almost herding lost hikers. They watched the security cameras, their eyes reflecting with an alertness that disturbed me. Back at my lab, I examined tissue samples from Lindholm's neck. Hours after death, the cells were still active, not decomposing normally. My computer pinged with an email from Eliza Roberts, a retired wildlife biologist I occasionally consulted. Found records on Prometheus Biotech, illegal dumping in '97, Blackwater Ridge, check victim's medical history, library, now. I grabbed my coat. Something told me we were running out of time. The library windows glowed against the night sky. Eliza had commandeered a back table, spreading newspaper clippings and photos across its surface. "Look at this," she whispered, pointing to yellowed headlines about mass wildlife deaths. All during similar seasons, all clustered around this region. Then suddenly, 7 researchers and their CEO vanish. Her fingers trembled, opening another folder. Every victim received experimental immunotherapy treatments last year. Same research hospital. Some revolutionary cellular regeneration project? Let me guess, Prometheus subsidiary. Exactly. She tapped a faded photograph showing industrial barrels in a pit. Behind them stood men and women in lab coats, their expressions oddly blank. I recognized the location, the Blackwater Ridge cave system about 15 miles north of town. Thunder rolled across the valley as we drove up the mountain road in my ancient Jeep. My head throbbed, a metallic taste filling my mouth. "So their chemical waste contaminated the groundwater," I said, clutching the tranquilizer rifle I'd borrowed from animal control. "Affected the local wildlife, but the immunotherapy somehow triggered something in humans." I stopped talking when I noticed headlights behind us. They'd appeared from nowhere on this isolated stretch. When I slowed, they slowed. When I accelerated, they matched my speed. "Someone's following us," Eliza said, her voice tight. "Could be nothing, Ranger Patrol maybe." We both knew better. The headlights disappeared as we rounded a bend, then reappeared directly in front of us. They'd somehow cut across the terrain. I swerved, nearly sending us over the edge. The vehicle was a black SUV with tinted windows and no license plate. It forced us onto a narrow logging road leading deeper into the forest. "What the hell is this?" I muttered, attempting to turn around. The headlights vanished. In their place, something moved at the edge of my high beams. Large shapes, low to the ground, strategically positioned to block our retreat. I caught glimpses of massive gray forms, too big to be normal wolves moving with military precision. "They're hurting us," Eliza whispered. The logging road led straight to the cave entrance. We had nowhere else to go. Inside, my flashlight revealed hundreds of animal and human bones scattered across the ground. Steel drums leaked fluorescent blue fluid. On the walls, strange markings formed what looked like chemical formulas. The place reeked of industrial chemicals and something else, a musky animal smell that triggered a primal fear response. "The chemical drums," I whispered, noticing how the animal tracks carefully avoided certain areas. "Direct contact seems to hurt them." We ventured deeper. The cave opened into what had clearly once been a laboratory. Equipment lay broken and rusted, but some computers still had battery power. Eliza found research journals detailing Prometheus's true goal: genetic modification, using wolf DNA to enhance human physical capabilities. Military applications, enhanced soldiers. "They were trying to create super soldiers," she muttered, flipping through pages. "Enhanced senses, strength, pack mentality for improved unit cohesion." "Something went wrong," I said, examining a wall covered in desperate scrawled notes. "The chemicals didn't just affect the test subjects, they contaminated the entire ecosystem. We found footage from the facility's security cameras. The final recordings showed researchers transforming, not into literal wolves, but something wrong. Their movements became predatory. Their social structure collapsed into something more feral. They'd lost control of their experiment and become its victims." A noise from the tunnel behind us, then multiple footsteps. Men in tactical gear emerged from the darkness, weapons raised. Not military, private security, Prometheus damage control. 27 years too late. "Dr. Rivers," one said, addressing me by name, "we've been monitoring your investigation. This is a containment breach. You've been exposed to a classified biological agent." "We know what you did," Eliza said. "The immunotherapy trials were never about cancer treatment. You were continuing the project, weren't you? Using civilians as test subjects." The security team said nothing and just motioned us deeper into the cave system. They led us to a modern section, a hidden research outpost still in operation. White-coated scientists looked up from their work as we entered. One stepped forward, her face hauntingly familiar from the old photographs. "Dr. Harriet Voss," Eliza breathed. "You're supposed to be dead." Voss's smile was thin. "Reports of my demise were necessary. The project required privacy." She looked me up and down. "You've been experiencing symptoms, haven't you, Dr. Rivers? Heightened senses? Changes in appetite? Disturbing dreams?" My stomach dropped. She was right. For weeks I'd dismissed the signs. Exceptional night vision, strange food cravings, waking up exhausted like I'd been running all night. "The immunotherapy treatment you received last year wasn't for your arthritis," she continued. "You were selected based on genetic markers, compatibility with our program." "You experimented on me without consent," I said, rage building. "On all those people who died." "Some subjects reject the changes," she said clinically. "Their bodies fight the transformation until organs fail. Others—" She nodded toward a security monitor showing the forest outside. Large shapes moved between trees, some on 4 legs, some walking awkwardly on 2. Others adapt too well, losing higher cognitive function. "The perfect outcome is balance," another scientist added. "Enhanced physical capabilities without loss of human intellect." "And the local wolves?" Eliza asked. "Cross-contamination from the original chemical spill. They're evolving too, becoming more intelligent with each generation. They're drawn to our subjects. They sense the shared changes. That's why they've been watching the town, why they found the bodies before your department did." Voss checked her watch. "The newest formulation should minimize the negative effects. Your symptoms will increase for several days and then stabilize. The treatment makes you stronger, faster, more resistant to disease." She smiled coldly. "Consider it an upgrade." "And if I don't want your upgrade?" I demanded. "It's already happening," she replied. "Fighting it only causes mental deterioration. The subjects who accept the changes retain their humanity. The ones who resist—" She gestured to security footage of holding cells where people thrashed and screamed, their movements increasingly less human. An alarm suddenly blared. Security personnel rushed to their stations. "Perimeter breach," someone shouted. "They're inside the compound." On the monitors, large shapes moved with purpose through the facility. The wolves had found a way in, but they weren't attacking randomly. They moved with tactical precision, disabling security systems and freeing test subjects. "They're working together," Eliza whispered. "The wolves and the transformed subjects. They're organized." Chaos erupted. Gunfire. Screams. In the confusion, Eliza pulled me toward an emergency exit. "We need to get out of here," she urged. "Destroy as much research as we can on the way." We ran through corridors, hitting emergency purge buttons, erasing data, and releasing test subjects. Behind us, the facility descended into madness. We reached my jeep as explosions rocked the cave entrance. The whole mountainside seemed to be collapsing. "They're burying the evidence," I said, gunning the engine. Classic corporate containment. As we sped down the mountain, I caught glimpses of shapes running parallel to us through the trees, both animal and not quite human, keeping pace easily. Not pursuing. Escorting. I felt a strange sense of connection to them, a pull, understanding without words. That was 3 weeks ago. The official story is that Prometheus Biotech was conducting illegal wildlife research that resulted in a chemical spill. The bodies were attributed to animal attacks. The facility collapsed due to structural failure. The corporation is facing fines and lawsuits, but nothing that will bankrupt them. No mention of genetic modification. No mention of the treatments disguised as routine medical procedures. No mention of what's happening to me. Eliza's been helping me document the changes. My strength has doubled. I can hear conversations 3 rooms away. My night vision is, well, I don't need headlights to drive anymore. The hunger is the hardest part. Not just increased appetite, but specific cravings I don't want to dwell on. I've been running blood tests on myself. Whatever they put in me is spreading cell by cell, changing me. There are moments I don't recognize my own reflection, not physically, but there is something in my eyes, something older, something predatory. The wolves have been watching my house at night, not threatening, just waiting. Last week I found a dead rabbit on my porch, not mangled, but killed cleanly and left like a gift or an invitation. I haven't told anyone at work. What would I say? "Hey, by the way, I was unwittingly part of a corporate super soldier program, and now I'm turning into something not entirely human." Last night I dreamed of running through the forest, not being chased, chasing. The feeling of power was intoxicating. I woke up in my backyard, dirt under my fingernails, and no memory of how I got there. Eliza thinks I should go public and expose Prometheus, but who would believe us? And more importantly, part of me doesn't want it to stop. That's the terrifying truth I can barely admit to myself. With each passing day I feel stronger, more alive, more something else. Yesterday I found a file on my doorstep, research notes from inside Prometheus, names of others who received the treatment, a map marked with locations of chemical dump sites, and a handwritten note. "The pack is waiting." I don't know who left it. One of the escaped test subjects, maybe. Or perhaps one of Prometheus's scientists with an attack of conscience. Tonight's a full moon. Eliza's coming over to monitor my vitals and document whatever happens next. The changes have been accelerating with the lunar cycle, increased aggression and physical shifts that are harder to hide. We're recording everything, building our case. But there's something I haven't told her, something I've barely admitted to myself. Part of me is looking forward to tonight, to finally stopping this exhausting fight against whatever I'm becoming, to surrendering to this new reality. I keep telling myself I'm still me, still human, But when I looked in the mirror this morning, something else looked back. Something hungry. Something waiting to emerge. And God help me, I want to meet it. I never told anyone the full story of what happened that winter in Blackridge. Most folks who were there are either dead or wish they were. The railroad company buried the official report so deep, you'd need to dig halfway to China to find it. But I'm an old man now, and secrets don't keep a body warm at night. It was 1879, and I was riding with U.S. Marshal Elijah Holt, tracking a gang that had robbed 3 banks across Colorado territory. The Kilgore brothers, mean bastards who'd kill a man for his boots and feed what was left to the coyotes. Winter came early that year, cruel and sharp as a knife. We'd been on their trail for 2 weeks when the blizzard hit, forcing us into the mining town of Blackridge, a forgotten stain on the map about 30 miles north of nowhere. We'll wait it out, Holt said as we stabled our horses. Town like this, somebody's bound to talk. Holt was a hard son of a bitch, 6'4", with hands like sledgehammers and a face carved from granite. 20 years as a lawman had burned every drop of mercy out of him. He'd watched his wife and daughter murdered by raiders in '65, and whatever was left of the man after that was just cold purpose and whiskey. Blackridge had once been a boom town when silver was discovered in '71, but the vein ran dry within 3 years. Now it was just a collection of weathered buildings clinging to the mountainside, half buried in snow and regret. The kind of place where people ended up, not where they intended to go. We took a room at the White Pine Hotel and headed to the saloon. The Broken Antler was the only place still showing signs of life, yellow lamplight spilling onto the snow outside. Inside, the air was thick with tobacco smoke and the sour stench of unwashed bodies. A dozen or so men hunched over their drinks, each wrapped in their own private misery. I ordered whiskey for Holt and myself from a barkeep with one cloudy eye. He poured with a trembling hand, spilling as much as he served. "Traveling in this weather?" he asked, his good eye darting between us. "Must be important business." "Just passing through," Holt said, sliding a coin across the scarred wood. "Waiting on the storm to break." "Might be waiting a while," said a voice behind us. "Mountains don't give up their prisoners easily this time of year." I turned to see an old man, skin like tanned leather stretched over bone. His hair was long and white, and he wore a mixture of work clothes and what looked like handmade garments. His eyes were black as pitch and seemed to see right through me. "Name's Joseph Rivers," he said, though nobody had asked. "Used to guide for the army before age caught up with me. Now I just drink whiskey and wait to die." He laughed, showing tobacco-stained teeth. Holt ignored him, but I nodded politely. I've always figured it costs nothing to be civil. "You boys chasing the Kilgores?" Rivers asked, and I felt Holt stiffen beside me. "What makes you say that?" I asked, keeping my voice casual. The old man shrugged. "Word travels, even in dying towns like this one. They passed through here 3 days ago, took a room upstairs, paid with blood money." Holt turned to him now, interest kindled. "They still here?" Rivers shook his head. "Left yesterday morning. Headed up to the old McNally mine. Funny thing, though." He leaned in closer, his breath sour with cheap whiskey. "They weren't alone when they rode out." I noticed the saloon had gone quiet, conversations dying like flames without oxygen. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Something followed them from the hills," Rivers said. "A pack of wild dogs. Biggest I've ever seen. Been attacking livestock in these parts for months now." A man at a nearby table spat on the floor. "Christ's sake, Joseph, don't start with your tall tales." Rivers didn't look at him. "3 nights ago I saw them, eyes reflecting in the moonlight. Ain't been wolves in these parts for 15 years, since the settlers shot them all. But these were something else. Feral dogs gone wild, breeding with wolves come down from Canada, maybe." "Dogs follow food," Holt said dismissively. "Heavy snow probably drove game down from the high country." "These ain't regular dogs," Rivers insisted. "These are something else. They're smart, too smart. They hunt together like they're planning it out." The barkeep suddenly slammed a bottle down. "That's enough. I won't have that talk in here." His voice was shaking. Already got folks scared enough after what happened to Jenkins's cattle. As if on cue, a howl rose from somewhere in the darkness outside, long and mournful. The sound froze the blood in my veins. Another howl answered the first, closer this time. "They're getting bolder," Rivers whispered. "Coming down from the hills." Holt drained his whiskey and stood up. "I need facts, not ghost stories. Does anyone here know exactly where the McNally mine is?" A man in the corner raised his hand hesitantly. He wore the stained clothes of a mine worker, his face perpetually darkened by coal dust that no amount of scrubbing would remove. "I worked there before it closed," he said. "It's about 5 miles north up in the hills, but you don't want to go there, mister. Not now." "And why's that?" Holt asked, impatience edging his voice. "Because 4 men went up to check on some stray cattle yesterday," the miner said. "Only one came back, and he was..." The man swallowed hard. Doc had to strap him down. Keeps raving about eyes watching him from the dark. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter cold. Holt just grunted and tossed a few more coins on the bar. "We'll head out at first light," he said to me. "Get some sleep." Back in our room, I tried to settle in for the night, but something had gotten under my skin. I kept thinking about those howls, how they didn't sound quite right. Sleep came in fits and starts, haunted by dreams of men being torn apart by shadows with gleaming teeth. I woke to Holt shaking me roughly. Gray dawn light filtered through the frosted window. "Get up," he said. "There's been trouble." I pulled on my boots and followed him downstairs. A crowd had gathered outside the sheriff's office across the street. The snow was stained crimson, and something dark was being covered with a blanket. The town's lone lawman, a portly fellow named Buchanan who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, was attempting to calm the gathering. "What happened?" I asked a woman standing nearby, wrapped in a shawl against the cold. "Miller's boy," she said, her voice hollow with shock. "Found him like that just now. Barely anything left to bury." I caught a glimpse as the doctor lifted the blanket to examine the remains. What I saw turned my stomach. The boy couldn't have been more than 16, and he'd been torn apart. The savagery of the attack was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Holt pushed his way through to the sheriff, flashing his marshal's badge. They spoke in low voices, and I saw the sheriff point north toward the hills. "Tracks lead up toward the mine," Holt said when he returned. "Could be the Kilgores, trying to scare the town. Or could be those wild dogs Rivers mentioned," I suggested. Holt gave me a hard look. "You're not buying that nonsense, are you?" I wasn't sure what I believed anymore. "I'm just saying that didn't look like any human killer's work to me." "Men can be worse than animals when they want to be," Holt said grimly. "Saddle up. We're heading out now." We rode north as the sun climbed in a colorless sky. The storm had passed, leaving a world transformed into white silence. Our horses struggled through snow that sometimes reached their chests, their breath pluming in the bitter air. The McNally mine entrance was set into the mountainside, the wooden supports warped and rotting from years of neglect. A few dilapidated shacks clustered nearby, once the homes of miners, now just empty shells. No smoke rose from any chimney, no sign of the Kilgores or anyone else. But there were tracks in the snow, lots of them. "Those aren't human," I said, studying the large paw prints that circled the area. They were dog or wolf tracks, but massive, bigger than any I'd ever seen. Holt dismounted and drew his Winchester rifle. "Stay alert. Could be the Kilgores trained some dogs." "Dogs don't get that big," I muttered. But I followed his lead, pulling my Colt from its holster. The mine entrance sprawled before us, and the wind moaned through the timbers, carrying the scent of rust and decay. And something else. Something coppery and wet. "Hello," Holt called out. His voice echoed back, mocking. No response. "We should wait for backup," I suggested. "Sheriff Buchanan could..." "Buchanan's a drunk who hasn't drawn his gun in 10 years. Holt cut me off. "Besides, we're federal marshals. We don't need local permission to do our job." I wanted to remind him that I was just a deputy, barely 6 months on the job, but I kept my mouth shut. Arguing with Elijah Holt was like trying to reason with a rock slide. We lit lanterns and entered the mine. The darkness swallowed us quickly, the temperature dropping with each step. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, a steady metronome counting down to something I didn't want to face. The main shaft descended gradually, support beams groaning under the weight of the mountain above. Our lantern light threw shadows against the rock walls. Every few yards, smaller tunnels branched off. The tracks continued inside, paw prints in the mud. And now, boot prints too. Men had come this way recently. After about 100 yards, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber where the miners had once sorted ore. Rusted tools and broken carts lay scattered about. And blood. So much blood it puddled on the ground and splashed across the walls. In the center of the chamber lay what remained of the Kilgore brothers. There had been 3 of them, Jeb, the eldest, and his younger brothers, Curtis and Floyd. Now they were barely recognizable as humans. They'd been ripped apart, limbs scattered, torsos laid open to expose shattered ribs. Their faces were the worst, frozen in expressions of such perfect terror that I knew they'd seen what was killing them and understood exactly what was happening. Holt cursed and raised his rifle, scanning the shadows. What in God's name did this? A low growl answered him, emanating from one of the side tunnels. Then, another joined it from a different direction. And another. They emerged slowly, 3 massive shapes padding into the lantern light. Dogs, but like none I'd ever seen. They stood nearly waist-high, with shoulders broader than a man's. Their fur was matted with blood and filth, and their eyes reflected our lantern light with an unnatural gleam. I'd seen rabid dogs before, but this was different. These creatures moved with purpose, with calculation. "Jesus Christ," I whispered. "Shoot!" Holt roared, firing his Winchester. The bullet struck the largest dog in the shoulder, tearing a chunk of flesh away. The beast jerked but didn't fall. The wound seemed to enrage it rather than slow it down. Then they attacked. Everything became confusion and terror. Gunshots echoed deafeningly in the confined space. I fired until my Colt clicked empty, then fumbled to reload as one of the beasts lunged at me. I fell backward, the creature's weight crushing me as its jaws snapped inches from my face. Its breath was rot and slaughterhouse stench, its eyes burning with something beyond animal hunger. Holt's Winchester boomed again, and the creature jerked as another bullet tore into it. It turned its attention to Holt, giving me just enough space to jam my knife into its throat. The blade sank into the hilt and hot blood poured out, splashing my hand. The creature let out a horrible sound. Not quite a howl, not quite a yelp. It stumbled back, clawing at the knife. "Run!" Holt yelled, firing again and again as the other 2 beasts circled him. "Get back to town. Bring help." I hesitated only a moment, then turned and fled, my lantern swinging wildly as I ran back up the tunnel. Behind me I heard Holt's rifle fire 3 more times, then a terrible scream that I knew wasn't coming from an animal. I ran until my lungs burned, expecting at any moment to feel teeth in my back. When I reached daylight, I kept running, scrambling to where we'd left the horses. Holt's mount was gone, spooked by the gunfire. Mine reared and nearly threw me as I approached, nostrils flaring at the scent of blood still wet on my hand. Somehow I got into the saddle and kicked the panicked animal into motion. We careened down the mountain, taking falls that should have killed us both. All I could think about was putting distance between myself and those things. I don't remember much about the ride back to Blackridge. Fever took hold as the gash on my hand festered, the flesh turning angry around the edges. By the time I reached town, I was delirious, barely able to stay in the saddle. They tell me I was raving about monsters and men being hunted down. The town doctor, a German immigrant named Weiss who'd lost his medical license back east, treated my hand as best he could, but ended up taking 2 fingers that had turned gangrenous. No one wanted to believe my story. They formed a search party the next day and found what was left of Holt and the Kilgores. The official report blamed it on a pack of rabid wolves driven to extremes by the harsh winter. The bodies were buried quickly, the mine entrance collapsed with dynamite, and the whole affair hushed up to avoid frightening off potential investors as the town struggled to reinvent itself. Rivers vanished that same night. Some said he headed south, others said that he'd been taken by the same creatures that killed the others. I never saw him again. I left law enforcement after that, drifted south to New Mexico territory, and took up ranching on a small scale. I married a local widow and raised her kids as my own, built something like a normal life. But every winter I lock the doors and windows tight. I keep a loaded shotgun by my bed. And when I hear dogs howling in the distance, I break into a cold sweat. They never found all the dogs, you see. The search party killed 2, but there were more. There were always more. Bred in the wild, twisted by starvation and isolation into something that wasn't quite animal anymore. I'm an old man now. The frontier is gone, tamed by railroads and telegraph wires. But some nights, when the wind howls around my ranch house, I remember that darkness in the mine. The blood on the walls. The way those animals moved. Coordinated, calculating, almost human in their malice. And I wonder if what hunted us that day was something more than just wild dogs. Something born from the violence that soaked the frontier in blood year after year. Something that learned from watching men kill men until it got a taste for the sport itself. What scares me most isn't the memory of teeth and blood and death. It's the intelligence I saw in those eyes as they watched us. Patient, calculating, aware. I've killed men wearing a badge. I've seen the worst humanity has to offer. But what I saw in that mine was something else. Nature twisted into a mirror of our own savagery, reflecting it back at us. And it's still out there. I never should have moved to Evergreen Lane. The houses were charming, sure, and the price was right, especially for someone fresh out of a divorce trying to stretch a settlement check. But there's a reason property values stay low in certain neighborhoods, and it's not always about the school district. It was mid-July when I started unpacking. The summer heat had baked most of the neighborhood lawns to a crispy brown, except for one, my neighbor's. Mr. Hargrove's yard was an explosion of roses. Not just any roses. Blood-red monstrosities with thorns like curved fishhooks and petals that glistened with something that looked suspiciously wet. I first met him while hauling boxes to my porch. He was hunched over his flower beds, pruning with these ancient-looking shears. I'm not exaggerating when I say they dripped red onto the soil. I assumed it was some kind of plant food. "Beautiful roses," I called out, trying to be neighborly. He froze mid-cut. I swear to God the roses turned toward me like sunflowers tracking the sun. "Be careful of the red ones, Darcy," he said, though I hadn't introduced myself yet. "They have particular tastes. They recognize their own kind." I laughed it off. Just an eccentric old man with his gardening superstitions, right? Nothing weird about that. Except I noticed things. The roses bloomed regardless of season. In December, when every other plant was dormant, his bushes flowered with obscene vitality. And those thorns, Christ, they grew longer each week, sometimes seeming to flex like fingers when birds or squirrels got too close. Then there were the disappearances. Nothing that made headlines, just neighborhood pets at first. The Martinez family's cat, the Donovan's terrier, a pattern I only recognized in hindsight. I tried ignoring the wet sounds I heard at night. The grinding, the occasional giggle that sounded too human came from beneath the rose bushes. I convinced myself it was raccoons or possums. Until I met Jake, a 12-year-old from 2 streets over retrieving his basketball from my driveway. "You shouldn't live here," he told me, his eyes darting to Hargrove's property. "Those roses? They eat people." Kids and their imaginations, I thought. "What do you mean, eat people?" "They grow from the dead. My sister went missing last spring. Now there's a rose bush that blooms the exact color of her hair, that coppery red she always hated, and sometimes I hear her laughing under the dirt." I sent him home, unsettled but still skeptical. That night I couldn't sleep. I peeked through my blinds and saw Hargrove sprinkling something around his rose beds. The soil churned in response. Pale fingers pushed up through the dirt, grasping at whatever he was feeding them before disappearing again. I told myself I was sleep-deprived, stressed from the move, maybe hallucinating from the new antidepressants my doctor prescribed after the divorce. But then I saw the rings, wedding bands on those buried fingers, friendship bracelets, a Mickey Mouse watch on what was clearly a child's wrist. Hargrove caught me watching and waved like we were sharing a normal neighborly moment. Behind him, a woman's face emerged from behind a rose bush, where her eyes should have been, thorny vines threaded through empty sockets. "Just my special fertilizer," he called out cheerfully. "Keeps them quiet, mostly." I stopped sleeping entirely after that. 3 weeks after moving in, I was backing out of my driveway in the dark, distracted by an urgent work call. Metal scraped wood as my bumper hit Hargrove's fence. A sickening crack split the night air. One perfect red rose lay broken on the ground, its petals scattered like blood droplets. The soil beneath it began to move. Shit. I scrambled to prop up the damaged section of the fence. That's when I saw it. A gray hand thrusting up through the broken soil, clutching a small teddy bear. "Mr. Hargrove, I'm so sorry." My finger caught on a thorn. Sharp, searing pain shot through my hand as the barb sank deep into my flesh. Below, dead eyes stared up at me from the dirt. They belonged to a girl with copper-red hair. That night, I dreamed of roots burrowing under my skin and corpses pulling me down into their garden bed. I woke to find thorns sprouting from the puncture wound, spreading like veins up my arm. My skin had taken on a grayish tint, and tiny rosebuds pushed through the surface of my wrist. Hargrove appeared at my door before I could call 911. He wasn't alone. Rose petals swirled around him against the wind, forming shapes that looked disturbingly like reaching hands. "I warned you about the roses," he said. His face seemed to age decades in seconds, the skin cracking like tree bark to reveal writhing things beneath. "They guard something ancient, something hungry, something that brings back the dead with an appetite for the living." "What's happening to me?" I held up my arm, now sprouting thorns that dripped with my blood. He led me into his garden. The roses parted for him like they were showing respect. Beneath them, partially buried corpses pulsed with unnatural life, their bodies fused with the rose bush's root systems. 2 children played patty cake with rotting hands. A teenage couple embraced with thorny vines instead of arms. A group of elementary school kids sat in a circle, singing nursery rhymes through throats choked with roses. "An ancient force sleeps here," Hargrove explained. His wife's corpse, at least I assumed it was his wife, braided roses into his thinning hair. The roses bind it, fed by blood and bone. The dead serve as anchors, keeping it contained. Now it has tasted you. My arm burned as more thorns erupted. My skin grew colder, and I felt roots crawling through my veins like invasive worms. How do we stop it? "We must strengthen the barrier, but it requires sacrifice." Hargrove hesitated as a child-sized zombie tugged at his pant leg with thorny fingers. Living flesh, the garden must be fed. The earth trembled. Roots burst from the soil along with decaying hands and snapping jaws. They wrapped around my ankles, pulling me down. The dead faces smiled up at me, welcoming a new sister to their eternal feast. "Help me!" I screamed, fighting against the pull. Hargrove just watched, his expression haunted. "I'm sorry, Darcy, but better you than the world. Better to feed a few to the garden than let the hunger spread beyond it. Once, it broke free in ancient times. The dead walked for 1,000 years before my ancestors found a way to bind it. And that's when I understood. The roses. They're not protection against evil. They're feeding it, creating an army of the dead. You're not containing an apocalypse, you're cultivating it." "My family has tended this garden for generations," Hargrove said. Thorns pushed through his flesh as his zombie wife caressed his throat with thorny fingers. "We make the sacrifices necessary. The roses mark those chosen to join us. Every missing person, every mysterious disappearance. They're all here, serving a greater purpose." "How many?" I fought against the roots and grasping corpses. A small hand caught my sleeve, her eyes now replaced with blooming roses. "How many people have you fed it?" "Fewer than would rise if it broke free." His face stretched, the features realigning into something inhuman. "The hunger must be sated, but look how beautiful they become, how eternal. We are the garden, and the garden is us." As the roots dragged me down, I noticed something strange. Where my blood dripped, the roses withered. The dead stilled, not feeding the garden, poisoning it. "You're wrong," I gasped. "My blood isn't strengthening the barrier. It's destroying it. I'm not another sacrifice. I'm the end of your fucking cycle." Hargrove lunged for me, but too late. I ripped the thorns from my arm, letting my blood flow freely onto the roses, and buried dead. The roses blackened on contact. The zombies shrieked, their flesh sloughing away to reveal clean bones that crumbled to dust. The ground split open, revealing more animated corpses, previous sacrifices, still conscious, still suffering, still feeding the garden with their eternal torment. No! Hargrove's form dissolved into a mass of thorns and rotting flesh. You'll doom us all. The garden is the only thing keeping the ancient hunger bound. But I knew better now. The garden erupted around us. Roses withered, roots snapped. The trapped dead rose one final time, their undead forms disintegrating at the touch of my blood until only clean bones remained. Each one whispered thank you as they crumbled. We were never containing evil, I realized as the garden died. We were its breeding ground. You weren't stopping the apocalypse, you were preparing for it, growing it, one victim at a time. Dawn broke over the devastated yard. The roses lay dead, and the earth settled. The bones had crumbled to white dust that blew away on the morning breeze. Only Hargrove remained, human again, but ancient and frail. Generations of sacrifice, he whispered, holding his wife's wedding ring as it crumbled to dust. All undone. No more gardens, I told him, no more prisoners, let the dead rest. I sold the house a month later, taking a massive loss but not caring. The new owners planted sunflowers where Hargrove's roses once grew. I drive by sometimes and see children playing freely in both yards, dancing over clean earth where the hungry dead once reached for the living. My scars still burn some nights, but they're healing, turning from thorns back to skin. The doctors say it's an unusual allergic reaction. I haven't told them what really happened. Who would believe me? But in my dreams, I still hear the whispers, still feel roots moving beneath my skin. And sometimes, when I pass other gardens with roses, I notice them turning to watch me, hungry, waiting, remembering. Because while I destroyed one garden, I know there must be others. Somewhere, another Hargrove tends another rosebed, feeding it with blood and bone, preparing for the day when all the gardens bloom at once. And when that happens, the true harvest will begin. So if you're house hunting and find a too-good-to-be-true deal next to a yard with unnaturally perfect roses, especially ones that bloom out of season, keep driving. Those roses aren't just flowers. They're waiting for you to join the garden. I still remember the moment I found that apartment listing. You know how they say if something seems too good to be true, it probably is? Yeah, well, desperation has a way of clouding your judgment. I was scrolling through rentals on my phone, sitting in that dingy campus coffee shop where the Wi-Fi was decent, but the coffee tasted like burnt rubber. My bank account was hovering just above empty. Between my dad's heart surgery bills and my student loans, I was drowning. The email from the financial aid office had been clear. Either find cheaper housing or kiss my degree goodbye. That's when I saw it. $2,000 below market rate, all utilities included, private bathroom in a historic townhouse. The photos showed hardwood floors, high ceilings, and windows that actually opened all the way. After 6 months of living in a converted closet with 3 roommates, it looked like paradise. Perfect for the right roommate, the listing said. Must respect privacy and personal space. Look, I'm not stupid. I knew it sounded sketchy, but when you're choosing between homelessness and sketchy, you pick sketchy every time. I called the number, half expecting a scammer or some creep. Instead, a soft, measured voice answered. Elegant, almost aristocratic. Eleanor. She asked surprisingly few questions before inviting me to view the place that evening. It was raining when I arrived, one of those heavy autumn downpours that soaked through everything. The townhouse stood at the end of a cul-de-sac, partially hidden behind overgrown trees. Victorian style, 3 stories of faded grandeur with a wraparound porch. In the fading light, the windows looked like eyes watching me approach. Eleanor opened the door before I could knock. She was tall and thin. No, thin isn't the right word. Skeletal. Her skin was so pale it was almost translucent, stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. Her hair was this striking platinum blonde, cut in a perfect bob that didn't move when she turned her head. She wore an oversized black sweater that made her look like a floating head and hands. "You must be Zoe," she said. her voice barely above a whisper. "Please, come in from the rain." The inside of the house was odd. Not in an obvious way at first. Everything was immaculate, the kind of clean that feels sterile, like a museum after hours. The hallway stretched longer than seemed possible from the outside, lined with antique mirrors in ornate frames. With each step, I caught glimpses of myself, rain-soaked and disheveled, but something felt off about the reflections, like they moved a half-second too late. Eleanor showed me the kitchen, modern appliances, weird plants on every windowsill, the living room, furniture that looked expensive but uncomfortable, and finally, the bedroom that would be mine. It was twice the size of my current place, with bay windows overlooking a garden I couldn't quite make out in the darkness. "The rent is as advertised," Eleanor said, watching me intently. "I don't need references or a deposit, just someone who understands boundaries." That's when she pointed to a door at the end of the hall, the only door in the entire house painted black. "My private quarters. Under no circumstances are you to enter even if the door is open, even if you hear something concerning, even if I appear to be in distress. Is that understood?" I nodded, already calculating how quickly I could move in. "Totally clear. Your space is your space." She smiled then, and I swear her teeth looked wrong somehow. Too many, maybe, or too sharp. But it was just for a second, and I told myself it was just the shadows playing tricks. "Wonderful," she said. "When can you move in?" I moved the next day. The movers I'd hired took one look at the place and refused to carry anything inside, leaving all my stuff on the porch. One of them, an older guy with tattoos covering his arms, pressed something into my hand before leaving, a small charm on a leather cord. "For protection," he mumbled, not meeting my eyes. "This place has a reputation." I laughed it off, but I kept the charm, call it intuition. The first few weeks were surprisingly normal. Eleanor was the perfect roommate. Quiet, clean, and mostly absent. She kept odd hours, sometimes disappearing for days at a time. The only trace of her existence was the strange collection of plants she tended to obsessively. Black orchids, midnight blue ferns, and flowers I couldn't identify that seemed to pulse in rhythm when no one was watching them directly. I asked about them once. "They're very rare," she said. "They feed on something other than sunlight." I should have asked what that something was. It started with whispers. At first I thought it was just the old house settling, or neighbors talking through thin walls. But there were no neighbors close enough to hear. The whispers came from inside the walls themselves, a constant, rhythmic chanting in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood on a primal level. They spoke of hunger, of deals made in darkness, of souls freely given. Then came the scratching. Every night, like clockwork, starting at 3:17 a.m., the sound of dozens of fingernails dragging across the inside of my bedroom wall. I'd press my ear against the cool plaster, and the scratching would stop, replaced by the sound of something wet and heavy being dragged across the floor. I started having nightmares, vivid dreams where I walked through the house and found doors that hadn't been there before. Behind each one, a person stood frozen in a silent scream, their bodies halfway transformed into shadows. They'd reach for me with hands that dissolved into smoke, their mouths forming the same words over and over. "She's not what she seems." During the day, I'd catch glimpses of movement in the mirrors, figures standing behind my reflection that vanished when I turned around. The plants began turning away from the windows, their blooms and leaves orienting toward the black door at the hall's end, like worshippers facing their god. I started losing time. I'd sit down to study, and suddenly it would be hours later, with strange symbols drawn in my notebook that I didn't remember writing. My skin grew pale, my hair lost its shine, and dark circles formed under my eyes that no amount of concealer could hide. "You don't look well," Eleanor commented one evening, appearing silently in my doorway. "Perhaps you're not getting enough nutrients." The way she said it made my skin crawl. I started researching the house's history in the university archives. The townhouse had been built in 1897 by a doctor rumored to practice occult medicine. Since then, It had passed through dozens of owners, but one name kept appearing in the property records every 30 years or so: Eleanor Gray. Different middle initials, sometimes spelled with an extra E, but always the same name. And the pattern of disappearances was impossible to ignore. Every year, like clockwork, someone would vanish from this area of town. Always young, always struggling financially. The police reports described them as likely runaways or transients passing through. But newspaper photos from town events sometimes captured them in the background, standing beside a familiar pale figure with platinum blonde hair. I knew I should leave. Every rational part of my brain screamed at me to pack my bags and run. But where would I go? Back to my dad's crowded house where his medical equipment took up every inch of spare space. To friends who were barely making rent themselves? So I stayed, and I prepared. I started visiting the occult section of the university library, not the mainstream stuff with healing crystals and horoscopes, but the restricted archives that required special permission. I claimed it was for a research paper on historical folklore. The ancient librarian who handed me the key to the restricted stacks looked at me knowingly. Binding rituals, she suggested quietly. And mirrors. She hates mirrors that show the truth. I didn't ask how she knew. Some questions are better left unasked. One night, around 2 a.m., I heard crying coming from behind the black door. Not Eleanor's usual soft movements, but gut-wrenching sobs that sounded like they were being torn from a wounded animal. Then a thud, like a body hitting the floor. Despite every warning alarm in my head, I approached the door. It stood slightly ajar, a sliver of pulsing purple light escaping into the hallway. The whispers crescendoed, becoming almost deafening as I peered through the crack. What I saw inside wasn't a bedroom. It was a massive chamber that couldn't possibly fit within the dimensions of the house, a cavernous space with a ceiling that vanished into darkness. The floor was a mosaic of faces, human faces pressed together, their features twisted in eternal screams, their eyes following my movement. In the center stood Eleanor, but not as I knew her. Her skin had become transparent, revealing a complex network of black veins pulsing beneath. Where her heart should have been, a swirling vortex of darkness rotated slowly. Around her, shadow figures danced in a circle, their forms constantly shifting between human and something else entirely. She was speaking to them, her voice harmonizing with their whispers. Another year, another soul. Our arrangement continues. One of the shadows broke from the circle, flowing toward Eleanor and passing through her chest, her back arched in what looked like both ecstasy and agony. As the shadow moved through her, her body momentarily became younger, more vibrant. I must have made a sound, a gasp or whimper, because suddenly everything stopped. The shadows froze. Eleanor's head rotated toward the door, turning too far, too smoothly, like an owl's. "Curious little Zoe," she said, her voice now layered with dozens of others. "You couldn't respect one simple rule." I ran. Back to my room, slamming the door and dragging my dresser in front of it. My hand shook as I pulled out the items I'd collected. Mirror shards blessed by the library's caretaker, herbs stolen from Eleanor's own collection, and a digital recorder. The shadows seeped under my door like smoke, reforming into humanoid shapes that surrounded my bed. Their whispers filled my head with promises and threats. "She feeds us," they hissed. "One soul per year keeps her alive, and us appeased. The cancer should have killed her in 1954, but we made a deal. Each tenant she brings, young, desperate, alone, feeds our hunger and extends her unnatural life." Eleanor stepped through the shadows, her body now barely containing the darkness within. Her face was split in a smile that stretched literally from ear to ear. "We could make you the same offer," she said. "The shadows sensed your father's illness when you moved in. They could heal him and take away his pain. All it would cost is one soul per year. Not yours, just others. Desperate people who won't be missed." For a moment, God help me, I considered it. Just a flash of temptation, imagining my dad healthy again, free from the machines and medications that were draining our lives. But then I thought about those faces on the floor, those missing people with families who still wondered what happened to them. "No," I said, my voice steadier than I felt, "and you're not taking me either." I smashed the mirror I'd prepared, the blessed shards catching the shadows and trapping portions of them like flies in amber. They shrieked, a sound like breaking glass and dying stars. Eleanor's perfect facade cracked, her skin splitting to reveal the writhing darkness beneath. I hit record on my phone, broadcasting to the occult study group I'd joined, 20 witnesses now seeing what had been hidden for decades. "The shadows require secrecy," I said, remembering the librarian's words. "Their deals dissolve when exposed to the light of truth." Eleanor lunged at me, her arms elongating into razor-sharp tendrils. But as the recording continued, as more people witnessed her true nature, she began to dissolve. The shadows turned on her, their former servant now a liability. "They'll find another vessel," she screamed as the shadows consumed her. "Another house, another host. There will always be desperate souls." When it was over, nothing remained of Eleanor except a small pile of dust and a platinum wig. The house aged decades in minutes, paint peeling, wood rotting, the mirrors cracking to reveal crawling things behind the glass. By morning I was gone, taking only what I could carry. I live in a cramped dorm room now, splitting the cost with 2 other students. The financial aid office found emergency housing funds after I showed them the structural damage to the townhouse. No need to mention the supernatural elements, but I keep researching. Eleanor was right about one thing. There are always desperate people and always entities willing to exploit that desperation. I've found similar patterns in other cities, other houses with too good to be true rental prices and strange conditions about locked rooms. I've started a forum sharing what I've learned. The shadows will find new vessels, but next time their victims will be prepared. Sometimes, though, in the middle of the night, I still hear whispers from inside my walls. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, my reflection smiles back with teeth that seem just slightly too sharp. The divorce papers weren't even cold when I got the call about Uncle Edmund. I hadn't spoken to him in 15 years, not since that Christmas when he cornered me at the family dinner, reeking of formaldehyde and whiskey, whispering that he could see the death in people, that he knew when they'd go and how, that he could sometimes help with the transition. I was 19 then, old enough to know he was disturbed, young enough to be terrified. Yet here I was, driving through the Michigan wilderness, my Honda's headlights cutting through the October fog, heading to claim the inheritance nobody else wanted. Edmund Durbin's Victorian funeral home in a town I'd never visited called Whitehaven. "It's worth money, Lana," my lawyer had said. "Fix it up, flip it, start over. God knows you need something after what Ryan took." Ryan, my ex. The bastard who'd cheated with his dental hygienist while I spent my days making corpses presentable for their final goodbyes. The irony wasn't lost on me that I'd become a mortician like Uncle Edmund. Different paths, same destination, hands deep in death. The GPS lost signal 20 minutes before I arrived. I navigated by the crude map the town clerk had faxed, to my lawyer. When the Victorian silhouette finally loomed from the mist, I almost drove past. The place was barely holding together, a 3-story monstrosity with sagging gables and broken windows that looked like gouged out eyes. "Home sweet fucking home," I muttered, killing the engine. It was nearly midnight. The caretaker, a man named Gus who'd worked with Edmund for 30 years, had left the key under a ceramic frog by the service entrance. The note attached was written in spidery handwriting and read, "Welcome, Miss Durbin. I'll be by tomorrow. Don't go in the basement." I should have listened. That first night I slept in my car. The inside of the funeral home smelled of mildew, chemical preservatives, and something else, like meat gone bad. I told myself it was just neglect. Uncle Edmund had been dead for 2 weeks before anyone found him. Heart attack, they said. Died at his embalming table. In the gray morning light, the funeral home looked worse. Peeling paint, rotting porch boards, a roof that probably leaked in 100 places. But the structure was solid Victorian craftsmanship beneath the decay. I'd worked with enough dead things to know what could be salvaged. Gus arrived at 10, a rail-thin man with nicotine-stained fingers and eyes that never quite met mine. "Your uncle was a good man," he said, lighting a cigarette despite the oxygen tank he wheeled behind him. "Misunderstood in town, but a good man." "I barely knew him," I replied, watching as he unlocked cabinets and showed me where supplies were kept. "But I know funeral homes. I can get this place ready to sell." "Sell?" His roomy eyes widened. "Miss Durbin, this place isn't... It's not like other funeral homes. Formaldehyde is formaldehyde. Death is death." He took a long drag. "You haven't been downstairs yet?" "No, your note said..." "I know what I wrote, but you'll go down there eventually. Everyone does. Just, when you do, remember they're only tools of the trade. Nothing more." He left after showing me the accounts. The business had been failing for years. The town used the new funeral parlor on the other side of Whitehaven now. Edmund had been living off savings. The only recent income came from what Gus called special clients. I spent that day cleaning the main floor, hoping some soap and bleach might cover up the years of neglect. Around dusk, I finally went to the basement door. It was locked with 3 deadbolts. Curious, I got the keys from Edmund's office. The door creaked open to reveal a narrow staircase. The light switch at the top illuminated a single bulb that cast more shadows than light. The basement was dry at least, with concrete floors and brick walls. Shelves lined every surface, filled with jars of chemicals, preservation fluids, and tools of the embalming trade. But it was the back wall that made my breath catch. Rows and rows of shelves, each one holding a disembodied head. Not real heads, wax or some similar material. Mannequin heads, like those used for cosmetic practice. Each one was incredibly detailed, down to eyelashes, laugh lines, and individual strands of hair. Each wore a small paper tag hanging from the ear. Names, dates. I picked one up. Dorothy Milligan, June 15, 2018. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. The face had character, laughter lines around the mouth, a slight asymmetry to the nose as if it had once been broken, and a small mole above the lip. This wasn't just practice work, this was art. I counted 47 heads in total, all different ages, genders, and ethnicities, all bearing that same uncanny resemblance to a real person who had once lived and breathed. "Just props," I said aloud, my voice echoing in the basement. "Creepy, but just props." As I turned to leave, I noticed a desk in the corner with an open ledger. Edmund's handwriting was similar to Gus's, spidery and difficult to read, but the headings were clear enough. Name, date of transition, anchor status, binding agent, and payment received. Dorothy Milligan's name was in the ledger. So were all the others from the shelves. The last entry, dated 2 weeks before Edmund died, was incomplete. Under name, he'd written, Lana Durbin. My hands trembled as I slammed the book shut. I couldn't sleep that night. Every creak of the old house made me start. Every shadow seemed to move. I told myself it was just the stress of the divorce, the strangeness of inheriting a funeral home from a man I'd deliberately avoided most of my life. The next morning, I drove into town for coffee and Wi-Fi. Whitehaven was small, one main street with shops that had seen better days, an old movie theater converted to a church, and a diner called Maggie's that seemed to be the town's beating heart. I opened my laptop and started searching obituaries from the Whitehaven Gazette. If Edmund had been making practice heads based on real clients, I wanted to see how accurate they were. Dorothy Milligan had died on June 12, 2018, 3 days before the date on her tag. Natural causes. She was survived by 2 children and 5 grandchildren. The photo accompanying her obituary showed a stern-faced woman with permed gray hair. I frowned. The mannequin's head looked nothing like this woman. The Dorothy head had straight white hair cut in a bob and a narrower face. I searched for another name from the shelves. Harold Cooper, November 3, 2019. His obituary showed a balding man with a round face and double chin, but the mannequin in the basement had a full head of hair and sharp features. One by one, I searched for more names. None of the obituary photos matched the heads in the basement. Until I refreshed the page, Dorothy Milligan's photo changed. Now it showed exactly the face I'd seen on the mannequin head. Same straight white bob, same asymmetrical nose, same mole above the lip. I blinked hard, refreshed again. The new photo remained. My coffee went cold as I checked the other obituaries I'd found. Harold Cooper's changed too. So had the others, all now showing faces identical to the mannequin heads in Edmund's basement. "You're Edmund's niece, aren't you?" I jumped. A woman in her 60s stood beside my table, coffee pot in hand. "I'm Maggie. Owned this place 30 years. She gestured at my laptop. "Researching the family business?" My mouth went dry. "Just getting to know the town." She topped off my cup. "Your uncle was an institution here. Old-fashioned, but people respected him. Until the troubles." "What troubles?" "About 7 years back, there were accusations, missing keepsakes from the deceased, strange noises during viewings. People said they heard voices." I thought of the heads in the basement. What kind of voices? Their loved ones, the ones in the caskets. She lowered her voice. "Patty Wilson swore her husband Frank asked her for a cigarette during his funeral. Frank was a 2-pack-a-day man before the emphysema got him. That's impossible." "Course it is. Grief makes people imagine things." She tapped my laptop screen, where Harold Cooper's transformed face stared back. "Still, there's something about how Edmund prepared them. Made them look more alive than they had in years. Some folks found it comforting. Others said it wasn't right, that the dead should look dead, not like they might sit up and ask for breakfast." Maggie straightened. "Anyway, you thinking of reopening?" "No, just fixing it to sell." She nodded. "Probably for the best. The town's mostly switched to hillside funeral services now. More modern approach." As she walked away, my phone buzzed. An unknown number. I sent it to voicemail and returned to my disturbing discovery. When the phone immediately rang again, I answered with an irritated, "Hello?" Static crackled. Then a voice, distorted, distant, but unmistakably human, whispered, "Miss Durbin? It's Dorothy. Dorothy Milligan. I think I'm stuck." I dropped the phone like it had burned me. The voicemail was still there when I checked later. The voice garbled, but the message clear. "Miss Durbin, please. Your uncle promised he'd help us cross, but something's wrong. We're trapped. I can feel worms." I deleted it, my hands shaking. 3 more unknown calls came that afternoon. I didn't answer. Back at the funeral home, I found Gus in the embalming room organizing supplies. "What did my uncle do here?" I demanded, showing him the changed obituary photos. "What the hell are those heads in the basement?" Gus's oxygen tank hissed as he took a labored breath. "Anchors," he said finally. "That's what Edmund called them." "Anchors for what?" "For them, the ones who weren't ready." He gestured vaguely at the ceiling, the walls. "The ones who needed more time." I grabbed his bony shoulder. "Explain now." "Some people die before they're ready, Miss Durbin. They have unfinished business, regrets. In the old days, we'd just send them on, ready or not." His yellowed fingers trembled as he lit another cigarette. "Your uncle found another way, a temporary solution. Those mannequin heads, they're not mannequins, they're soul anchors. Wax mixed with personal effects, hair, nail clippings, sometimes a tooth if it could be spared. Gives the departed something to hold on to in this world while they settle their affairs." I laughed incredulously. "You expect me to believe my uncle was, what, trapping souls in wax heads?" "Not trapping, helping. It was temporary, a few months at most. Just until they were ready to cross over properly." "That's insane." "Is it? You're a mortician. You prepare the dead. Your uncle just gave them a little more time to prepare themselves." I thought of the changed obituary photos and the voicemails from the dead. If this were somehow true, why are they calling me? Why now? Gus looked away. "Because Edmund died before he could release them. The anchors are degrading, and the souls, they're getting desperate." That night, the scratching started. Soft at first, like mice in the walls. Then louder, more deliberate. Scratching turned to thumping. Thumping to pounding. It came from everywhere. The floors, the ceiling, the walls. I tried to drown it out with music, with TV, with whiskey. Nothing worked. Around 3 a.m., I went to the bathroom. The mirror was fogged, though the house was cold. As I watched, a handprint appeared in the condensation, a perfect impression of a small hand. Then another, and another, until the mirror was covered in handprints of all sizes. The chemical smell was unmistakable. Formaldehyde. My phone rang, another unknown number. "Leave me alone," I shouted at the empty house. "You're not real." The call went to voicemail. I listened, holding my breath. "Lana, it's Ryan." My ex-husband's voice, but Ryan wasn't dead. I'd spoken to him last week about the divorce settlement. "I need to tell you something," his voice continued. "That night when we fought, I didn't mean to push you so hard. I didn't think you'd fall like that. Hit your head. There was so much blood." I threw the phone against the wall. When the morning came, I was huddled in my car again, my eyes red from not sleeping. I drove straight to Maggie's, ordered coffee, and pulled out my laptop. The obituaries had changed again. Now all the photos were blurry and distorted, the faces melting like wax near a flame. My hands shook as I searched for a new term. Lana Durbin. There were no results. I tried Ryan Durbin instead, and there it was, dated 3 months ago. My ex-husband's obituary. Cause of death: suicide. The article mentioned guilt over his wife's accidental death. My coffee cup slipped from my nerveless fingers, shattering on the floor. "You all right, honey?" Maggie asked, hurrying over with a towel. I couldn't speak. My head throbbed where I must have hit it falling, but that was impossible. I was here. I was alive. Wasn't I? I drove straight back to the funeral home and flew down to the basement. The shelves with the heads seemed to have multiplied overnight. More faces, more names, more dates. I searched frantically until I found it, a head that looked exactly like me, perfect down to the tiny scar on my left eyebrow from a childhood fall. The tag read, "Lana Durbin, September 30th, 2023. 2 weeks before Edmund died." "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." I grabbed the wax head and ran upstairs to the kitchen, found a heavy cast iron pan and raised it high. "This isn't real," I said. "None of this is real." I brought the pan down with all my strength. The wax head cracked, split, shattered. For one breath-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then my throat closed. I clawed at my neck, attempting to scream, but no sound emerged. My vocal cords were gone. In the window's reflection, I watched in horror as my skin grayed, sagging, sloughing off in tiny pieces. My phone rang one final time. I answered with trembling fingers. "Miss Durbin." Uncle Edmund's voice was tired but kind. "I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you, but there wasn't time. The accident with Ryan, it was bad. By the time they brought you to me, there was so little to work with." I tried to speak. Nothing came out. "The anchor was only temporary," he continued, "just until I could properly prepare you for transition. But my heart, well, best laid plans." The skin on my hands peeled away, revealing blackened tissue underneath. "I left you the funeral home hoping you'd understand what needed to be done. The others, they're waiting too. Their anchors are failing without maintenance." I sank to the floor, watching my body decay in real time. "We're family, Lana. In this business, in this life, and the next. I'll see you soon." The line went dead. Outside, cars pulled into the driveway. Dozens of them. Familiar faces pressed against the windows. Dorothy Milligan, Harold Cooper, all the others from the basement. Their features melting, reforming, melting again. They'd come for what was theirs. I crawled toward the basement door. If I could reach the other anchors and destroy them all at once, maybe we could all cross over together. But my legs weren't working anymore. My fingers left smears of blackened tissue on the hardwood floors. The pounding on the front door grew louder. In my last moments of consciousness, I realized the truth. I wasn't the mortician anymore. I was now the client, and I hadn't been ready. I still don't know why I stopped that night. Maybe it was the rain, coming down so hard I could barely see 10 feet ahead. Maybe it was exhaustion from the 14-hour shift at the law firm, or maybe some part of me recognized what was happening and knew I deserved what was coming. The headlights barely cut through the fog as I drove that empty stretch of highway. Every few seconds, lightning would flash, illuminating the roadside trees. I kept thinking I saw things moving between the trunks. Just my mind playing tricks, I said. I almost didn't see him. A dark figure at the roadside, arm extended, thumb out. Behind him, something shifted in the woods, something massive. When I blinked, it was gone. I hadn't picked up a hitchhiker since my college days. Too risky. But something made me hit the brakes that night. Guilt, probably. The same guilt that kept me working myself to death at the firm. The very same guilt that woke me up sweating most nights. The same guilt that made me check my rearview mirror for cops even 15 years after what happened to Nathan. Appreciate it, friend. The man slid into my passenger seat, bringing a blast of cold that immediately fogged up the windows. Name's Marcus. Car broke down about a mile back. Under the glow of the dashboard lights, his skin looked wrong. Waxy somehow. Like it had been stretched too tight across his skull. Michael, I replied, not looking at him longer than necessary. Where you headed? Wherever you are, Marcus said, his smile reflecting in the passenger window. Too wide somehow. Lakeside, is it? Just like you used to go to Lakeside Elementary? Remember that little dog that followed you there? What was his name, Copper? Shame what happened to him, your father's work, wasn't it? My foot slipped on the gas pedal. The speedometer jumped. What did you say? Your childhood dog, that rusty-colored mutt, used to sleep under the stairs in your parents' old Victorian, right across from your sister's bedroom, the one with the bay window she tried to climb out of that night, before your father caught her. The speedometer crept past 80. Through the foggy glass, the world outside had changed. Highway signs displayed names I didn't recognize. No, that's not right. I recognized them. They were places from my nightmares. Get out of my car, I said, my voice shaking. Can't do that, Michael. We have places to visit first. Marcus's fingers elongated, the nails scraping grooves in my dashboard. I've waited years for someone like you. The guilt pours off you in waves, thick, nourishing waves. But I need more than these surface ripples. I need the ocean beneath. I reached for my phone. His hand shot out impossibly fast, crushing it in his grip. Beneath his sleeve, his arm moved wrong. Too many joints, too fluid. You've carried such weight all these years, Marcus said, his skin rippling like water. Turn here. My hands moved the steering wheel against my will. We turned onto a back road I hadn't driven in 15 years. Reality seemed to bend around us. We passed buildings that aged decades between blinks until one loomed ahead, the abandoned Donovan furniture factory. Rust stains ran down its walls like bloody tears. You remember this place, Marcus said, his voice deepening, resonating like multiple voices speaking together. Each word released the smell of opened graves. You were 17, racing that car you borrowed from your neighbor. Emma Donovan was watching from her father's office window. Stop. She waved. You waved back. You missed the turn. Nathan Coleman died when you crashed through the guardrail. His screams lasted 6 minutes and 22 seconds. Marcus's smile widened. I know. I was there feeding on your first true guilt. My hands gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles went white. It was ruled an accident. You let his parents think he was driving. Let them blame their dead son while you walked away with a few scratches. They visited his grave every Sunday for 12 years. Their pain was delicious, but yours. Marcus's face stretched, the features sliding like melting wax. Black fluid leaked from his eyes. Your guilt is exquisite, but I need more. Drive. We visited more scenes from my past. Each location was twisted by Marcus's presence. The college party house where I'd stolen Adderall from my roommate's drawer, leading to his overdose, now a rotting structure filled with thousands of rattling pill bottles. The construction site where I'd falsified safety reports to save the firm money, costing 3 workers their lives, their ghosts still falling. falling, falling through endless stories of scaffolding. Each secret weighs more than the last, Marcus purred, growing larger and darker, filling the car with writhing shadows. Soon you'll collapse under them. Then I'll feast on your soul like I feasted on your father's. That hit me like a physical blow. What? Who do you think whispered to him that night? Who suggested the matches and the gasoline? Your guilt over his death has flavored my meals for years. But now... Marcus's tongue uncoiled, impossibly long, tasting the air. Now you're ripe. Rain hammered the car as my mind raced. This thing fed on guilt, had been feeding on my family's pain for generations. But guilt wasn't my only emotion. I turned down a narrow street lined with identical houses, each one a perfect copy of the gray Victorian where I'd grown up. Want to see my greatest regret? Marcus leaned forward, mouth widening to reveal rows of needle teeth receding into a throat of swirling darkness. I stopped before the original house. This is where I learned to hide things. My father taught me well with his belt and his fists. Taught my sister too until... Until what? Marcus's form rippled with anticipation, tendrils of shadow wrapping around my throat. Until I burned it down with him inside. My knuckles whitened on the wheel. But I don't regret that one. Some acts balance the scales. Some sins serve justice. Marcus recoiled, his shadows hissing like steam. You can't, the guilt must be pure. Righteousness taints the feast. I've carried Nathan's death for 15 years. The overdose, the workers. But this I'd do again. Every time I smell smoke, I remember his screams, and I smile. I slammed the gas pedal, accelerating toward the house. Marcus clawed at the door, his human form melting away to reveal something ancient and terrible, a mass of shadows and teeth and endless hungry eyes. Your guilt is corrupted, he shrieked as his form began to dissolve. Vengeance and justice make the meal poison. The creature collapsed into oily smoke that poured from the car windows, leaving behind a stench of rotting meat and burning hair. I hit the brakes, skidding to a stop inches from the house's front steps. Reality snapped back into focus. An elderly woman peered out the window, Emma Donovan, who'd bought the house years ago. She waved, then frowned at my expression. I drove home as dawn broke, pulling into my driveway just as my phone rebuilt itself on the passenger seat. One new message from an unknown number. Some sins poison the feast. The taste of righteousness burns eternal. You escaped tonight, but guilt and regret flavor many souls. Your sister's guilt over surviving feeds me still, until we meet again. Below the message was an address, my sister's current location, after 15 years of searching. I deleted the message and walked inside. In my garage, I pulled out the box of childhood photos I'd buried in old files. My sister smiled from a faded Polaroid, standing before that gray Victorian. I'd spent 15 years turning guilt into armor, but maybe it was time to set some burdens down, time to help my sister do the same. I picked up my phone and dialed 2 numbers. Hey, Emma. It's Michael. About the accident senior year. There's something I need to tell you. Then, Detective Wilson, I need to revise my statement about the fire that killed my father. In my driveway, frost formed on my car windows despite the summer heat. In the patterns, a face emerged, stretched too wide, teeth too sharp, waiting for guilt to ripen once more. But some burdens aren't meant to be carried forever. Some scales need balancing, and some creatures learn, too late, that not all meals are safe to consume. I never wanted to run a funeral home. Not exactly a little girl's dream job, right? But in Craven Falls, Massachusetts, the Ainsworth Funeral Home has been in my family for 4 generations. When Dad's Parkinson's got too bad, there wasn't much choice. It was either take over or watch a century of family history dissolve. So at 35, I, Celeste Ainsworth, became the town's first female funeral director. Most days I'm fine with it. The dead don't judge, don't complain. The living is another matter entirely. The first time I noticed something off was with old Mrs. Patterson. A heart attack took her on a Tuesday. By Thursday evening's viewing, The skin around her eyes had darkened. Not the typical discoloration you get with death. This was different. Looked almost like bruising. Her fingertips, too. Blackened, as if frostbitten. I'd prepared her myself, every step by the book. The embalming was perfect. I'd stake my reputation on it. "You see anything strange about Mrs. Patterson?" I asked my assistant Devin as we closed up that night. He glanced at the body and shrugged. "Looks normal to me. Why?" I pointed to the darkening skin. "That shouldn't be happening, not after proper embalming." "Just decomp, boss. Sometimes it moves faster. Not this fast and not like this." Devin dismissed it as one of those things. A fluke. But when it happened again with Mr. Jurgen the following week, same symptoms, same room, I started keeping notes. Everybody laid out in viewing room B showed accelerated decomposition, especially around the eyes and fingertips, like something was trying to get in through one, out through the other. None of the bodies in room A had these issues. After the third incident, I started checking our chemicals, ventilation systems, and even the lighting. Nothing explained it. Then Mrs. Garrison's son called 6 weeks after her burial, his voice shaking. "We're moving her to the family plot in Vermont," he said. "Had to exhume her this morning." "I'm sorry for the additional distress," I said automatically. "There's something you need to see," he said. "Something wrong." An hour later, I stood in our preparation room, staring down at Mrs. Garrison's reopened casket. The satin lining was torn to shreds around her hands. Deep gouges in the wood underneath. Bloody scratch marks. I'd seen enough cadavers to know these marks were made after embalming, after burial. "This isn't possible," I whispered. "Are you saying my mother was buried alive?" Mr. Garrison's voice cracked. "No, absolutely not. I was certain of that much. Your mother was deceased. I verified it myself. The county coroner signed off. What I didn't say, this was the third exhumation with the same findings, all from viewing room B. I started staying late, watching the room after hours. Nothing for 3 nights. Then, on the 4th night, a night when room B was empty between services, I heard it. Crying. Soft, muffled crying. Coming from behind the closed door. I'm not a coward, but something about that sound froze my blood. Pure animal instinct told me not to open that door. Instead, I pulled up the security feed on my computer. The room looked empty on screen, rows of vacant chairs facing an empty display table. But the crying continued. I cranked up the volume and recorded it, played it back immediately. Nothing. No sound on the recording. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if 80-hour work weeks were finally breaking me. That's when I saw it. Movement on the screen. A figure walking slowly between the rows of chairs. Tall, too tall. Dressed in black funeral attire from another era. Long, thin arms hung nearly to its knees. Its face, I could never quite see its face. The camera angle would shift, or a shadow would fall, but it always remained obscured. I checked the room's entry log. No one had badged in. The next day, I reviewed the tapes from previous services in room B. There he was, at every single viewing. Walking between guests, standing beside caskets, bending low over the faces of the dead. No one ever seemed to notice. Not the mourners, not my staff. Just this figure, methodically checking each body. I took the footage to Devin, my hands shaking. "I don't see anyone," he said, squinting at the screen. "Right there, between the 3rd and 4th rows, moving toward the front." Devin looked at me like I was losing it. "There's nothing there, Celeste." I knew what I'd seen. I also knew how it sounded. So I did what any rational person would do. I hit the town archives. Craven Falls is old, dating back to the 1700s. Every small town has its secrets, its legends. I just needed to find the right one. 3 days of searching through microfiche and dusty records led me to a series of newspaper articles from 1896. A typhoid outbreak had swept through town, killing dozens. The obituaries listed a gravedigger among the dead, Jonah Bell, age 42. But it was a follow-up article that made my skin crawl. Dated 3 weeks after Bell's funeral. Grisly discovery at Oakwood Cemetery. Groundskeeper Richards reports disturbing findings upon relocation of recent typhoid victims. Evidence suggests gravedigger Bell may have revived after burial. The interior of the casket showed significant damage from attempted escape. County physicians suggest Bell survived up to 3 days in his coffin before expiring. Most disturbing, the deceased appears to have severed his tongue, likely in desperation or delirium. Cause of death determined to be asphyxiation on blood. I felt sick reading it. The thought of waking up, trapped, clawing at the lid until your fingers bled, biting through your own tongue. The town librarian caught me staring at the article. "Ah, you found old Jonah," she said quietly. My head snapped up. "You know this story." She nodded. "Every kid in Craven Falls learns about the Watchman, sooner or later." She leaned closer. "They say he still checks the dead at funerals, making sure no one gets buried alive like he was." The Watchman. That's what we called him growing up. The story goes that if you see him at a funeral, it means the person isn't dead. He's looking for signs of life that the doctors miss. She smiled thinly. Just an old ghost story. However, they did find those caskets torn up from the inside back then. Medical science wasn't what it is now. I didn't mention the 3 modern caskets with similar damage. That night, I set up my own equipment in Room B. Extra cameras, motion sensors, the works. In the center, laid out on display, was Walter Green. Dead 3 days. Heart attack, like most of them. I'd done the embalming myself, verifying every step. Around 2 a.m., the motion sensors tripped. I sprinted from my office to the security monitors. The footage showed the door opening, a figure entering. It was me. I watched in horror as I, or something wearing my face, walked trance-like to the display, climbed onto the table beside Walter Green, laid down, closed my eyes. But I was sitting in my office, watching this happen. I pinched myself and slapped my cheek, fully awake. On screen, my doppelganger laid motionless. Then its eyes snapped open, staring directly at the camera. The eyes were solid black, like empty sockets. Its mouth opened wider than humanly possible, revealing a gaping darkness where a tongue should be. The feed cut to static. I ran to Room B, my heart pounding. The door was locked from inside. I fumbled with my key and finally got it open. The room was empty. Walter Green lay alone, undisturbed. I checked the cameras again. Nothing. No footage of anything I'd just seen. Like it had been wiped clean. I must have fallen asleep at my desk. That was the only explanation. Stress and exhaustion create nightmares. I decided to go home and get some real sleep, come back fresh in the morning. As I gathered my things, Devin texted, "Coming in early. The family wants to check the setup for green service." I texted back, "Everything's ready, going home to crash." His reply came immediately, "Too late, already here, and Celeste. Why is there a body in Room B that's not on the schedule?" My blood went cold. Green is in Room B. Green is in the prep room, you moved him yesterday. I hadn't. Then who's in Room B? I typed with trembling fingers. His response, "You are." I ran, sprinted through the halls, skidding to a stop at Room B's doorway. Devin stood there, face ash white, staring at the display table. A body lay there in my black suit, my face, my hair, even the small butterfly tattoo on my wrist. But I was standing in the doorway watching. "Devin," I whispered, "that's not me." He turned and looked straight through me like I wasn't there, pulled out his phone with shaking hands and dialed 911. "There's been an accident," he said, his voice cracking. "My boss. I think she's dead." I screamed at him, waved my hands in front of his face. Nothing. I grabbed his shoulder, and my hand passed through him like smoke. Panic rising, I spun around. I caught my reflection in the decorative mirror on the wall. Except it wasn't my reflection. It was Jonah Bell, that same tall figure in black, face still obscured. He raised one long-fingered hand and pressed it against the glass from his side. I stumbled back and fell against the display table, through it, through my own body lying there. The figure in the mirror tilted his head, and for the first time, I glimpsed his face, hollow-eyed, mouth a ruined cavity, but somehow I felt no fear, only a terrible understanding. He wasn't killing them, he was checking, making sure they were truly dead before burial, making sure no one suffered his fate. But me? I wasn't dead. At least I didn't think I was. My confusion must have shown because the figure, Jonah, pointed to my corpse on the table, then back to me. Slowly, he pantomimed sleeping, then waking. I was sleepwalking? I asked. He shook his head. Dreaming? Another shake. Then I understood. I was checking them too, like you. A slow nod. But how? When? He pressed his hand against the glass again, beckoning. I hesitated. Behind me, I heard sirens, Devon's voice explaining to dispatchers, the corporeal world moving on without me. I stepped toward the mirror and placed my palm against his. The glass turned to water beneath my touch, cold, pulling me forward. On the other side stood not just Jonah, but others. Dozens, all in funeral clothes from different eras, all with the same hollow eyes and the same purpose. "We've been waiting for you, Celeste," said a woman in a Victorian mourning dress. "You've been one of us for months now." "I don't understand," I said. "I'm alive. I run the funeral home." "You run the funeral home," Jonah spoke, his voice like gravel. "But you died 74 days ago. Aneurysm, in your sleep." "That's not possible. I've been working, talking to people." "Between sunset and sunrise only," the woman corrected. "Never noticed how clients stop scheduling morning appointments? How Devon handles all the daytime viewings?" A cold realization washed over me. It was true. I couldn't remember a single morning meeting or a single daylight service in months. "Your body was never found," Jonah continued. "You kept showing up for work each night, not realizing." "Then whose body is that?" I pointed back through the mirror where paramedics now surrounded my apparent corpse. "A vessel," the Victorian woman explained. "Empty. Until tonight, when you finally saw yourself on the security footage. That awareness pulled you fully across the threshold." I felt sick. "So I've been... what? A ghost?" "A watcher," Jonah corrected. "Like us. We check the living for death. You check the dead for life." I thought about the bodies in room B, the blackened eyes and fingertips. Me, unconsciously checking them, making sure they were truly dead. Making sure no one suffered Jonah's fate. "The ones that were exhumed," I said slowly. "The ones with scratch marks." "Would have been buried alive," the Victorian woman nodded. "You marked them, flagged them for the living to notice." "But I don't remember doing any of it." "You will," Jonah said. "In time. For now, you have a choice." He gestured to the mirror, where I could still see room B, my funeral home, my life. "You can go back, haunt that place as a confused spirit, never understanding, never at peace. Or," he gestured to the dark corridor stretching behind him, "you can join us, do the work knowingly." "What work?" "Saving them," he said simply. "The misdiagnosed, the prematurely declared, the almost dead." His ruined mouth attempted a smile. "I was too late to save myself, but not too late for others." I stared back at the scene in my funeral home. Paramedics loaded my body, the empty vessel, onto a stretcher. Devon answered questions, shocked and grieving. The business my family had run for generations was now without an Ainsworth, but it had been without one for over 2 months. "How many?" I asked. "How many have you saved?" "Hundreds," the Victorian woman answered. "Over the years, across many places." I thought about Mrs. Patterson, Mr. Jurgen, and Mrs. Garrison. How I'd felt something was wrong with them. How I'd apparently been right. "If I stay," I said slowly, "can I still watch over my funeral home?" Jonah nodded. "It's easier when we have a connection to a place, a purpose." I took one last look through the mirror. At Devon, at the business, at my old life. Then I turned back to Jonah and the others. "Show me how," I said. He gestured down the dark corridor. "We have much to teach you. About the signs, about moving between worlds." I followed them deeper, away from the mirror until Room B faded from view. I had questions, thousands of them, but also a strange certainty that I was where I belonged. That night, Devon slept fitfully, grieving his boss and friend. He didn't see the tall figure that entered his room, bent low over his face, checking his breathing, his pulse, making sure death was nowhere near him. He didn't see me standing in the corner watching, learning. By morning, rumors had already started spreading through Craven Falls. About the funeral director found dead in her viewing room. About strange marks on bodies that had passed through Room B. A new legend was born, and I was part of it now. When you come to a viewing at Ainsworth Funeral Home, pay attention to the mirrors. Sometimes, if you look at just the right moment, you might catch a glimpse of me. Checking, watching, making sure. Because these days I have a new job, making sure the dead are really dead, and the living stay that way. I never wanted to work in a funeral home, but after Ellen died, I didn't want much of anything except the burn of whiskey and the oblivion that followed. 6 months of that was enough to lose my contracting business and nearly my life. The rehab counselor said I needed structure, routine, and minimal stress, something to rebuild around. That's how I ended up taking the night shift at Price & Sons, a recently reopened funeral home in Clarksdale, Mississippi. "Perfect for recovery," Dr. Jenkins said when I told him about the job. "Quiet, contemplative, no temptations." He wasn't wrong about the quiet part. My shift ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The old Victorian mansion sat on 3 acres at the edge of town, surrounded by ancient oaks draped with Spanish moss. Most nights I'd go hours without hearing anything but the hum of the refrigeration units and the occasional creak of the building settling. My duties were simple: monitor the premises, prepare the facilities for next-day services, and occasionally receive new guests from hospitals or the medical examiner. Minimal contact with the living. Perfect for a recovering alcoholic with fresh grief. The first month passed without incident. I spent my time reading recovery literature and fixing things around the building that the day staff overlooked. The work kept my hands busy and my mind quiet. I was even sleeping better during daylight hours. Then came the night of October 17th. I was doing my midnight rounds when I noticed something off in preparation room B. Mrs. Donaldson, an elderly woman who'd passed from heart failure, wasn't positioned exactly as I'd left her. The sheet covering her body was slightly askew, and her head appeared to be turned about 15 degrees to the right. I chalked it up to faulty memory. When you're still adjusting to sobriety, you question everything, especially your recollections. 2 nights later, it happened again, this time with Mr. Peterson in room A. His arm had shifted from his side to rest across his chest. I reviewed the security logs. Nobody had entered either room. I was the only one on the premises. I mentioned it to the day manager, Frank Ward, a stout man in his 50s who'd been in the funeral business his entire adult life. "Old buildings settle," he said dismissively. "Creates vibrations. Bodies shift. Nothing to worry about." I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. Still, I let it go. I needed this job. A week later, I noticed something else strange. Frost patterns on the inside of the windows in the north corridor. Not random crystalline formations, but deliberate lines that resembled symbols, circles within triangles, strange angular letters that reminded me of something between Hebrew and Sanskrit. It was late October in Mississippi. While nights could get cool, frost inside was unusual. I took pictures with my phone and adjusted the thermostat. The symbols were gone by morning. Frank told me to check the seals around the windows and said maintenance would look into it. They never did. The night of November 3rd changed everything. I was in the security office reviewing camera feeds when I noticed movement on monitor 4, which covered the main preparation room. It was 2:13 a.m. according to the timestamp. A woman stood by the embalming table, tall, thin, dressed in what looked like outdated nurse's attire. a crisp white uniform with a small cap. Her back was to the camera. I grabbed the radio and announced my presence throughout the building. Then I ran to the preparation room, my heart hammering in my chest. Empty. Just the body of a middle-aged man who'd been prepped for viewing the next day. Nothing out of place. Back in the security office, I rewound the footage. There she was, standing motionless for exactly 4 minutes, from 2:13 to 2:17 a.m. Then she turned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of her face. Her eyes were completely white. No iris, no pupil, just milky white orbs in a gaunt face. She looked directly at the camera, then vanished. Not walked away, vanished. One frame she was there, the next she wasn't. I slammed my palm against the desk. I was seeing things. The stress, the grief, the isolation of the night shift. It was all getting to me. But I hadn't had a drink in 4 months. This wasn't DTs or some kind of flashback. I spent the rest of my shift reviewing other camera feeds, checking all the preparation rooms, and double-locking doors. Nothing else unusual happened, but I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. The next night I came prepared. I brought printed screenshots of the woman and the frost symbols. I also brought a digital recorder and an electromagnetic field detector I'd ordered online. Ellen would have laughed at me, her rational, no-nonsense husband chasing ghosts. I set up additional cameras in the preparation room and waited. At exactly 2:13 a.m., the temperature dropped dramatically. My breath fogged in front of my face. The EMF detector went crazy, its lights flashing red. And there she was again on the monitor, same position, same outfit. This time she was writing something on the wall with her finger, leaving frost patterns behind. I ran to the room, determined to confront whatever this was. The door was ice cold to the touch. I threw it open and found nothing but an empty room, the body undisturbed. But on the wall was fresh frost in the shape of 3 words, below. He waits. My hands shook as I took pictures. When I returned to the security office, the woman was gone from the feed. The timestamp read 2:18 a.m. That night, I did something I hadn't done since taking the job. I explored the building beyond my assigned areas. Price and Sons had been built in 1949, a grand statement of post-war prosperity by its founder, Archibald Price. The mansion had 3 floors above ground and a basement that housed the mechanicals and storage. But as I studied the building's blueprint in the office, something felt off about the dimensions. The basement didn't extend under the entire footprint of the building as it should have. I took a flashlight and went down to investigate. The basement was a maze of storage rooms, filing cabinets, and machinery. At the far end was a supply closet filled with old embalming chemicals and equipment. I moved aside some shelving and found what I was looking for, a seam in the wall that didn't belong. It took some doing, but I found the mechanism that released it, a small lever disguised as a pipe fitting. The wall slid open with a groan, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. I should have waited until daylight. I should have called Frank or the police. But something pulled me forward, down those stairs into the stale, chemical-laden air below. The sub-basement was a single room, much older than the rest of the building. The walls were rough-hewn stone, and the floor was dirt-packed hard by decades of footsteps. In the center stood an ancient embalming table, the kind used before modern regulations came into effect. The room was empty of bodies, but not of evidence. Faded photographs hung on the walls, grisly images of dissection and organ removal. Ledgers stacked on a small desk contained names, dates, and amounts. Most disturbing were the jars, dozens of them containing preserved human organs. I picked up one of the ledgers dated 1951 to 1954. It detailed the sale of organs harvested from the bodies of black citizens, hearts, kidneys, livers, all sold to medical schools and private researchers. Every entry was initialed AP, Archibald Price. I found more logbooks, each containing similar records spanning from 1951 to 1968. The last entry was dated June 11th, 1968, the day the funeral home had temporarily closed, following what newspaper articles had called health code violations. But what truly chilled me were the night logs kept by previous overnight workers. 7 different employees between 1951 and 1968 had reported similar phenomena: moving bodies, strange symbols, and a white-eyed woman appearing at specific times. Each of these employees had disappeared during their shifts, with no trace ever found. Their replacements had all quit within weeks, citing extreme psychological distress. One had been found catatonic, staring at the security monitors and repeating, "He feeds on pain." As I flipped through the pages, a newspaper clipping fell out. It detailed the strange deaths of 3 funeral home employees, all involved in the organ trafficking operation. One died in a freak embalming machine accident, another drowned in a vat of formaldehyde, and the third was found exsanguinated with no obvious wounds. Archibald Price, however, had simply vanished. The article speculated that he had fled to avoid prosecution, but no trace of him was ever found. I was so engrossed in the records that I didn't notice the temperature dropping until my breath clouded in front of my face. It was 2:13 a.m. The white-eyed woman stood in the corner of the room watching me. Up close, her features were more distinct: high cheekbones, dark skin, full lips frozen in a grimace of pain. Her uniform badge read, "Luella Wilson, head nurse." I couldn't move as she approached, her footsteps making no sound on the dirt floor. She raised a spectral hand and pointed to the far wall, which I hadn't yet explored. "He took what wasn't his," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves scraping concrete. "From my people, from me. He wouldn't let go, wouldn't pass on, still takes, still feeds." She vanished, but the wall she'd pointed to shifted. Dirt fell away, revealing a hidden alcove, and within it, something that defied comprehension. A body, suspended in a tank of yellowish fluid. Tubes and wires connected it to ancient machinery that hummed with power. The body was a horror, partly preserved, partly rotted, caught in some impossible state between life and death. The eyes were open, milky white just like the woman's, but aware, conscious. I recognized the face from photographs in the funeral home's lobby. Archibald Price. His mouth didn't move, but his voice filled my head. "You've come to join us, Felix Warner." I stumbled backward, hitting the desk and sending ledgers flying. "What the fuck is this?" "Continuity," the voice replied. "I found the way to endure, to transcend. Death touches us all, but I refuse its embrace." The machinery hummed louder, and I noticed something I'd missed before. The tubes weren't just connected to Price's suspended body. They extended through the ceiling, up into the preparation rooms where the recently deceased were kept. "Pain, grief, trauma. They carry energy," Price continued. "The recently dead hold it all, their last moments, their loved one's sorrow. I harvest it. I feed. I persist." I wanted to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The others, the night shift workers who disappeared. Price's eyes gleamed in the dim light. "Necessary. When the harvest runs low, fresh trauma sustains me. Their fear, their pain, their grief for what they lost. Just like my grief for Ellen. I realized with horror that my pain had been feeding this abomination since I'd started working here. "You're different, Felix. You understand loss. You've touched the void and returned. Join me. There's room in the machine for 2. The machinery groaned, and a second tank filled with fluid beside Price's. I saw tubes reaching toward me like tendrils. "Ellen waits on the other side," Price whispered. "But here, grief can sustain you forever. You need never let her go." For one terrible moment, I considered it. To hold on to my grief for Ellen forever, to never have to move on or forget. Wasn't that what part of me wanted? But then I remembered what my counselor had said. Grief isn't meant to be preserved like a specimen in formaldehyde. It's meant to transform us and then release us. "No," I said firmly, "this isn't living, this is monstrous." I turned to the machinery, ancient pumps and filtration systems jury-rigged with modern components. I grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and smashed everything I could reach. Glass shattered, fluid sprayed, electrical sparks flew. Price's mental voice became a scream. "Stop! You'll destroy everything." "That's the idea," I grunted, continuing my assault on the equipment. As I smashed the final control panel, Price's suspended body convulsed. The fluid in his tank began to boil and change color, turning from yellow to deep crimson. "You fool," he hissed. "The ritual cannot be interrupted. It must transfer. It must continue." I felt a sudden searing pain throughout my body. The room spun around me. I collapsed to my knees, watching in horror as my hands turned translucent. I could see through them to the dirt floor below. Price's body was dissolving in the tank, breaking down into the fluid as the machinery sputtered and died. But with each piece of him that disappeared, I felt myself becoming less substantial. "The cycle continues," were the last words I heard as consciousness slipped away from me. Different vessel, same hunger. I woke up on the floor of the sub-basement. The tank that had held Price was empty, the fluid drained away. The machinery was destroyed, smoking and sparking. Daylight filtered through a small window near the ceiling. I felt different, lighter somehow. I climbed the stairs back to the main basement and made my way up to the security office. The clock read 7:15 a.m. My shift had ended over an hour ago. Frank was at the desk reviewing footage with a young man I didn't recognize. "And this is where you'll monitor the cameras," Frank was saying. "Nothing much happens on the night shift, but we need someone here just in case." "Frank," I called out, "we need to talk about what's down there." Neither of them reacted. "Frank!" I shouted, reaching for his shoulder. My hand passed right through him. Cold realization washed over me. I looked down at my body, solid to my own eyes but not to theirs. The new employee was settling into my chair. "What's that glitch?" he asked, pointing to monitor 3, which showed preparation room A. Frank leaned closer. "What glitch?" "There," the new guy said. "By the table. Looks like a man standing there, staring at the camera." Frank adjusted his glasses. "I don't see anything." But I knew what the new guy was seeing. Me, standing by the embalming table. My new post. I felt a pull toward that room, an irresistible tug to my new station. As I moved through the hallway, passing through solid doors, I realized the truth. I hadn't destroyed the ritual. I'd become part of it. Price was gone, but something of him remained. In me, in the building, in the space between life and death. I took my position beside the body on the table, a middle-aged woman whose family was consumed by grief. I could feel their pain like a tangible thing, flowing into the building, into me. It was 2:13 a.m. My time to appear had come. I turned to look directly into the camera, my eyes now as white as Luella's had been. The hunger was excruciating. I'd never needed a drink as badly as I now needed this energy, this essence of human suffering. And I understood what Price had meant. The cycle continues. Different vessel. Same hunger. The new night attendant would see me. He would investigate. He would find the sub-basement, even with the machinery destroyed. He would learn the truth, just as I had. And in time, he would join us. The grief I'd carried for Ellen seemed distant now, replaced by this new, terrible hunger. I wondered if she could see what I'd become, if she was watching from whatever true afterlife existed beyond this half-existence I now inhabited. "I'm sorry," I whispered to no one and everyone. But the sorrow wasn't for what I'd lost. It was for what I'd become, and for what would happen to the next person who took the night shift at Price & Sons funeral home. I never believed in the boogeyman until I became one. The first time I heard about the Black Flash was in a dive bar on Commercial Street. I'd been in Provincetown 3 days, scouting locations for my documentary. The weather had turned, and a late September storm pounded the Cape, driving tourists and locals alike into whatever shelter they could find. I ended up at the Squealing Pig, nursing a whiskey neat while rain hammered the windows. "You're the filmmaker, right?" The bartender was wiping glasses, eyeing me with that peculiar mix of curiosity and suspicion that small-town residents reserve for outsiders. "Heard you're poking around about old stories." "That's right, Isabel Crane." I extended my hand. "I'm doing a piece on forgotten New England folklore." He nodded, not taking my hand. Got a specific one in mind? Not really, just collecting stories, the weirder the better. An older man at the end of the bar snorted into his beer. Tell her about the black flash, Jimmy. The bartender, Jimmy apparently, shot the man a look. Don't start with that shit, Frank. I perked up immediately. The black flash? What's that? Frank turned his stool toward me, his eyes bright in his weathered face. Back in the 30s, something was running around town at night. Tall, dressed all in black with a hat. Could jump clean over houses. Glowing red eyes scared the hell out of people. They called it the Black Flash. Jimmy rolled his eyes. It was a prank, some teenagers in costumes. That what your granddaddy told you? Frank challenged. Because mine said different. Said he saw it himself, down by the harbor, standing on the water. Your grandfather was a drunk, Jimmy retorted. So what happened, I asked, pulling out my phone to record. Frank leaned forward. People who saw it had dreams, bad ones. Some went crazy. One guy, a fisherman named Joaquim, cut his own throat after seeing it. Left a note saying the thing had gotten inside his head. Frank, Jimmy warned. What? It's just a story. Frank winked at me. And nobody knows what it was, I asked. Most figure it was mass hysteria. Town was different back then. Lots of immigrants. Portuguese, Cape Verdean. Hard times. People get scared. They see things. But you don't think so. Frank shrugged. All I know is people are seeing it again. Last couple months, half-dozen reports. Something jumping rooftops down by the West End. Moving too fast to be human. Jimmy slammed a glass down. Jesus Christ, Frank. Don't fill her head with this garbage. It's fine, I said. This is exactly the kind of story I'm looking for. Local legend, historical context, contemporary sightings. Perfect. Your funeral, Jimmy muttered. I didn't know then how prophetic those words would be. The next day I headed to the Provincetown Library to dig through their archives. The research librarian, a thin woman named Diane with cat-eye glasses and a no-nonsense demeanor, helped me locate newspaper clippings from the 1930s. The Black Flash, she mused as she pulled files. That takes me back. My mother used to threaten us with it when we misbehaved. Be good, or the Black Flash will get you. So it was a common story? Oh yes, every town has its boogeyman. Ours just happened to wear a cape. She set a folder in front of me. Here's what we have. Mostly from the Provincetown Advocate. February through April 1939. I flipped through yellowed clippings. Mysterious figure terrorizes town. Another Black Flash sighting on Bradford Street. Police chief dismisses flash as hysteria. The articles described encounters with a tall figure in black, capable of inhuman leaps. Most blamed it on pranksters or mass delusion. One editorial suggested it was a convenient excuse for loose women caught with men who weren't their husbands. Was anyone ever caught? I asked. Diane shook her head. Not that I've ever heard. The sightings just stopped. War came, and people had real things to worry about. Frank at the bar mentioned recent sightings. Diane's expression tightened. Frank Mendez has a big mouth and a bigger imagination. He's been telling Black Flash stories for decades. So you don't believe the new reports? I believe people in this town drink too much. She glanced at her watch. We close in an hour. I nodded and returned to my research. A pattern emerged. The original sightings clustered around the harbor and the West End. Many witnesses were Portuguese or Cape Verdean immigrants. And strangely, 4 lighthouse keepers went missing during the same period. The official report blamed a storm, but the bodies were never recovered. As I was packing up, Diane handed me a sticky note. If you're serious about this, talk to Bernice Cardozo. She's 93, lives at the assisted living place on Race Point Road. Her father was one of those lighthouse keepers. The ones who disappeared? No, the replacement crew. She might have some insights the newspapers don't. I thanked her and headed out. The rain had stopped, leaving the streets slick and gleaming under the streetlights. It was just past 6, but in late September, darkness comes early to the Cape. The wind off the bay cut through my jacket as I walked back to my rental, the scraps of a life long gone swirling in my head. I didn't notice the figure watching from across the street. Not then. Bernice Cardozo's room at Seashore Point was filled with photos. Black and white images of stern-faced Portuguese fishermen, women in dark dresses, children squinting in the sun. She herself was tiny, bent with osteoporosis, but her eyes were clear and sharp. "So you want to know about the Black Flash," she said after I explained my project. No preamble, no small talk. "If you're willing to share." She gestured to a chair. "Everyone thinks it was a hoax. Teenagers scaring women. That's not what my father believed." "What did he think?" She picked up a framed photo from her nightstand and handed it to me. 4 men stood in front of a lighthouse, arms crossed, expressions serious. My father is on the left. Manuel Cardozo. Next to him is David Hopkins, then the Sylvia brothers, Antonio and João. They replaced the men who vanished. What happened to the original crew? Officially, lost in the storm of '38. But there were complications. "What kind of complications?" Bernice studied me. "Why are you really interested in this story, Miss Crane?" "I'm a documentary filmmaker. Unusual stories are my business." "This isn't just unusual, and you're not the first person to come asking questions." That caught me off guard. "Someone else is researching the Black Flash?" She shook her head. "Not recently, but over the years others have come. They never find what they're looking for. Or maybe they find too much." "What does that mean?" Instead of answering, she opened a drawer and pulled out a small wooden box. From it, she extracted a photograph, handling it carefully by the edges. "My father took this. March 1939. He was doing maintenance on the lighthouse lantern." The photo showed the lighthouse grounds from above. In the corner, a blurry figure stood, tall, dressed in black, with what appeared to be a wide-brimmed hat. Its proportions were wrong somehow, too stretched, too thin, and where its face should be, there were only 2 pinpricks of light. "It could be double exposure," I said, though my skin had gone cold. That's what the police said, but my father knew better. He'd seen it before, out on the water, standing on the waves during the storm that took those 4 men. "Standing on the water? That's impossible." Bernice's mouth twitched. "My father was not a fanciful man, Miss Crane. He was a lighthouse keeper for 40 years. He knew the sea, knew what was possible." "What did he think it was?" "He called it O Diabo do Mar, the devil of the sea. Said one of the keepers had made a bargain. 3 lives for his own." "Which one?" "Joseph Whitaker, the only body never found. The other 3 washed up eventually." I took a photo of the picture with my phone. "And your father believed this thing was coming to collect?" "Not just to collect, to stay, to find a new home." She took the photo back. "The dream started after he took this picture. Every night, drowning in black water that filled his lungs like ink. He heard whispers in languages he didn't speak." "What happened to him?" "He hung himself 3 weeks later, left a note saying he couldn't tell what were his thoughts anymore and what belonged to the thing from the sea." My stomach lurched. "I'm so sorry. It wasn't your fault. But if you keep looking, what happens next might be." She returned the photo to its box. "They all had the dreams. Everyone who saw it. Some fought longer than others. The recent sightings started after they found bones washed up near Wood End. Lighthouse keeper bones, they say. The storm finally giving back what it took." "How do you know that?" "This is a small town, Miss Crane. Old secrets don't stay buried, just forgotten until the tide shifts." She suddenly looked tired. "You should go now. I need my rest." As a nurse showed me out, I glanced back. Bernice was staring out her window toward the sea, one gnarled finger tracing patterns on the glass. That night I dreamed of drowning. Not in water, but in something thicker, darker. It filled my mouth, my nose, burned in my lungs. As I struggled, I heard whispers. Words I couldn't understand but somehow recognized. A language my ancestors might have known generations ago. I woke gasping, sheets drenched in sweat. It was 3:07 a.m. Outside my window, rain was falling again. Except Something was off about the sound. It was too regular, too deliberate, almost like footsteps on my roof. I grabbed my phone and recorded. The sound continued for nearly a minute, then stopped abruptly. When I played back the recording, there was nothing but static, and, buried beneath it, what sounded like words. The next morning, I took the recording to a linguist at the community college. Dr. Reed listened once, then frowned. "Where did you get this? I recorded it last night. Can you make out what it's saying?" He listened again. "It's a dialect of Cape Verdean Creole. Old form, not commonly spoken anymore." "What's it saying?" He hesitated. "Roughly translated, I've been waiting for you to return." "Are you sure?" "The audio's distorted, but yes, that's the gist. There's more, but it's too garbled." He studied me. "Is this for your documentary?" "Yes," I lied. "Historical reenactment." "Interesting choice of dialect for that. Not many speakers left, especially of this variant." I thanked him and left, unsettled. I don't speak Creole. Neither did anyone in my family, as far as I knew. And I definitely hadn't spoken on that recording. Over the next week, I tracked down everyone who claimed to have seen the black flash recently. 6 witnesses in total. Their stories were eerily consistent. A tall figure in a black coat and wide-brimmed hat, moving impossibly fast, capable of jumping heights no human could manage. Most sightings occurred near the harbor or Race Point Beach, where the lighthouse stood. 4 of the 6 witnesses reported dreams of drowning in black liquid. 2 had been hospitalized for acute paranoia. One, a fisherman named Diego, had slashed his boat's fuel lines and tried to set it on fire, claiming it was hiding inside. I visited Diego at Cape Cod Hospital's psychiatric unit. He was restrained, his eyes darting around the room. "You've seen it too," he said immediately. "I can tell. It's in your eyes now." "Seen what, Diego?" "The black flash, the devil, whatever you want to call it." He leaned forward. "It's looking for someone. Has been for a long time." "Do you know who?" "Someone who got away. Someone who made a promise and didn't keep it." His eyes locked on mine. "Are you sure about your family tree, lady? Anybody go missing from Provincetown about 80 years back?" A chill ran through me. "Why would you ask that?" "Because it stares at you. I've seen it standing outside your rental, watching." I hadn't told Diego where I was staying. "You should check your camera," he continued. "It likes cameras, uses them." "Uses them how?" But Diego shut down, turned away, and started humming something tuneless and strange. Back at my rental, I reviewed my equipment. Nothing seemed tampered with, but when I checked the footage from my main camera, I found something impossible. Shots I hadn't taken. Dark, blurry images of empty streets, the lighthouse, and once a window, my window, filmed from outside. The timestamp showed 3:07 a.m. when I was recording the sounds on my roof. I nearly packed up and left that night, but some stubborn part of me, the documentarian who'd built a career on uncovering hidden stories, refused to run. Instead, I bought a thermal imaging camera attachment for my phone. If something was out there, I would see it, even in darkness. 3 nights later, I got my chance. The sound came again. Not on my roof this time, but in the yard. That steady, deliberate rhythm, like someone pacing. I grabbed my phone with the thermal attachment and moved to the window. Through the viewfinder, the yard appeared in blues and greens of ambient temperature, and there, by the fence, was a figure. But it wasn't giving off heat. It was the opposite. A human-shaped void, colder than the surrounding air. Much colder. The thermal readout showed sub-zero temperatures. As I watched, it turned. Where its face should have been, there were 2 points of heat, pinpricks of dull red in the freezing void. It saw me. I know it did, because it moved. Not toward the house, but straight up, leaping to the roof in a single bound. I heard it above me. Footsteps crossing to the skylight in my bathroom. I ran there, phone still recording, and looked up. The skylight was black, not with the darkness of night, but as if filled with ink. As I stared, it dripped, fat black droplets falling toward my upturned face. I tried to move but couldn't. The first drop hit my forehead, cold as ice, burning like acid. Then another struck my cheek, my mouth. I gasped involuntarily and tasted salt and copper and rot. The last thing I remember is the skylight shattering and a figure dropping into the bathroom, impossibly tall, impossibly thin, faceless except for 2 glowing points of red light. Then nothing. I woke up in my bed 3 days later. No broken skylight. No evidence of an intruder. My phone lay on the nightstand, thermal attachment still in place, but the footage was gone. All of it. Not just from that night, but everything I'd shot in Provincetown. When I checked my digital recorder, the interview with Bernice was missing. My notes were intact, but names were now smudged, illegible, as if someone had spilled water on specific words. I went back to the assisted living facility. The receptionist had no record of a Bernice Cardozo. When I described her, she shook her head. "We've never had a resident matching that description. Are you sure you have the right facility?" The library had no record of my research visits. Diane, the librarian, didn't remember me. When I asked about articles on the Black Flash, she found only one, a brief mention of teenage pranks in 1939. Nothing about lighthouse keepers or drowning dreams. Diego had been discharged from the hospital, and no one could tell me where he'd gone. His boat was still at the harbor, perfectly intact. No slashed fuel lines, no attempted arson. Even Frank at the Squealing Pig denied our conversation. Black Flash? Never heard of it. You sure you're not mixing us up with another town? I felt like I was losing my mind. Had I imagined the whole thing? Fabricated an elaborate story from fragments of local gossip? But then I found something in my jacket pocket. The photograph Bernice had shown me. The blurry figure by the lighthouse with pinpricks for eyes. I hadn't imagined that. I packed my car that afternoon. Whatever was happening in Provincetown, I wanted no part of it. I'd find another story, another town with secrets that didn't fight back when exposed. As I was loading the last of my equipment, an old woman stopped on the sidewalk outside my rental. "Leaving so soon?" she asked. Not Bernice, but someone equally ancient, with the same knowing eyes. "Work finished earlier than expected," I lied. She nodded, unconvinced. "It's for the best. Some stories don't want to be told." "Excuse me. The Black Flash, that's what you were after, yes? It doesn't like attention, that one. Never has." My heart raced. "You know about it?" "Everyone knows, we just don't talk about it. Bad luck." She glanced toward the harbor. "It's been here a long time, waiting." "For what? For who, you mean? Whitaker's bloodline. The one who got away." I froze. Whitaker, the missing lighthouse keeper. "What did you say?" But the old woman was already walking away, hunched against the wind. I drove straight to Boston that night, 6 hours through pouring rain. By the time I reached my apartment, it was past midnight. I was exhausted, jumpy, seeing shadows in every corner. Sleep brought the dreams again, drowning in ink, hearing those whispers. Words that made no sense but felt like they should. The next morning, I called my mother. "Mom, this is going to sound weird, but was anyone in our family from Provincetown? Maybe on Dad's side?" "Not that I know of. Your father's people were from Worcester, I think." "Why?" "Just researching family history. What was Dad's mother's maiden name again?" "Gardner. She was a gardener from Worcester." "Not Whitaker. No connection to Provincetown." I should have felt relieved, but didn't. I tried to move on, pitched new documentary ideas, took meetings, pretended I hadn't spent 2 weeks chasing a ghost story with no evidence to show for it. But the dreams continued, and sometimes I'd catch glimpses of something from the corner of my eye, a tall figure in a black coat, gone when I turned to look. One night, crossing the street near my apartment, I saw a man on the opposite corner, tall, in a long dark coat and wide-brimmed hat. As our eyes met, he tipped his hat slightly. I blinked, and he was gone. Back in my apartment, I stood before the bathroom mirror, examining the dark circles under my eyes. As I leaned closer, I caught a flash of red, my eyes reflecting the light strangely. I told myself it was nothing. lack of sleep, stress, the power of suggestion. But deep down I knew better. It had found me. We were connected now. I did more research, digging into genealogy databases, birth and death records, and I found it, the connection I'd missed. Not through my father, but my mother. 3 generations back, her great-grandmother's sister had married a Whitaker from Provincetown, Joseph Whitaker's brother. I was part of the bloodline, distant but connected. The next night I woke to the sound of footsteps on my roof. That same deliberate rhythm. Waiting. Patient. It had all the time in the world. I've moved 4 times since then, changed my name, but it always finds me. Standing across streets, watching from rooftops, patient as the tide. Sometimes I think about going back to Provincetown, finishing what Joseph Whitaker started, whatever that was, making my own bargain. Because the dreams are getting worse. Sometimes I'm not just drowning, I'm changing, becoming colder, taller, my fingers stretching into something inhuman. And sometimes when I look in the mirror now, my eyes stay red longer. I never believed in the boogeyman until I became one, but that's how it works, I think. The Black Flash isn't a monster that takes you. The Black Flash is a monster that makes you into itself, patiently, one dream at a time. It seems I'm running out of time to stop it. The digital timestamp on the tape reads August 17th, 2003. There's something wrong with the audio. I've listened to it 17 times now, and I still can't explain what happened. Nobody believes me when I tell them. Maybe you will. I'm a professional audio technician, or I was. I specialized in field recordings, ambient soundscapes, and the kind of audio that gets licensed for documentaries, meditation apps, and art installations. The more pristine and untouched by human noise, the better. That's what brought me to Echo Park in the first place. It wasn't the national park in California that shares the same name. This Echo Park sits in the northwest corner of Colorado, tucked into Dinosaur National Monument. If you look it up, the brochures will tell you about scenic river views and prehistoric fossils. What they won't tell you is how fucking quiet it is. I first heard about it from another sound engineer named Javier. We were grabbing beers after a conference in Denver, and I was complaining about noise pollution ruining my recordings. He leaned across the table, lowered his voice, and said, "You want quiet? Real quiet? Try Echo Park. Place is dead silent, but that's because most locals won't go there." "Why's that?" I asked, already intrigued. "People go missing. Not many, but enough. Every few years." He took a long sip of his beer. "Also, there's something else. The silence there, it's wrong, like it's listening to you." I laughed. Javier didn't. "My cousins from Rangeley, the closest town, they have a saying. Something out there listens harder than we do. Sounds like bullshit, but I went once with recording equipment." He pulled out his phone, scrolled through some files, and pushed it across the table. "Listen." I put the phone to my ear. Nothing. Not a bird, not the wind. Just dead air, and what might have been the faintest sound of breathing. "How long is this clip?" I asked. 3 minutes. I couldn't stay longer. Got this feeling. He trailed off, embarrassed. "Anyway, if you're desperate for pristine audio, that's your spot." I should have listened to the warning in his voice instead of the challenge. 3 weeks later, I packed my Subaru with the best equipment I could afford, and enough battery packs and memory cards to last 4 days in the wilderness. I drove the 8 hours from Boulder to Dinosaur National Monument, passing through the town of Rangeley along the way. I stopped for gas and noticed how the locals stared when I mentioned Echo Park at the checkout. The cashier, a woman in her 60s with leathery skin and sharp eyes, studied me while ringing up my beef jerky and Red Bull. "Recording equipment," she said, eyeing my gear through the windshield. It wasn't a question. "Yeah, I'm an audio technician working on a natural soundscape project." She handed me my change. "You staying overnight?" 4 nights if the weather holds." Her fingers lingered on my palm. "Listen to your gut out there. Something feels wrong. You leave. Don't rationalize it." I nodded, uncomfortable with her intensity. "And don't..." She hesitated. "Don't answer if you hear your name." I laughed nervously. "I'll be alone." She just stared until I left. The drive to Echo Park was brutal, a steep, winding dirt road that dropped 2,500 feet into an isolated valley. Cell service disappeared about 20 minutes in. My GPS kept rerouting before finally giving up. I navigated the last stretch with a paper map provided by the ranger station. I arrived at the small campground around 4 p.m. Only 3 other sites were occupied, all clustered near the entrance. I chose the most isolated spot, closest to the confluence of the Green and Yampa rivers. The massive sandstone monolith called Steamboat Rock loomed overhead, casting long shadows across the campground. I methodically set up my tent, stored my food in the bear-proof container, and unpacked my recording gear. The ranger had warned me about mountain lions and black bears, but said they rarely bothered humans. I was more concerned about the wind, which could ruin a perfectly good recording. As I calibrated my equipment, I realized Javier was right. The silence was unnerving, not peaceful or serene, oppressive. Like the absence of sound was a physical presence. I checked my decibel meter, 23 decibels, quieter than a whisper. I set up 3 recording stations, one near my campsite, one by the river, and one about half a mile into the forest. Each had a different microphone configuration to capture various aspects of the soundscape. The plan was to let them run overnight, capturing the transition from dusk to dawn. By 8 p.m., everything was operational. I sat at my campsite, eating cold ravioli from a can and making notes in my field journal. That's when I noticed the other campers were gone. Their tents remained, but no people, no lights, no sounds of conversation or cooking. The sun dipped behind Steamboat Rock, and darkness swallowed the valley. I tried reading with my headlamp, but the silence made it hard to concentrate. Every time I shifted in my camp chair, the sound echoed unnaturally. At 10 p.m., I decided to check the nearest recording station. I put on my headphones and connected to the sound device's recorder. The levels were moving, indicating it was picking up something, but when I played it back, there was almost nothing, just the faintest rustle of leaves. Then, underneath it, something else, a slow, rhythmic sound, like breathing. I pulled off my headphones, my heart racing. Nothing but silence surrounded me. I put them back on cautiously and rewound the recording. There it was again. Not my breathing. Too slow, too deep. It didn't match the cadence of any animal I recognized either. I told myself it was just the wind, an artifact of the microphone's extreme sensitivity. I disconnected and walked back to my tent, the beam of my headlamp cutting through the darkness. The trees seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. I was almost back to my campsite when I heard it. My name, clear as day. Devin. I spun around, sweeping my light across the empty campground. Hello? Nothing. Is someone there? The silence swallowed my words. I hurried back to my tent, zipped myself inside, and tried to sleep. It took hours, but eventually, exhaustion won over fear. I woke to the soft glow of dawn filtering through my tent. For a moment, everything felt normal. Then I remembered the breathing on the recording, my name called out in the darkness, and the unnatural silence. Still, in the light of day, my fears seemed ridiculous. I'd let Javier's stories and the old cashier's warnings get to me. Today would be productive. I'd check all 3 recording stations, change memory cards, and spend the afternoon exploring nearby trails to find additional recording locations. After a quick breakfast of instant coffee and a protein bar, I grabbed my pack and headed to the first station. The recorder was still running, the levels dancing slightly. I stopped it, removed the memory card, and replaced it with a fresh one. Same for the second station by the river. The third station, the one deeper in the forest, is where things started to get strange. As I approached, I noticed the undergrowth around it was flattened in a perfect circle, like something had been pacing around the microphone all night. The tripod stood exactly as I'd left it, but the wind baffle on the shotgun mic was missing. I connected my headphones to review the recording before changing the card. That's when I heard my own voice. Testing 1-2, level check for Echo Park, Station 3. Exactly what I'd said when setting it up yesterday. But then the recording continued with words I never spoke. "This place is wrong. I need to leave. Something's watching." My blood went cold. It was unmistakably my voice. Same timbre, same slight nasality, same cadence. But I hadn't said those words. Not out loud anyway. I'd thought something similar last night, but I hadn't verbalized it. I yanked off the headphones and stood perfectly still, listening to the forest. Nothing moved. No birds sang. No insects buzzed. Just that oppressive silence. I quickly swapped the memory card, packed up the microphone, and headed back toward camp, walking faster than necessary. I kept looking over my shoulder, but the forest remained empty and still. Back at camp, I plugged the memory cards into my laptop to back up the files. I needed to hear the recordings again, to make sure I wasn't imagining things. The first card contained exactly what I expected, near silence with occasional faint natural sounds. The second, from the river station, captured some gentle water noises and that same rhythmic breathing underneath. The third card made me drop my laptop. It started with my setup test, then those words I never spoke. But it continued. "Hello, is someone there?" My words from last night when I'd heard my name. But I was nowhere near that microphone when I'd said that. Then a whispered conversation between my parents that I remembered from childhood, arguing about whether to send me to music school. A conversation that happened 20 years ago in our kitchen in Minneapolis. A girlfriend's voice breaking up with me. "I can't do this anymore, Devin. You're never really here." My college roommate, "Dude, you're always listening to everything except people." Fragments of my life, conversations I'd had or overheard, some so distant I'd forgotten them until hearing them played back. All in crystal clear audio, as if they'd happened right next to the microphone. I slammed the laptop shut, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. This was impossible. No recording equipment on Earth could capture past conversations. No technology could pluck memories from my head and turn them into audio. I needed to leave. I started breaking down my campsite, shoving gear haphazardly into bags. I'd come back for the other recording stations if I had to, but right now, I just wanted to get to my car. As I worked, I kept hearing things. Twigs snapping nearby, the rustling of leaves with no wind, and once, faintly, like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere, a voice that sounded like mine but wasn't. "Stay longer, Devin. We're just getting to know you." I froze, tent pole in hand. "Who's there?" I called, trying to sound authoritative instead of terrified. The silence thickened around me. I resumed packing faster, carelessly. Just as I was loading the last bag into my car, I realized I'd left my recorder and primary microphones at the forest station. There was no way I was leaving without them. They represented thousands of dollars I couldn't afford to replace. I checked my watch, 11:23 a.m., plenty of daylight left. I could make a quick trip to retrieve them and still be on the road before sunset. I grabbed my backpack, a bottle of water, and my hunting knife. Not that a knife would help against whatever this was, but it made me feel better. The hike to the third station took 20 minutes. Every step felt wrong, like I was walking deeper into a trap I'd set for myself. The forest seemed darker than it should have been at midday, the shadows too deep, the silence too complete. When I reached the location, my equipment was gone. The tripod, the recorder, the microphone all vanished. Not even an indentation in the soil remained to show where they had stood. I spun in a circle, scanning the surrounding forest. Nothing. That's when I noticed I couldn't recognize the way I'd come. The path I'd followed seemed to have disappeared. I pulled out my phone to check my GPS tracking app, but the screen showed me in a completely different location than where I'd set up the equipment. I tried to remain calm. The park wasn't that big. If I just headed downhill, I'd eventually hit the river, and I could follow that back to the campground. I picked what looked like the right direction and started walking. 30 minutes later, I was completely lost. The terrain didn't match anything I remembered. The trees seemed taller, closer together, their bark darker and rougher. I'd been checking my GPS regularly, but it kept showing impossible locations. 1 minute I was near the campground, the next I was miles away, then back again. I stopped to drink some water and think. That's when I heard it, faint at first, then growing louder. Voices. Multiple voices, all talking over one another. None of them familiar. Please, I don't understand what you want. 3 days now, no food left. Can anybody hear me? Just let me go home to my kids. I won't tell anyone. Fragments of desperate pleas, some cut mid-sentence, others repeating like broken records. Men, women, young, old, dozens of different voices echoing around me. I dropped my water bottle and ran. I didn't care which direction anymore. I just had to get away from the voices. They followed me, growing louder, more frantic. I crashed through undergrowth, scrambled over fallen logs, scraped my hands raw on rough bark. The voices took on a pattern, a rhythm that matched the breathing I'd heard earlier. In, out, please, threats. In, out, crying, screaming. I tripped on an exposed root and fell hard. The air knocked from my lungs. As I lay there gasping, the voices stopped. The silence returned, heavy and expectant. Then, right beside my ear, found you. My own voice, not spoken with my mouth. I scrambled up and ran again, blind with panic. The forest blurred around me. I couldn't tell if I was running in circles or straight. The light seemed wrong, too golden for midday, too dim for the open sky that occasionally appeared between the trees. Finally, I broke through a line of trees and found myself at the riverbank. The sight of Steamboat Rock in the distance nearly made me sob with relief. I followed the river, moving as fast as I dared on the rocky shore. As I approached the campground, the voices faded. By the time I reached my car, they were gone entirely. The other campsites remained empty, abandoned tents fluttering in a breeze I couldn't feel. I threw my backpack into the car and jumped in, fumbling with the keys. The engine started on the first try, a mundane miracle that made me laugh hysterically. I reversed so quickly I nearly hit a picnic table, then sped up the dirt road that would take me out of the valley. I didn't slow down until I reached the main highway. My hands were shaking so badly I had to pull over and sit for a while, my head pressed against the steering wheel, gulping air like I'd been underwater. I'd lost thousands of dollars of equipment. I didn't care. I just wanted to get home, lock my door, and never think about Echo Park again. I made it back to my apartment in Boulder around 9 p.m. I took the longest, hottest shower of my life, threw my clothes into the washing machine, and opened a bottle of whiskey. I didn't want to think about what had happened, didn't want to analyze it. Some things shouldn't be examined too closely. But the memory cards from the first 2 stations were still in my laptop bag. I couldn't help myself. I had to know if what I'd heard was real or if I'd experienced some kind of auditory hallucination. I poured a generous drink, fired up my laptop, and plugged in the first card. The recordings were exactly as I remembered, near silence with faint natural sounds. The second card started the same way, water sounds, that rhythmic breathing. But then, something I hadn't heard during my quick check in the field, voices. The same desperate pleas I'd heard in the forest, layered, overlapping, distorted but intelligible, and names, so many names. Jason Remfield, last seen June 1997. Kara Evanston, missing since August 2001. Michael Wu, disappearance reported October 1988. Names I recognized from news reports over the years. Missing hikers, campers who vanished, people who walked into the wilderness and never walked out. I slammed the laptop shut again, my hands trembling. This couldn't be real. Someone was fucking with me. Had to be. An elaborate prank orchestrated by Javier or some other sound engineers. But how? How could they fake this? I picked up my phone to call Javier, then realized I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I just wanted to forget. I drained my whiskey and poured another, then another. Eventually, I passed out on the couch. The next morning, I woke with a pounding headache and a moment of blessed amnesia before the events at Echo Park came rushing back. In the harsh light of day, with the safety of my apartment around me, I felt foolish. I'd let isolation and suggestion get to me. There had to be a rational explanation. I opened my laptop again, determined to analyze the recordings properly. I imported them into my audio editing software to clean them up, filtering out background noise, enhancing voices, isolating sounds. That's when I noticed something odd about the second recording, the one from the river station. There was a strange doubling effect in the quieter passages, like two recordings layered on top of one another, slightly out of sync. I separated the tracks and boosted the volume on the fainter one. It was breathing, but not the same rhythmic breathing I'd heard before. This was faster, irregular, human, normal. My breathing, while I was setting up the equipment. But underneath that, another sound, almost imperceptible. I applied every enhancement technique I knew, boosting certain frequencies, cutting others, until finally, I isolated it. Another person, breathing right behind where I'd been standing, close enough that they should have been visible in my peripheral vision, close enough that I should have felt their breath on my neck. But I'd been alone, completely alone. I felt the hair on my arms rise. I kept working, isolating other sounds, enhancing voices. Most were as I remembered, the desperate pleas, the names of missing persons. But at the very end of the recording, a final clip I hadn't heard before, my own voice whispering, "Don't come looking. I'm still in Echo Park." I jerked back from the computer, knocking over my coffee mug. It shattered on the hardwood floor, the sound impossibly loud after hours of listening to whispers. I didn't record that. I never said those words. I rushed to the bathroom and vomited, my body rejecting what my mind couldn't process. When I returned to the living room, the recording was still playing, looping that last phrase over and over. "Don't come looking, I'm still in Echo Park." I slammed the laptop shut and unplugged it for good measure. For 3 days, I didn't leave my apartment. I called in sick to the post-production studio where I worked part-time. I ordered delivery food and left the TV on constantly to drown out the silence. I kept all the lights on, even when I slept. On the 4th day, my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer it, but some compulsion made me pick up. "Hello?" Silence. Then, faintly, "Devin, come back." My voice, but not me speaking. I hung up and turned off my phone. An hour later, my landline rang. I hadn't given that number to anyone in years. I let it go to voicemail. The message it left was just slow, rhythmic breathing. That was 3 months ago. I've moved twice since then. Changed my phone number, quit my job, boxed up all my audio equipment and put it in storage. I can't bring myself to use it again. Sometimes in the middle of the night, my phone rings despite being turned off. The TV turns to static between stations, the white noise resolving into whispers if I listen too long. Once, I woke to find all my audio files corrupted except for the Echo Park recordings, which had been neatly organized into a new folder labeled Memories. I know how this sounds. I know you probably think I'm having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I am. But I've done my research since coming back. Echo Park has a history. Disappearances dating back to when the Fremont people lived there over 1,000 years ago. The Ute tribes that came later called it the place where shadows eat words. Last week I received a package, no return address. Inside was my missing sound devices recorder, the one I'd left at the station. The case was scratched and dirty, like it had been dragged through the forest. I shouldn't have, but I turned it on. One file dated the day I fled. I connected headphones and pressed play. It contained conversations I've had since leaving Echo Park. Phone calls with my mother. A job interview. An argument with my landlord when I broke my lease. And at the end, my voice. The real me, the me sitting right here. Speaking the words I'm saying to you right now, describing this very moment. It's been recording me this whole time. But the recorder was off. The batteries should have died months ago. Yesterday I called Javier. His phone was disconnected. I contacted the conference organizers where we'd met. They had no record of a sound engineer by that name. The equipment store where I bought my last set of microphones has no record of my purchase, though the gear sits in my storage unit, receipt taped to the case. I've started recording again. Not nature sounds. No, I'm documenting everything. This conversation, every strange occurrence, every impossible phone call. I keep the files backed up on multiple drives, stored in different locations, because I'm not in Echo Park anymore. But Echo Park is in me. It's listening through my ears, speaking through my mouth, existing in the spaces between heartbeats. Sometimes I catch myself breathing in a slow, rhythmic pattern. In, out, in, out. When I notice, I deliberately hold my breath, breaking the rhythm. It always feels like fighting against a current. The thing about Echo Park isn't that it makes people disappear. That's just the obvious part, the part that makes the news. The truth is worse. It's collecting us, our voices, our memories, our fears, building something from the pieces, learning how to be more like us, getting better at the imitation. I don't know why I made it out when others didn't. Maybe I wasn't what it wanted. Maybe it let me go because I could spread the story, lure others in. Or maybe I didn't escape at all. Sometimes I wonder if the real Devin Clark is still there, wandering among the trees, calling his own name into the silence. And if I'm just the echo, sent out into the world, a perfect copy that doesn't know it's a copy. So if you ever go hiking and someone warns you about a place, listen to them. If the silence feels wrong, leave. And if you hear your name called when you're alone, don't answer. I've always been the adventurous type, the one who needs more than the basic tourist experience. That's why when I found that obscure hiking forum post about Trailhead 94 in northern Michigan, I knew we had to go. Untouched wilderness, they called it, only for experienced hikers. The post was from 2005, and the scanned images of trail maps were from some out-of-print guidebook from the 80s. "Lenore, are you sure about this?" my husband Grady asked as we pored over the maps I'd printed. "There's barely any recent information about this trail online." "That's the whole point," I said. "Pristine nature, no Instagram influencers, just us in the woods." Our friends Alicia and Rowan were immediately on board. We'd been hiking together for years, experienced enough to handle a challenging trail, reckless enough to ignore the warning signs that would soon appear. The drive up north took us through increasingly remote towns. At the last gas station, 40 miles from where we thought the trailhead might be, the attendant, a weathered man in his 60s, gave us a strange look when we mentioned our destination. "You folks heading to 94?" he asked. I nodded, surprised he knew it. "Yeah. Have you hiked it?" He wiped his hands on a rag, his eyes not meeting mine. "Can't say I have. Just heard stories is all. Be careful out there. Weather changes fast this time of year." We laughed it off in the car. "Did you see his face?" Alicia said. "Like we told him we were going to a haunted house or something." "Locals always do that," Rowan replied. "Makes their boring towns seem more interesting." We found the unmarked trailhead exactly where the forum said it would be, a small clearing off a neglected dirt road, with only a weather-beaten wooden post bearing a faded 94 to mark it. No official signs, no warnings, and no registration box, just woods. The first day was perfect. Dense old-growth forest with dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. We hiked about 8 miles before setting up camp near a small stream. The trail was overgrown in places but still discernible. We felt like pioneers discovering a hidden gem of nature. The second day is when things started to feel off. It began with a deer carcass. Not uncommon in the woods, except this one was completely intact. No signs of predation, no visible wounds. Just dead, laid out in the middle of the trail, its legs arranged in perfect symmetry pointing due north. "Probably just died of natural causes," Grady said, but I could tell he was disturbed by the way he kept looking back at it as we continued hiking. That night, Alicia woke us all up with a flashlight beam to the face. "Listen," she whispered. We did, and that was the problem. There was nothing to hear. No insects chirping, no leaves rustling, no distant owls. Just a dead, suffocating silence that seemed to press against our eardrums. "It's just the weather changing," I said, but my voice sounded hollow even to me. The next morning, Rowan screamed. We all scrambled out of our tents to find him standing shirtless, looking down at his chest in horror. There, carved into his skin, not deep enough to be dangerous but definitely not superficial, was a crude symbol, a circle with 4 lines radiating outward like a child's drawing of the sun. "What the fuck?" he kept saying. "What the fuck?" "Did you do this to yourself?" Alicia demanded, panic rising in her voice. "How could I? I was asleep. I didn't feel anything until I woke up." We spent an hour debating whether to turn back. Rowan insisted it must have been some kind of allergic reaction or rash that just happened to look like a symbol. None of us believed it, but the alternative was too unsettling to consider. "We should keep going," I said finally. "The ranger station should be 2 days ahead. We can report this there." That was when Grady saw him for the first time, the man in the red hoodie. "Someone is standing between those trees," he said suddenly, pointing into the dense brush about 50 yards away. We all looked. I saw nothing but foliage. "A guy in a red hoodie," Grady insisted, "just watching us." We called out, but there was no response. Rowan and I walked in that direction but found no footprints, no broken branches, nothing to indicate anyone had been there. When we returned, Grady was agitated. He was there, I swear to God. That night, I had vivid, terrifying dreams of people in animal masks dancing around a fire. A woman laid out on a stone, her chest carved with the same symbol that was on Rowan. The dreams felt ancient and real, like memories rather than nightmares. I woke up sweating, my heart racing. Grady was sitting up, staring out through the tent mesh. "He's out there," he whispered, watching. By the 4th day, our phones were dead. Not just out of signal, but completely drained despite having portable chargers. Our compasses spun wildly, pointing in different directions every time we checked them. The trail had become harder to follow, with forks that weren't on any map. "We need to mark our path," Rowan suggested, tying bright orange surveyor's tape to branches as we walked. An hour later, we passed a piece of the same tape. "That's impossible," Alicia said. "We've been walking in a straight line." We pushed on, increasingly desperate to reach the ranger station. That's when Alicia found the camera. It was an old digital model, the kind popular in the early 2000s, half buried under fallen leaves. The case was cracked and partially decayed, but when she turned it on, it miraculously worked. We gathered around to look at the photos. There were dozens, showing a group of 4 hikers on what was clearly the same trail. They looked happy at first, posing beside landmarks we recognized. Then the photos became more frantic. Blurry shots of the forest at night, a deer carcass arranged just like the one we'd seen, a close-up of a man's chest with the same symbol carved into Rowan's skin. But what made my blood freeze was the final set of images. 4 hikers, looking frantically into the camera. 4 hikers who could have been our twins. A woman with my face and my hair wearing a green jacket nearly identical to mine. A tall man with Grady's build and features. A slender woman who mirrored Alicia down to the small scar on her chin. A bearded man who could have been Rowan's brother. But they weren't us. The clothing styles were slightly different, more early 2000s. And the timestamp on the photos read April 2008. "This has to be fake," Rowan said, his voice shaking. "Someone's fucking with us." "Who?" I demanded. "We haven't seen a single other person on this trail." "The guy in the red hoodie," Grady insisted. "That night, none of us slept." We sat around the campfire, jumping at every snap of a twig. Alicia kept studying the camera, looking for some explanation. "The people in these photos," she said slowly, "they're not just similar to us. They're wearing almost the same clothes, same gear, same hairstyles." "So what are you saying?" I asked. "I don't know," she whispered. "But it feels like we're acting out some kind of script." On the 5th day, we decided to abandon the trail entirely and head due east, where we believed the nearest road should be. We'd been walking for less than an hour when Rowan stopped suddenly. "Do you smell that?" he asked. We all did. Smoke. Not campfire smoke. Chemical. Acrid. Following the scent, we came to a small clearing. In the center was a pile of ashes with partly burned items scattered around it. A hiking boot, a tent pole, a melted plastic water bottle, and a camera. The exact same model Alicia had found. "Someone tried to burn their gear," Grady said. "But why?" I asked. That's when we heard it, a crashing sound in the underbrush. Grady's head snapped up. "It's him," he hissed. "The man in the red hoodie." Before any of us could stop him, Grady took off running after the sound. Rowan immediately chased after him. Alicia and I called after them, but they vanished in the forest. "We need to follow them," I said, grabbing my pack. Alicia shook her head, her face pale. No, we need to split up. Cover more ground. I'll go this way, you go that way. Whoever finds them first, just yell. I knew it was a bad idea, but panic had overridden any logical thinking. We separated, promising to meet back at the clearing in an hour if we found nothing. I ran through the woods, calling for Grady, then for Rowan. The forest seemed to swallow my voice. The canopy grew thicker, blocking out more and more light until I was navigating through a dim green haze. I'm not sure how long I ran before I broke through the trees and found myself standing on the edge of a small paved road. Relief flooded me. Civilization. A bit down the road, I saw a small building with a parked truck outside it. The ranger station. I sprinted toward it, bursting through the door, startling the uniformed man behind the desk. I need help, I gasped. My husband and our friends, we were hiking and got separated. Slow down, ma'am, the ranger said, standing up. He was older, maybe in his 50s, with a gray mustache and kind eyes. Where were you hiking? Trailhead 94, I said. The color drained from his face and he just stared at me. That's impossible, he said quietly. What? No, we've been on it for 5 days. We found it exactly where the forum post said it would be. He shook his head slowly. Trailhead 94 was officially closed and removed from all maps in 1991. After the disappearances, my stomach dropped. What disappearances? He turned and walked to a bulletin board on the far wall. We've had groups go missing in those woods for decades. Always the same pattern. Always 4 hikers. He pointed to a series of yellowed newspaper clippings, missing person reports, search party announcements. My eyes scanned them frantically until they locked onto one from a lower corner of the board. It was dated April 1994, 30 years ago. The headline read, "Search continues for missing hikers." And there, staring back at me, was my own face. Younger, with 90s-style hair, but unmistakably me. The caption read, Lenore Winters, 28. Next to me was a photo of Grady and Alicia and Rowan. Different last names, different clothes, but our faces. This isn't possible, I whispered. This isn't me. I wasn't even born in 1994. The ranger was looking at me strangely now. What did you say your name was? Lenore, I said automatically. Lenore Davis. His expression shifted from concern to fear. He slowly reached for the phone on his desk. The woods, he said quietly. They take people. Same types. Same patterns. Every few years, another group of 4. We find evidence, equipment, cameras, sometimes blood, but never bodies. I don't understand, I said, my voice barely audible. The locals have theories that the forest is alive somehow, that it recreates its victims, loops them, feeds on their fear until it's satisfied, then starts again with new faces but the same souls. I backed away from him, bumping into a rack of trail maps. That's insane. I'm real. I'm here. He nodded slowly. Every version thinks that. My hands were shaking as I pulled out the camera Alicia had found. I turned it on, scrolled to the last photo and showed him. These people, they look like us, but they're not us. He took the camera, studied the image, and then looked back at me with pity in his eyes. That's Lenore Winters, he said, pointing to the woman who looked like me, and her husband Brian, and their friends Candace and Joseph. They went missing in 2008. Another group of 4, looking for Trailhead 94. I felt the room spinning around me. But we drove here, we have a car. Where? He asked simply, and I realized I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember what car we'd driven or where we'd parked it. I couldn't remember which forum I'd found the trail information on, or what hotel we'd stayed at before starting the hike. With trembling fingers, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my driver's license. The photo was me, but the birth date couldn't be right. It said I was born in 1966. I need to find my husband, I said, my voice breaking. And our friends. They're still out there. The ranger picked up his phone. I'll call for a search party. We'll find them if they're still. He didn't finish the sentence, he didn't need to. As he dialed, I glanced back at the bulletin board. A new clipping had appeared, or perhaps I just hadn't noticed it before. It was dated today. The headline read, "4 new hikers missing on abandoned trail." This time the photos showed different faces. Not mine, not Grady's or Alicia's or Rowan's. 4 new people I'd never seen before. The forest had moved on. It was done with us. It had new victims now. And somewhere in those woods, the man in the red hoodie was watching them, waiting to guide them through the same horror we had just experienced. A cycle as endless as the trails that looped back on themselves, feeding the hungry darkness that dwelled among the trees. I've spent 12 years of my life bringing dead things back to life. Antique restoration isn't glamorous work, but it pays well for someone with my skill set. Rich people will shell out obscene amounts of money to preserve their precious heirlooms. I'm the woman they call when something irreplaceable breaks, when the past fractures and needs stitching back together. Until I took the job in Savannah, I never believed in ghosts. I'd worked on plenty of creepy antiques before, Victorian hair jewelry, mourning dolls, death masks. None of them ever followed me home. The Dumont family contacted me last April. Hurricane season had been brutal, and their historic mansion on Abercorn Street took a hit. Most of the damage was superficial, except for one casualty, a massive mirror that had hung in their front parlor since 1867. "It's a family treasure," Mrs. Dumont explained over the phone, her soft Georgia drawl carrying a note of desperation. "We've had appraisers from Charleston to New Orleans tell us it's irreplaceable. When we heard about your work with the Smithsonian," I cut her off before she could finish the flattery. "Send me photos." An image of the mirror appeared in my inbox an hour later. Even damaged, it was a masterpiece. 6 feet of hand-silvered glass in a carved ebony frame. Twisted vines and flower buds snaked along the edges, with elaborate filigree at each corner. A spiderweb of cracks radiated from the bottom left corner, but the silvering hadn't separated. Restorable. I quoted them a price that made me wince, $15,000 plus expenses, expecting them to negotiate. Mrs. Dumont didn't even pause. "When can you start?" 2 weeks later, I stood in the Dumont's marble-floored foyer, staring up at the mirror. It was bolted to the wall with hardware that looked original to the house. "It's heavier than it looks," Mr. Dumont warned as 2 professional art handlers carefully removed it from the wall. "Took 4 men to hang it when my great-grandfather bought the place." "Any idea who owned it before your family?" I asked, watching them wrap it in blankets. "Some widow who lived down by the river," he said with a dismissive wave. "Great-granddaddy got it at an estate sale after she died. Suicide, I think." His wife shot him a look. "Richard, for heaven's sake." "What? It's just history." I should have asked more questions, should have pushed for details, but all I saw was the paycheck and a challenging restoration job that would look good in my portfolio. The handlers loaded the mirror into my rented cargo van, and I drove it back to the cottage I'd leased for the duration of the project. The Dumonts had offered to let me work at their estate, but I preferred my own space. Fewer interruptions. The cottage sat on the edge of town, a small Victorian with a detached garage I'd converted into a workshop. I'd chosen it specifically because the garage had double doors wide enough to bring the mirror inside. It took me, the rental agent, and a landscaper I flagged down on the street an hour to maneuver the behemoth into my workspace. When we finally had it propped against the far wall, I tipped the men and locked the door behind them. Alone with the mirror, I took my first real assessment of the damage. The crack was bad, but I'd seen worse. I pulled out my phone and snapped a few preliminary photos for my records. That's when I saw her for the first time. In the photo, not in the actual mirror, a woman stood behind me. She wore a high-necked black dress, her hair pulled back severely from a face raw with grief. Her eyes were swollen, her cheeks sunken. I spun around. The workshop was empty. When I looked back at my phone, the woman was gone from the image. I scrolled through my camera roll, checking the photos I'd just taken. Nothing but the mirror and my reflection. Exhaustion, I decided. I'd been driving all day after a week of packing and preparation. My eyes were playing tricks. I locked up the workshop and went to bed early, chalking up the uneasiness I felt to being in a strange house in an unfamiliar city. The next morning, I started work. The first step was documentation, hundreds of detailed photos of every inch of the mirror, the frame, the mounting hardware. I didn't see the woman again, and my nerves settled as I fell into the familiar routine of my work. For 3 days, everything was normal. I removed the mirror from its frame, cataloged the damage, and ordered specialized materials from my suppliers. I was on schedule, focused, professional. Then I woke up on the 4th day and couldn't find my coffee mug. I always put it on the right side of the sink after washing it. That morning it was on the left. Small thing, easily explained, except it wasn't the only thing out of place. My shoes, which I'd left by the front door, were now by the back door. The book I'd been reading was upside down on the nightstand. My toothbrush was on the wrong side of the sink. Little reversals, mirror images. I tried to ignore it, told myself I was distracted, tired, not paying attention to where I put things. But then I started finding my phone in strange places. Inside the refrigerator, in the bathtub, under my pillow, with new photos I didn't remember taking, dark, blurry images of my apartment at night. And in some of them, standing in the corner or by a doorway, the woman in black. I started sleeping with the lights on, started double-checking the locks, started wondering if someone had a key to the cottage. A week into the project, I was making progress on the mirror despite my growing unease. I'd stabilized the cracks and was preparing to re-silver the damaged portions. That afternoon, I was working late, the workshop lit by a single bright lamp positioned to help me see the fine details of my work. I glanced up at my reflection, and it blinked a half-second after I did. I froze, staring at myself. My reflection stared back, perfectly mimicking my stillness, but something was wrong with its eyes. They looked eager, hungry. I raised my hand slowly. My reflection did the same, but there was a slight delay, like watching a video with the audio out of sync. I backed away, my heart hammering in my chest. As I moved, my reflection seemed to resist, as if it wanted to stay put. The effect was subtle, just a fraction of hesitation, but undeniable. I left the workshop and locked the door, then drove into town and sat in a crowded coffee shop until closing time, desperate for the comfort of other people. When I finally returned to the cottage, I went straight to bed and pulled the covers over my head like a child. The next morning, I called Mrs. Dumont. "I was wondering if you could tell me more about the mirror's history," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "For my documentation." "Oh, let me think," she said. "It's been in the family for generations. Richard's great-grandfather purchased it in 1867, I believe." Mr. Dumont mentioned something about the previous owner, a widow? There was a pause on the line. "Yes, that's right. Jenny Chance. Tragic story, actually. Her son went missing, presumed drowned in the Ogeechee. She never recovered from the loss." "What happened to her?" Another pause, longer this time. "They found her in front of that mirror with her wrists cut. The story goes that she believed her son wasn't dead, that he was trapped somewhere she could see but not reach. The mirror was supposedly her window to him." My mouth went dry. "How long did she spend looking for him?" "Years, according to family legend. She became obsessed with the mirror, wouldn't leave the house, barely ate. They say she would stand in front of it for hours, talking to it, pressing her hands against the glass. She was convinced she could pull him back through if she just found the right way." I thanked her for the information and hung up, my hands shaking. Then I went to the workshop and stood in front of the mirror, studying my reflection carefully. "Jenny?" I said softly. Nothing happened, but the air in the room felt suddenly colder, heavier. "I know you're there. I know what you're looking for." My reflection's eyes darkened, though mine hadn't changed. A trick of the light, maybe, or my imagination running wild. I placed my palm against the cool surface of the glass. "You can't bring him back." The glass fogged around my hand, impossible in the warm workshop. When I pulled away, a perfect handprint remained for several seconds before fading. That night, I dreamt of drowning. Cold, murky water filled my lungs as I thrashed in the dark. Above me, Distorted by the churning water, a woman's face pressed against some barrier, her mouth open in a silent scream, her hands clawing frantically. I woke gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. My cat, Luna, was sitting at the foot of the bed, her back arched, fur standing on end as she stared fixedly at the bedroom door. "What is it, girl?" I whispered. She hissed, then bolted under the bed. I lay still, listening. The cottage creaked and settled around me. From somewhere, the living room maybe, or the kitchen, came the sound of water dripping. I got up and checked the faucets. All tight. The dripping continued, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I followed the sound to the back door, where a small puddle had formed on the welcome mat. I touched it. River water, silty and cold. There were wet footprints leading from the puddle to the workshop. I should have packed up right then, should have called the Dumonts, refunded their money, and gotten the hell out of Savannah. But I'd never walked away from a job before. And more than that, I was curious, fascinated despite my fear. The next day I went back to work, but I kept hitting dead ends. The silvering wouldn't adhere properly. The glass developed new hairline cracks overnight. Tools disappeared, only to reappear in different places. And all the while I felt watched. Not just by my reflection, which continued its subtle, unsettling delay, but by something behind the glass, something peering out at me with desperate intensity. After another week of frustration, I finally admitted defeat. I called Mrs. Dumont and explained that the mirror was more severely damaged than I'd initially assessed. I offered to return it and refund half their payment. "That's a shame," she said, sounding genuinely disappointed. "But these things happen. We'll arrange for the handlers to pick it up next week." I hung up feeling relieved. One more week and the mirror would be gone. I could finish out my lease, regroup, and head back to Boston with a good story to tell over drinks. That night, I decided to document the mirror one last time. I took my camera into the workshop and set up lights to photograph the areas where my restoration had failed. As I worked, I knocked my tool bag off the workbench. It hit the floor with a crash, sending implements scattering across the concrete. One heavy scraper slid across the floor and struck the base of the mirror stand. The mirror teetered. I lunged for it, but too late. It fell forward with a thunderous crash, shards of glass exploding outward in a deadly spray. I threw my arms up to protect my face, feeling glass bite into my forearms. When I lowered my arms, blood dripping from a dozen small cuts, I saw that the mirror wasn't completely destroyed. The frame had held, and about 2/3 of the glass remained intact in jagged pieces. And in those pieces I could see nothing. Not my reflection, not the workshop, just darkness. I stepped closer, disbelieving. The remaining glass showed my apartment at night, with all the lights off. Empty rooms, shadowy corners. As I watched, something moved in that darkness. A figure passing slowly from the kitchen to the living room. Not the woman in black. Something else. Something hunched and dripping. I backed away, my heart pounding. I found a drop cloth and threw it over the broken mirror. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely tie the corners down. That's when the knocking started. 3 soft raps from beneath the cloth. Then silence. I fled the workshop, locked the door, and spent the night huddled on my couch with every light in the cottage blazing. Luna stayed close, her eyes fixed on the windows, her tail puffed to twice its normal size. The knocking continued through the night, migrating from the workshop to the walls of the cottage. Sometimes it was gentle, almost hesitant. Other times it was frantic, desperate, like someone trapped inside trying to get out. By morning it had stopped. I fell into an exhausted sleep just as dawn broke. When I woke around noon, Luna was gone. I searched the cottage, calling her name, checking all her favorite hiding spots. No sign of her. The back door was still locked, all the windows closed. I went outside and called for her, rattling her food container. But she didn't come running as she always did. Back inside, I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. That's when I realized my reflection was missing. The bathroom mirror showed the room behind me, but where I should have been standing there was nothing. Just empty space. I backed out of the bathroom, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The decorative mirror in the hallway showed the same thing, a perfect reflection of my surroundings, but no sign of me. I grabbed my phone and switched to the front-facing camera. The screen showed only my empty living room. I was still physically present. I could see my hands, my body, but every reflective surface in the house refused to acknowledge my existence. Except for one. I went to the workshop, steeling myself. The broken mirror still lay covered on the floor. With trembling hands, I pulled away the drop cloth. The darkness was gone. Now the mirror showed my apartment again, but this time with the lights on. And there I was, standing in the reflection, smiling and waving. Except I wasn't smiling. And I definitely wasn't waving. I backed away. My reflection didn't. It stayed put, its smile widening, its hand still raised in that eerie greeting. Then it turned and walked deeper into the reflected apartment, disappearing from view. I ran, got in my car and drove aimlessly for hours, attempting to make sense of what was happening. By the time I returned to the cottage, it was dark. I sat in the driveway for a long time, gathering my courage before going inside. The cottage was silent. No knocking, no dripping, no cat meowing for dinner. I moved from room to room, turning on lights, checking closets and corners. Everything seemed normal, except for my missing reflection and my missing cat. I stopped outside the workshop door. Light spilled from beneath it, light I hadn't turned on. I pressed my ear to the door. From inside came the muffled sound of a woman's voice whispering insistently. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was pleading, desperate. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The mirror was standing again, propped against the wall where it had been before the fall. The broken glass had been fitted back into the frame like a jagged puzzle, the cracks forming a web pattern that somehow held together. And in the glass, not a reflection of the workshop, but a window into somewhere else. A dim, watery place where light filtered down in shifting patterns. A riverbed, I realized. The bottom of the Ogeechee. Jenny Chance stood with her back to me, facing the mirror. She wore the same black dress I'd seen in my phone photos, but now it billowed around her as if suspended in water. Her hair floated in a dark cloud around her head. On the other side of the glass was a young man, maybe 16 or 17. His clothes were tattered, his skin pale and bloated. His eyes were open but unseeing, his mouth agape in a frozen scream. He drifted just beyond the glass, his body bumping gently against this barrier between worlds. Jenny's hand was pressed against the glass, her fingers splayed wide as if trying to reach through. On the other side, the boy's hand floated limply, almost but not quite touching hers. "You can't keep doing this," I said. Jenny turned. Her face was both beautiful and terrible, consumed by grief, but alight with mad determination. "He's my son," she said, her voice somehow clear despite the watery barrier. "I can bring him back. I've almost figured it out." "He's dead, Jenny. Has been for a long time. You both have." She smiled, a ghastly stretching of lips over teeth. "No, we're just on different sides of the glass, like you are now." I frowned, not understanding. "What do you mean?" "Look," she said, gesturing to the mirror. I stepped closer, peering past her and her drowned son. Beyond them both, in the murky distance, I could see my apartment. And in it, moving about as if nothing were wrong, was me. My reflection. Except it wasn't a reflection anymore. It was something else. Something wearing my face. "What did you do?" I whispered. "I found the way," Jenny said, her voice rising with triumph. "Not to bring him to my side, that never worked, but to send something else through, something that could take my place while I stay here with him." The thing in my apartment, the thing that looked like me, turned toward the mirror as if it had heard us. It smiled, and in that smile, I saw nothing of myself. It raised a hand and wiggled its fingers in a mocking wave. Then it reached up and drew closed a curtain I didn't own, blocking our view. "No," I gasped, pressing my hands against the glass. It felt cold and slick, like the skin of something long dead. "No, you can't do this. That's my life." Jenny's smile didn't waver. "And this is mine, with my son, forever." I pounded on the glass, screaming, demanding to be let out. But the mirror had become just a mirror again, reflecting only the workshop and my frantic, futile efforts. Except now I was on the wrong side of it. That was 3 months ago. The Dumonts sent the handlers to collect the mirror, and they took it back to the mansion on Abercorn Street, never noticing anything amiss. Why would they? The restoration looked perfect. The mirror was whole again. And as for me, I'm still here, trapped in this watery half-world with Jenny and her son, and all the others she's pulled through over the years. Sometimes we can see out, glimpses of the world beyond the glass. Sometimes, if the light hits just right, people can see in. They catch quick, frightening glances of faces not their own staring back at them. But mostly, we wait. Jenny is patient, watching for the next restorer, the next curator, the next cleaning lady, who will spend too much time alone with her mirror. And somewhere in Boston, something is living my life, sleeping in my bed, working with my hands, wearing my face. The cat figured it out first. Animals always do. She saw what was happening and hid from the thing wearing my skin. Smart girl. I like to think she escaped, found a new home, a safer place. But sometimes in the dark depths where we dwell, I hear a familiar meow. And I know Luna is down here with me, just out of reach, on the wrong side of the glass. I don't sleep much these days, can't afford to. Every time I close my eyes, I see Tyrese's face as he was dragged into the darkness, screaming my name. Not for help, he was beyond that, but an accusation. It's been 6 months since Devil's Creek, 6 months of nightmares, therapy sessions that go nowhere, and prescription bottles that don't do shit. I need to get this down on paper before I forget what happened, or worse, before I start believing the lies I've been telling everyone else. My name is Devin Rooks. I was 26 when all this happened, a college dropout with more debt than direction. My cousin Tyrese was 22, just getting his life together after some trouble in his teens. We weren't particularly close growing up, but death has a way of bringing family together. After my uncle's funeral, we found ourselves at the same shitty hotel bar, both a little drunk and talking about how short life is. We should do something, Tyrese said. Something to remember Uncle Ray. Uncle Ray had been the outdoorsy type, always taking us fishing when we were kids, teaching us to build fires, that kind of thing. So camping seemed appropriate. I suggested Devil's Creek, a place I'd heard about from some guys at work, supposedly haunted by some local legend called the Thing That Crawls Home. I laughed when I told Tyrese about it. Just some bullshit story to scare kids. "You're not worried?" Tyrese asked, nursing his beer. "About what, some backwoods boogeyman? Fuck no." We left the next morning. The drive took about 3 hours, mostly on dirt roads after we left the highway. The forest was dense, old-growth pines that blocked out most of the sunlight. We found a clearing about a mile from the creek itself and set up camp. Just a couple of tents, a fire pit, some beer, and enough food for 3 days. That first night was actually nice. We drank, talked about Uncle Ray, and Tyrese opened up about how he'd been getting his shit together. Community college, a decent job as a mechanic's apprentice. Around midnight, we turned in. I passed out almost immediately. Something woke me around 3 a.m. It sounded like whispering outside the tent. I figured Tyrese had gotten up to take a leak, so I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. But the next morning, Tyrese was acting weird. He was unusually quiet and kept his distance. "What's up with you?" I asked as I boiled water for coffee. "Why were you walking around naked last night?" he asked. "What are you talking about? I wasn't—" "Don't bullshit me, Devin. I saw you out there pacing around the campsite, whispering some weird gibberish shit. You were digging in the dirt with your hands, too." I laughed, thinking he was fucking with me. Man, I was out cold. Maybe you were dreaming. But he wouldn't let it go. He swore he'd seen me out there for nearly an hour before I crawled back into my tent. The thing is, I sleep like the dead. Always have. And my sleeping bag wasn't dirty or anything. We let it go, chalked it up to too much beer and the shadows playing tricks. We spent the day hiking, fishing in the creek, normal camping stuff. But that night, things got worse. I woke up outside my tent, dirt under my fingernails, my feet raw and bleeding like I'd been walking for miles. Tyrese found me like that, curled up next to the cold fire pit. "What the fuck, Devin?" His voice was shaking. I had no explanation. I've never sleepwalked in my life. We decided to move our campsite, thinking maybe we'd set up on some kind of ant colony or something that was disturbing our sleep. We hiked about a mile east and found another clearing. That's when Tyrese started getting sick. At first, it was just nausea, but by that evening, he was vomiting. Not normal vomit. This was thick, black, like oil or tar. He couldn't keep anything down, not even water. "We need to get you to a hospital," I said, already packing up our stuff. Tyrese nodded weakly, his face pale and sweaty. We left most of our gear and headed back toward the car. But after 2 hours of walking, we ended up back at our original campsite, the one we'd abandoned that morning. "This is impossible," I muttered, checking my phone's GPS. No signal, of course. "We must have gotten turned around," Tyrese said, but his voice lacked conviction. We tried again the next morning after Tyrese seemed a little better. This time we used my compass. The same result. We walked for hours and ended up back at the same spot, marked by a fallen tree covered in bright orange fungus. It was like the forest was fucking with us. That night we slept in the same tent, back to back. Safety in numbers, right? I woke up to Tyrese screaming. There were small, wet bones tucked into his sleeping bag. Not animal bones. They looked human, but tiny, like they belonged to a child. And they were fresh, still glistening with something. "What the fuck is this, Devin?" Tyrese screamed, throwing the bones into the fire. They didn't burn. They sizzled and released a smell like rotten meat. "I don't know, man, I swear to God." That's when we heard it, a scream from somewhere deeper in the forest. We grabbed our flashlights and, against all horror movie logic, we went to investigate. About half a mile from our camp, we found another campsite. A single tent, a burned-out fire, and a backpack spilling its contents onto the ground. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. The scream came again, closer this time. We followed it to a massive hollow tree. The entrance to the hollow was about 4 feet off the ground, a jagged rip in the trunk like a mouth. Tyrese shined his light inside. "Oh fuck," he whispered, dropping his flashlight. I picked it up and looked for myself. There was a man inside, but Jesus, it's hard to even describe. He was folded backward, his spine snapped so that his head touched his heels. His eyes were open, staring right at me, but they were solid black like they'd been filled with ink. His mouth was stretched wide, the jaw dislocated like a snake's. Tyrese puked again. More of that black shit. I dragged him away from the tree, back toward our camp. We needed to get the fuck out of there, GPS or no GPS. "We're leaving now," I said, shoving our essential gear into our backpacks. "Fuck the tents, fuck everything else." We walked all night following the creek. The water had to lead somewhere, right? But as dawn broke, we found ourselves at the fallen tree again. This time, there was something carved into the trunk that I knew hadn't been there before. "It remembers you, Devin." Tyrese looked at me with real fear in his eyes. "What does that mean, it remembers you?" I had no explanation, or at least none that I was willing to share yet. Because the truth is, parts of this forest did seem familiar, even though I'd sworn to Tyrese this was my first time here. I'd been having flashes, memories of this place since we arrived. That night, things escalated. We were both too afraid to sleep, so we kept the fire going and sat back to back, scanning the darkness. Around midnight, we heard Tyrese's voice, except it was coming from the forest, not from him. "Devin, help me, I'm lost." Tyrese grabbed my arm, his eyes wide. "That's not me." Then my own voice called out from a different direction. "Tyrese, come quick." I found the way out. We huddled closer to the fire. More voices joined the chorus, some whispering, some screaming, all calling our names. Then came the sound of something moving through the underbrush. Not an animal. It sounded like something dragging itself along the ground, heavy and wet. "We need a weapon," Tyrese whispered. I grabbed a burning branch from the fire, and Tyrese picked up his hunting knife. The dragging sound circled our camp, never coming into the light. Just as dawn broke, it retreated. That's when we found the entrance to the bunker. It was hidden under a fallen log about 50 yards from our camp, a metal hatch, rusted but intact. In our desperation to escape, we opened it without hesitation. A ladder led down into darkness. We climbed down, our flashlights revealing a concrete room about 15 feet square. The walls were lined with metal shelves, each filled with notebooks, loose papers, and VHS tapes. In the center of the room sat an old TV with a built-in VCR. It looked like it was from the 90s, but somehow it still worked when I plugged it in. "What is this place?" Tyrese asked, flipping through one of the notebooks. "It's a record," I said, a cold certainty settling in my gut, "of everyone who's been trapped here." We spent hours going through the materials. Each notebook contained the same story with different names and different years, but always the same pattern. People arrive at Devil's Creek. Strange phenomena begin. They try to leave but can't. Something hunts them. Some notebooks ended abruptly. Others described horrible deaths or disappearances. Then we found the tapes. Most were unlabeled, but a few had dates stretching back to the 1970s. We started with the most recent one, dated just 3 years ago. The TV flickered to life, showing a man sitting in that very bunker. He was haggard and unshaven, his eyes sunken with exhaustion. My eyes, my face. "If you're watching this," the man that looked like me said, "then you're fucked. Just like I was. Just like everyone who finds their way to Devil's Creek." Tyrese turned to me, his face a mask of confusion and betrayal. "Devin, what the fuck is this?" I couldn't answer. I was watching myself on that screen, a version of me that looked about 40 years old, describing exactly what had happened to us over the past few days. "The thing in these woods," the older me continued, "it's not a ghost or a monster in the traditional sense. It's more like a cycle, a hunger. And once it has your scent, it never lets go. But there's a way out." My older self leaned closer to the camera. "You can feed it. Not yourself. It's already tasted you. It wants something fresh." The tape cut to static. Tyrese lunged for me, pinning me against the wall. "You knew about this place. You brought me here on purpose." The truth burst out of me like those black bones from the fire. I didn't remember until we got here. I swear to God, Tyrese, I didn't remember. But it was coming back now. Flashes of a previous trip to Devil's Creek. Not 3 years ago, it felt more like 20. I'd come with friends from college before I dropped out. We'd experienced the same phenomena, and I'd survived by... "You sacrificed someone before," Tyrese said, reading my face, "and you brought me here to sacrifice me." "I've been here before," I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. "And you're my way out." He let me go and backed toward the ladder. "You're fucking insane." "It's not like that," I pleaded. I didn't remember until now. The forest, it makes you forget. Until it wants you to remember. We heard it then, the wet dragging sound right above the bunker. The hatch slammed shut. The lights flickered. On the TV, the static resolved into a new image. The forest floor filmed from above, showing 2 men sleeping around a campfire. Tyrese and me from the night before. As we watched, a shape moved into the frame. Not human, not animal, but something in between. It crawled on all 4s, but its limbs were too long, too jointed. Its skin seemed to shift and change, taking on the texture of the forest floor, then smooth human skin, then rough bark. It approached the sleeping form of Tyrese and hovered over him, its face, if you could call it that, inches from his. Then it looked directly at the camera, directly at us. The bunker door burst open. Something fast and dark flooded down the ladder. "It doesn't want me anymore," I screamed as the thing circled us. "It wants something fresh." The creature, the thing that crawls home, lunged, not at me but at Tyrese. He fought, stabbing at it with his knife, but it was like cutting through smoke. It enveloped him, a writhing mass of limbs and shadow. "Devin," he screamed, not for help but in accusation, in betrayal. I could have tried to save him. I should have. But I ran, up the ladder, into the night, running blindly through the forest until I collapsed from exhaustion. When I woke up, it was morning. I was lying outside the bunker again, but something was wrong. My hands were smoother. My back didn't hurt. The stubble on my face was gone. I found a small stream and looked at my reflection. I was 17 again, the age I'd been when I first came to Devil's Creek. The forest had given me back my youth, but at a terrible cost, and now the cycle was starting over. I made it back to civilization eventually, told everyone Tyrese and I got separated, that I searched for days but couldn't find him. They organized search parties, but of course, they found nothing. Sometimes I think about going back, to warn others, to try to break the cycle. But I'm too much of a coward. Because deep down, I know the truth. The thing that crawls home isn't some separate entity. It's the forest itself, and it's inside me now, waiting for me to bring it more souls. If you're listening to this and you're thinking about camping near Devil's Creek, don't. But if you ignore my warning and go anyway, and if you meet a young man named Devin Rooks who suggests a camping trip, run, because I've been there before and you might be my way out. I've always been the careful type, the librarian who double-checks the locks, the woman who carries pepper spray even to the grocery store, the friend who plans every detail of a trip months in advance, which makes what happened at Echo Pines all the more unforgivable. I should have known better. My name is Nadia Bloom, and 6 weeks ago I became a statistic in a file nobody will ever read. The flyer appeared in my library break room on a Tuesday. Simple white paper with black text and a minimalist pine tree logo. Echo Pines Wilderness Retreat. Rediscover your primal self. The bulleted promises beneath were exactly what my therapist had been pushing me toward for months after my divorce from David. Detox from technology. Reconnect with nature. Team building. Self-reliance training. I'd been sleepwalking through life since the papers were signed. Waking up, going to work, cataloging books, coming home to an empty apartment. Rinse and repeat. My sister Jen would have kicked my ass if she could see me like this. "You're still breathing, Dee," she would have said, using my childhood nickname. "Act like it." But Jen wasn't around to kick my ass anymore. Pancreatic cancer took her 2 years ago. I called the number on the flyer that same day. A gruff male voice answered, identifying himself as Alton Wells, wilderness expert and retreat leader. His credentials were impressive: former search and rescue, survivalist, and author of 3 books on self-reliance. The price was steep, but not unreasonable. The retreat was limited to 7 participants. "Why so few?" I asked. "The wilderness doesn't reveal itself to crowds," he replied, his voice oddly formal. "And fear is more instructive when experienced alone." I should have hung up then. Instead, I gave him my credit card number. 2 weeks later, I stepped off a shuttle van at a ranger station that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1980s. 6 other people climbed out with me, 4 men and 2 women. We all looked equally uncomfortable in our new hiking boots and moisture-wicking clothes. Alton Wells was waiting for us, tall, weathered, with eyes the color of a frozen lake. He wore faded canvas pants and a flannel shirt despite the warm weather. No introduction, no handshakes. "Your phones," he said, holding out a large metal box. We all hesitated, then reluctantly dropped our devices inside. I felt naked without mine, which I suppose was the point. "The park is officially closed today for staff training," Alton said. "We have special permission to be here. The rangers won't bother us." He distributed maps and small packs to each of us. Basic supplies, water purification tablets, protein bars, a compass, matches, a hunting knife in a leather sheath, and a flare gun with a single flare. "Follow me," he said. "We have 4 miles to camp before sunset." The hike was harder than I expected. Echo Pines lived up to its name. Our voices bounced eerily between the massive trees that seemed to swallow the light. By the time we reached the clearing Alton had chosen, my calves were burning and my shirt was soaked with sweat. While we caught our breath, Alton walked the perimeter of the clearing, hammering wooden stakes into the ground at regular intervals. "These mark your camping zones," he explained. "You will each sleep alone tonight. There are approximately 40 yards between you and your nearest neighbor." A man named Kyle, investment banker, marathon runner, the type who probably had Rise and Grind as his social media bio, raised his hand. I thought this was a team-building retreat. Alton's expression didn't change. "You cannot build a team with broken pieces. The first night is about facing yourself. We drew numbers to select our zones. I got number 4. After a quick demonstration of how to set up our one-person tents, Alton gathered us around the fire he'd built. The sun was setting. He handed each of us a folded piece of paper. The outside read, "The Echo Pines Protocol. Do not open this until you are in your tent tonight," he said. "The instructions inside are critical. Follow them exactly if the situation arises." "What situation?" asked a woman named Gabriella, a doctor from Boston. Alton didn't answer. He dished out some kind of stew from a pot over the fire. It tasted good, but had an unusual aftertaste I couldn't place. Earthy, almost medicinal. "Get to your tents before full dark," Alton said when we'd finished eating. "And remember, the trees listen at night." I thought he was being theatrical, creating an atmosphere for city folks who'd paid for a wilderness experience. God, I was stupid. In my tent, by the beam of my headlamp, I unfolded the protocol paper. The handwriting was cramped and intense, the pen having pressed so hard it created ridges on the back of the page. "The Echo Pines Protocol. If you hear whispers, do not respond. If you hear footsteps circling your tent, do not look outside. If you hear your name called, it is not who you think. If you hear crying, it is not genuine. If something touches your tent, lie flat and silent. Do not run. They are faster. Do not speak until sunrise, no matter what you hear. If blood drips from above, use your flare. Remember, morning always comes, but only for those who follow the protocol." I laughed nervously, thinking it was some kind of joke or part of the experience. Scare the city folk. Make us bond through shared fear before teaching real survival skills tomorrow. I settled into my sleeping bag and switched off my headlamp. The darkness was absolute. No ambient light from street lamps or passing cars. No glow from a phone screen. Just darkness and the sound of wind through pine needles. I must have fallen asleep because I woke suddenly, my heart pounding, unsure what had disturbed me. Then I heard it again, a whisper just outside my tent. "Dee, help me." My sister's voice, unmistakable, impossible. "Dee, I'm cold, let me in." I sat up, instantly alert. The rational part of my brain said it couldn't be Jen. But it was her voice, the slight rasp from years of smoking, the way she said my nickname with the second E slightly higher in pitch. "Please, Dee, it hurts out here." I fumbled for my headlamp, knocking it away from my pillow. My hands shook as I remembered the protocol. Rule 1. If you hear whispers, do not respond. "I know you're awake, Dee. I can hear you breathing." The voice was closer now, the fabric of my tent moving slightly as if someone was pressing against it. I bit my lip to keep from speaking. It wasn't Jen. It couldn't be Jen. "Remember when we were kids?" The voice continued, softer now. "How you promised you'd never leave me alone in the dark. You promised, Dee." Tears welled in my eyes. I had promised that. When we were 8 and 10, sharing a room in the apartment after Dad left. Jen had been afraid of the dark, though she'd never admit it to anyone but me. The whispering continued for hours, sometimes Jen's voice, sometimes my ex-husband's, sometimes my mother's, all saying things only they could know. Private conversations, inside jokes, brutal fights. The voice knew everything. When dawn finally broke, I was curled in a ball, hands over my ears. I hadn't slept, hadn't spoken, but I had followed the protocol. I emerged from my tent to find the others already gathered around a fresh fire. Everyone looked exhausted. No one spoke as Alton handed out tin cups of black coffee. Finally, Kyle broke the silence. "Did anyone else hear things last night?" Nervous glances all around. Slow nods. "That was your first test," Alton said. "Confronting the voices from your past. Well done to those who followed the protocol." "Did you drug us?" Gabriella demanded. "That stew had something in it." Alton smiled thinly. "A mild natural sedative to help you sleep in an unfamiliar environment. Nothing more." I didn't believe him, but I also couldn't explain how whatever I'd experienced knew such intimate details of my life. "Where's Miguel?" asked a woman named Beth, glancing around. I counted. She was right. We were down to 6. The quiet guy with glasses who'd said he was a computer programmer was missing. "Miguel chose to leave during the night," Alton said. "The wilderness experience isn't for everyone." "Without his phone or gear?" Beth pressed. "I gave him my satellite phone. He's fine." The explanation seemed reasonable, but something cold settled in my stomach. I hadn't heard anyone leave during the night, and I'd been awake for hours. That day was filled with actual survival training. Alton showed us how to find north without a compass, identify edible plants, purify water, and start a fire without matches. It was engaging enough that I almost forgot about the previous night. Almost. That evening, Alton announced we would follow the same sleeping arrangement. Same zones, same distance apart. "Tonight's lesson is about trusting your instincts," he said. "About knowing when to break rules and when to follow them." The stew tasted the same. I considered not eating it, but was too hungry to resist. In my tent, I reread the protocol with a growing sense of dread. Something about this place felt wrong, like the air was too thick to breathe properly. I dug through my backpack and found the small GoPro I'd smuggled in, hidden in a tampon box. I'd brought it thinking I might want to document parts of the retreat. Now I set it up in the corner of my tent, recording. The night started the same. Darkness, wind, then whispers. My sister again, but more desperate this time. "Dee, they're hurting me. Please help me." I pressed my hands over my ears. "I can see you, Dee. I can see what you're doing." Then a new sound. Footsteps circling my tent. Slow, deliberate. The beam of a flashlight swept over the walls of my tent. I remembered Rule 2 and stayed perfectly still. A scream shattered the night, high, terrified, cut off abruptly. It came from the direction of Kyle's tent. I sat up, my heart racing. More footsteps, running now, another scream, Beth this time, then silence. I reached for my knife, gripping it so hard my knuckles turned white. The protocol said, "Don't run. Don't speak." It said nothing about defending yourself. The footsteps returned to my tent. Slower now. Something scraped against the outside fabric. Not fingers, but something harder. Like antlers. "Nadia," a voice called. But it wasn't my sister anymore. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was wrong somehow, like multiple voices layered together. Nadia Bloom, librarian, divorced, sister dead from cancer. I bit my tongue until I tasted blood. "We know you're recording, Nadia. You're a naughty girl, breaking the rules." How could it know about the GoPro? The zipper of my tent began to move, slowly pulling upward. I couldn't help it. I screamed. "Rule broken." The zipper stopped. A long silence followed. Then a face pushed through the opening. But it wasn't a face at all. It was like a deer's head, but wrong. The proportions were off. The eyes were too forward-facing, too aware. And below the neck was a human body, impossibly tall and thin. "Hello, Dee," it said in my voice. "I've been looking for you." I raised the flare gun and fired directly at it. The thing moved inhumanly fast, but the flare caught its shoulder. It made a sound. Not a scream, but a high-frequency vibration that made my teeth ache. Then it was gone, leaving the smell of burned meat and pine sap. I grabbed my GoPro and ran. Protocol be damned. I ran blindly through the trees, branches whipping my face. Behind me I heard more screams, more of those terrible vibrating sounds. I ran until my lungs burned, until I tripped over a root and fell hard, the taste of dirt and blood in my mouth. I lay there, certain the thing would find me, but the forest had gone silent. When I could breathe again, I got up and checked the GoPro. It was still recording. I oriented myself using the stars like Alton had taught us and headed east, toward the ranger station. I walked all night. As dawn broke, I stumbled onto a paved road. A park ranger in a truck found me an hour later, dehydrated and covered in scratches. He took me to the station, concern etched on his face. Inside, I told them everything. The retreat, Alton Wells, the protocol, the missing campers, the thing with the deer head. With each word, The rangers exchanged more worried glances. "Ma'am," one finally said, "Echo Pines National Reserve has been closed to the public for 30 years. There are no permits issued for groups, no retreats authorized." "That's impossible," I said. "There were 7 of us. We stayed 2 nights." "Did you enter through the main gate?" "No, a shuttle dropped us off here, at this station." The ranger shook his head. "This station is only staffed during fire season. It's been locked up for months." They thought I was crazy or on drugs. I showed them the protocol paper, but that only made them more suspicious. One made a call, speaking in low tones about another one and same symptoms as 2019. Finally, I remembered the GoPro. "I have proof," I said, pulling it out. They connected it to a computer, and we watched the footage together. It showed me setting up the camera in my tent. It showed the tent walls moving as something circled outside. It showed the zipper opening. Then it showed me talking to empty air. It showed me firing the flare gun at nothing. It showed me crawling outside my tent on all 4s, moving in a way that made my spine hurt just watching, sniffing the ground like an animal. Worst of all, it showed me approaching Kyle's tent, whispering in my sister's voice, unzipping his tent. The camera angle prevented seeing what happened next, but the sounds. God, the sounds. I vomited on the floor. Later, they told me the truth. In 1989, Echo Pines was the site of a classified military experiment studying the effects of certain psychotropic compounds on fear responses and primal behavior. Something went wrong. The experiment was shut down, and the area was closed to the public, officially due to environmental concerns. But every few years, someone reports a retreat led by a man named Alton Wells. Sometimes they find survivors. Sometimes they only find what's left of them. They never find any evidence of Wells himself or the other supposed participants, because they were never really there. I was alone in those woods. Just me, a backpack of supplies I'd purchased myself, and the voices in my head. The things I did. The things on that video. The rangers called it a dissociative psychotic episode triggered by environmental contaminants still present in the Echo Pines soil and water. They said I was lucky. The others they've found weren't always intact. I spent 3 weeks in a government facility, not a hospital, something else. They ran tests. They asked questions. They showed me photographs of other survivors and asked if I recognized them. Some I did, though I couldn't say from where. They released me with medication and a non-disclosure agreement. They kept the GoPro. But here's what keeps me awake now in my apartment with all the lights on. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear whispering outside my door. And sometimes, this is the part I haven't told anyone, I hear myself answering. I fucked up. Simple as that. You don't get separated from your group when hiking the Black Ridge Trail. Everyone knows that rule. But there I was, lagging behind to take photos of some stupid mushrooms, and when I looked up, they were gone. The trail had seemed so straightforward in the daylight. Now, with the sun dropping fast behind the mountain ridge, every fork looked the same. Every tree, identical. I picked up my pace, the weight of my pack digging into my shoulders as the panic set in. "Hello?" I called out, nothing but the hollow echo of my voice against ancient pines. "Anyone there?" Darkness crept in fast between the trees, and the temperature dropped with it. I pulled my jacket tighter and fumbled for my headlamp. The battery was low. Another rookie mistake. I'd meant to change it before the hike, but got distracted. The dim beam barely cut through the growing gloom. That's when I saw him. About 50 yards ahead, just off the trail, stood a park ranger. Relief flooded through me as I jogged toward him. "Thank God," I called out. I got separated from my... I stopped cold. Something was wrong. He stood perfectly still, unnaturally so, his eyes fixed on me. No movement, no acknowledgement, just staring. "Excuse me?" My voice cracked. "Can you help me find the main trailhead?" Nothing, not even a blink. I stepped closer, and my skin crawled. His uniform was pristine, too pristine for someone who'd been working in these woods all day. And his eyes. Jesus, his eyes were empty, not cruel or kind. just vacant, like looking into two black holes. I need to get back to the parking lot, I tried again, backing away slightly. He didn't move, didn't respond, just kept staring at me with those dead eyes. The trail ahead seemed clearer than turning back into the deep woods, so I edged past him, keeping as much distance as possible. I could feel his gaze boring into my back long after he disappeared from view. My pace quickened to a near jog. The trail twisted through dense undergrowth, each sound amplified in the growing darkness. Every snap of a twig sent jolts of adrenaline through my system. I rounded a bend and froze. Another ranger stood 20 feet ahead, positioned just like the first, perfectly still, hands at his sides. As I approached, he slowly turned his head toward me. Those same vacant eyes locked onto mine. "What the fuck is going on?" I whispered to myself. I backtracked quickly, looking for another path. The trail forked, and I took the right branch, moving faster now, my breath coming in short gasps. A third ranger, this one was partially hidden behind a large oak, only his silhouette visible until I got closer. Same blank stare, same unnervingly clean uniform. Panic set in fully now. I turned and ran, no longer caring about staying on the path. Branches tore at my face and arms. I tripped over roots and scrambled back up, driven by a primal fear I'd never experienced before. The trail seemed to loop endlessly. Every time I thought I was making progress, I'd spot another of those figures in the distance, always watching, always silent. My lungs burned. Sweat soaked through my clothes despite the cold. I burst into a small clearing and stopped to catch my breath, my hands on my knees. When I looked up, my blood turned to ice. They surrounded me. 7, maybe 8 of those rangers forming a perfect circle at the edge of the clearing. Not moving, not speaking, all watching with those soulless eyes. I spun around looking for any gap in their ring, any chance to escape. That's when I heard it, a low, rattling growl from the darkness beyond them. One of the rangers shifted slightly and the gap revealed something moving in the woods. Something large, something that shouldn't exist. I caught glimpses of matted fur, of limbs that bent at impossible angles. Hungry eyes, not vacant like the rangers, but filled with malevolent intelligence, glinted in the meager moonlight. The rangers moved in perfect unison, closing their circle, herding me toward whatever waited in the darkness. "No," I choked out, backing away until I tripped over a fallen log and landed hard. As I scrambled backward, my hand touched something cold and smooth. Not wood or earth, but metal. A trail marker, long forgotten and overgrown. Looking around frantically, I saw dozens of them, each marking paths that had been deliberately obscured. The horrific truth hit me like a physical blow. These weren't rangers, they were something else. Lures, shepherds, guiding lost hikers toward whatever monstrosity hunted these woods. The growling grew louder, branches snapped as it approached, the circle tightened. Just as I was about to make one final desperate dash, something unexpected happened. The growling shifted, becoming a different pitch. The rangers froze, their heads turning in unison toward the sound. From the opposite side of the clearing, another growl answered the first, then another, and another. The circle broke as the rangers turned to face this new threat. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I scrambled to my feet and bolted through the gap, running blindly into the woods. Behind me, sounds erupted that will haunt my nightmares forever. Inhuman shrieks, the wet tearing of flesh, the cracking of bones. Something was fighting over prey, and I was determined not to be it. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing onto the forest floor, gasping for air. As I lay there, I became aware of something, the distant sound of traffic. Somehow, in my blind panic, I'd stumbled toward civilization. I forced myself up and staggered toward the sound. 10 minutes later, I broke through the tree line onto a highway. A passing trucker found me wandering along the shoulder, covered in dirt and blood from countless scratches, babbling about rangers with dead eyes. The official report says I got lost, panicked, and hallucinated from dehydration and exhaustion. Maybe that's true. It's certainly easier to believe. But I know what I saw. I know what waits in those woods, wearing ranger uniforms and guiding lost hikers to their doom. I know about the things that hunt there, and apparently the things that hunt the hunters. I still wake up some nights drenched in sweat, those empty eyes hovering in the darkness above my bed. On really bad nights, I hear that growl outside my window. I'll never set foot in those woods again. But sometimes I wonder if I ever truly left them. Don't wander off the marked trails, the old ranger had warned us gruffly during orientation. His craggy face and intense stare made it seem more threat than friendly advice. I should have listened. The camping trip was supposed to be a chance to disconnect, to breathe fresh air, and escape the suffocating concrete jungle I called home. 4 days in Black Ridge National Forest sounded perfect, even with the cryptic warnings from locals about staying on designated paths. Small-town superstition, I thought. By the time I realized I'd strayed from the main path, the sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows through the dense canopy. At first, I wasn't worried. I'd taken plenty of hikes before, and my sense of direction had never failed me. But as minutes stretched into an hour, panic crept in. Every tree looked the same. Every path circled back to unfamiliar territory. A twig snapped somewhere behind me. I spun around, my heart racing. Hello? My voice sounded small against the vastness of the forest. Is someone there? Silence answered. Then a soft, muffled laughter drifted through the trees. Not the wholesome chuckle of a fellow hiker, but something wrong. Something that made my skin crawl. This isn't funny, I called out, attempting to mask my fear with anger. I'm lost. If you're a park ranger, I could use some help. More laughter, closer this time, coming from multiple directions. I turned slowly, scanning the dense foliage. Nothing. Just shadows deepening as daylight faded. My phone was useless. No signal, of course. The forest was known for being a dead zone, part of its appeal for those wanting to truly disconnect. Now, it felt like a trap. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to think logically. Downhill. Water flows downhill, and water leads to civilization. I oriented myself toward what seemed like descending terrain and started walking with purpose. The sounds followed me, twigs breaking, leaves rustling, that laughter that seemed to be playing with me. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool evening air. Something wasn't right about this forest. Something wasn't right about that ranger either. The way he'd singled me out during orientation, his eyes lingering a beat too long. You look like a wanderer, he'd said, his breath smelling of tobacco and something metallic. The curious type who thinks rules don't apply to them. I'd laughed it off then. Now his words echoed in my mind with ominous significance. A clearing appeared ahead, bathed in the last golden rays of sunlight. Relief washed over me until I stepped into the open space and froze. There, carved into a massive oak, was a crude symbol, a circle with jagged lines radiating outward like a twisted sun. It looked fresh, the pale wood exposed beneath the dark bark. My eyes tracked to the other side of the clearing, another tree, another symbol, and another. The clearing was ringed with marked trees, each carving slightly different but undeniably related, like a written language I couldn't decipher. That's when I noticed the smell, metallic and organic, sickeningly sweet. The ground at the center of the clearing was darker than it should have been, the soil disturbed. A cold dread settled in my stomach. I needed to get the hell out of there. I turned to leave the way I came, but movement caught my eye. A figure standing at the edge of the clearing, half hidden behind a tree. My breath caught. "Hey," I called out, my voice shaking. "I'm lost. Can you help me find the main trail?" The figure didn't respond, didn't move, just stood there, watching. Something about their stillness was profoundly unsettling. I took a step backward, then another. "I'm just going to go." The laughter erupted again, louder this time, coming from the figure. It was joined by another laugh from behind me, then another from my right. I spun around. More figures had emerged from the trees surrounding the clearing. They stood perfectly still, watching me with an unnatural stillness. "What do you want?" I shouted, fear giving way to desperation. The first figure stepped into the clearing. In the fading light, I could make out tattered clothing hanging from a gaunt frame. Long, matted hair obscured most of their face. but I could see their mouth stretched into an impossibly wide grin that exposed too many teeth. "Just a little fun," a voice rasped, and I couldn't tell if it came from the figure before me or somewhere else entirely. "It's been so long since we've had a wanderer." The others began moving forward in a grotesque, shuffling manner, like puppets with half their strings cut. Their bodies jerked and twitched as they closed in around me. I bolted, finding a gap between two of them and running blindly into the forest. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me with every step, but pure adrenaline kept me moving. Behind me, that horrible laughter grew louder, more frenzied. They were enjoying hunting me. My lungs burned as I pushed myself harder, deeper into the unknown wilderness. The last light of day had vanished, leaving me stumbling through near-total darkness. Still, I ran until my foot caught on something solid, sending me sprawling onto the forest floor. Pain shot through my ankle as I scrambled to my feet. Sprained, maybe broken, didn't matter. I couldn't stop. I limped forward, using trees for support. The sounds of pursuit had faded, but I didn't trust the silence. These woods played tricks. These things, whatever they were, knew the forest in ways I couldn't comprehend. A light flickered in the distance. Hope surged through me. A campsite, a ranger station, anything with people. Normal people. I hobbled toward it as quickly as my injured ankle would allow, ignoring the warning bells in my mind. It could be a trap. It could be them. But what choice did I have? As I drew closer, I realized it was a cabin, small and weathered, with a single lantern burning in the window. No car outside. No signs of regular habitation. A hunting cabin, maybe. Or an old ranger outpost. I reached the door and pounded desperately. "Hello, anyone? I need help." Nothing. I tried the handle. It turned easily, the door swinging open with a long creak. The interior was Spartan. A table, a chair, a small wood stove, and a narrow cot against the far wall. A lantern sat on the table, casting dancing shadows across the walls. No one was inside. I limped in and shut the door behind me, sliding a rusted bolt into place. It wouldn't hold against a determined attack, but it was better than nothing. My entire body trembled as the adrenaline wore off, attempting to make sense of what was happening. The walls of the cabin were covered with yellowed maps and faded photographs. I squinted at them in the dim lantern light. The maps showed the forest, marked with symbols similar to those I'd seen in the clearing. The photographs. I stood up, hobbling closer to get a better look. My blood ran cold. The photos showed people, hikers, campers, ordinary people smiling for the camera. But each photo had been altered, eyes scratched out, faces circled in what looked like dried blood. Some had crude symbols drawn over them, the same symbols from the trees. And there, in the center of the macabre display, was a familiar face. The old ranger from orientation, standing with a group of park staff. Unlike the others, his face wasn't defaced. Instead, a careful circle had been drawn around him, connecting to lines that spread outward to the other photos like a deranged spiderweb. A sound outside snapped me back to my immediate danger. Soft footsteps on the porch, that quiet, insidious laughter. "We know you're in there, wanderer," a voice called. "The old man's places don't keep us out. They're more like invitations." The old ranger. This was his cabin, and somehow he was connected to whatever was happening. "What are you?" I called out, grabbing the lantern and holding it like a weapon. "We are the forest," came the reply, followed by that unnerving laughter. "We are what happens to those who wander, those who are given to us." The doorknob rattled. The bolt held, but for how long? I scanned the cabin desperately for a weapon, a way out, anything. The window was too small to climb through. No back door. I was trapped. The rattling stopped abruptly. Silence fell, somehow more terrifying than the noise. Then a new voice spoke, deeper, authoritative. "That's enough play for tonight. This one's special." My heart skipped. I knew that voice. Heavy footsteps on the porch, followed by a sharp series of knocks. "Open up, it's Ranger Reed." The old man from orientation. I pressed myself against the wall beside the door, clutching the lantern tighter. "I know you're scared," he continued, his voice deceptively gentle. "But those things out there won't leave until I tell them to. I'm your only way out of these woods alive." "Why should I trust you?" I shouted. "What the fuck is going on?" A deep sigh filtered through the door. "The forest has appetites, has for centuries. Long before this was a national park, the local tribes knew to stay away, called it the devouring ground." I glanced at the photographs on the wall. "And what? You feed it hikers? Tourists?" "Not me," he replied, sounding almost offended. "I'm just the caretaker. I try to keep people on the paths where it's safe, but there's always one who doesn't listen." The doorknob turned again more insistently. "I can help you survive the night," he continued, "but you have to let me in. Now." My options were non-existent. Whatever waited in the forest was circling the cabin, occasionally scratching at the walls like animals testing for weakness. The ranger was connected to them somehow, but at least he was human. Maybe I could reason with him, maybe I could fight him. With trembling hands, I unbolted the door and stepped back, lantern raised. The old ranger entered, his massive frame filling the doorway momentarily before he shut the door behind him and re-bolted it. He looked exactly as he had during orientation. Weathered face, deep-set eyes, ranger uniform crisp despite the wilderness surrounding us. "Smart choice," he said, surveying me with an appraising gaze. "You're hurt." "No shit," I spat. "What are those things out there?" He moved to the wood stove and began building a fire with practiced efficiency. "The hungry ones, the lost, those who wandered too far, too long ago to remember being human." The fire caught, casting new light and heat into the small space. He gestured for me to sit. "They were like you once, wanderers, rule breakers. And you, what, fed them to the forest?" My voice cracked with a mixture of fear and rage. He shook his head slowly. "I tried to warn you, all of you, but some people can't help themselves." He looked up, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "The forest always claims its price. Been that way since before white men came here. The difference is the tribes knew better than to wander." "So what happens now?" I asked, clutching the lantern so hard my knuckles turned white. He studied me for a long moment. "Usually, you join them, become part of the hunger. But..." Hope flickered dangerously in my chest. But sometimes the forest wants something different." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "Sometimes it needs a new caretaker." I stared at him, uncomprehending. "What?" "I've been here 43 years, he said, suddenly looking every day of his age. "I'm tired. And the forest, it chose you." "That's insane," I whispered. "I'm not staying here. I'm getting out at first light and reporting all of this." He laughed, a sound unnervingly similar to those outside. "No one would believe you. And you wouldn't make it 10 feet from this cabin without my protection, but..." He held up the paper. "Sign this, and I'll lead you safely out tomorrow. I'll even drive you to the bus station myself." "What is it?" "A transfer of duty. Once you're safely away, think about what you've seen. When you're ready, come back. Take my post." He smiled thinly. "The forest is patient. It can wait until you accept your role." Outside, the scratching intensified, accompanied by that terrible laughter. They were listening. "And if I refuse?" His smile faded. "Then I can't protect you anymore, simple as that." I stared at the paper, then at the photographs on the wall, then back at the ranger's weathered face. The fire popped in the silence, sending shadows dancing across the cabin walls like reaching fingers. "Do I have your word?" I asked finally. "You'll get me out safely?" He nodded solemnly. "The forest honors its bargains. So do I." With shaking hands, I signed the paper. What choice did I have? The scratching outside stopped immediately. The forest fell silent. "Get some sleep," he said, folding the paper away. "Dawn comes early, and we have a long walk out." I lay on the narrow cot, every nerve in my body still firing with fear and adrenaline. Sleep seemed impossible. but exhaustion eventually won. I dreamed of trees with hungry faces, of laughter that echoed endlessly, of a forest that waited with infinite patience. When I woke, the ranger was gone, but he'd left his jacket and badge on the chair with a note. The forest chose well. When you're ready, the path will appear. Until then, warn the others. Keep them safe. Keep them on the trails. I made it out of those woods somehow, following markers that appeared just when I needed them most. I've never told anyone the full story until now, but sometimes I still hear that laughter in my dreams. And lately, I've been feeling a strange pull, a yearning to return to those dark woods. I think I'm almost ready. Just promise me one thing. If you ever go hiking, stay on the goddamn trail. When we signed up for the glamping package at Pine Shadow National Park, we expected a guided tour through some of nature's greatest wonders. What we got instead was a lanky, dead-eyed ranger who hardly spoke, except to mouth dark hints about the sacrifice required by the old inhabitants of these woods. I'll never forget the blood-curdling screams echoing through those pines on the last night of our trip. It started idyllic enough, plush canvas tents nestled in a secluded forest glade, gourmet camp cuisine prepared over an open fire, and miles of pristine trails to explore. The first few days were a much-needed respite from the stresses of city life. My wife Joanna and I had been working ourselves to death at our respective law firms, and this trip was supposed to be our chance to reconnect. But our guide, Ranger Everett, cast a pall over the entire experience with his dour demeanor and cryptic mutterings. "These woods awoke something dark, long ago," he intoned one night while we dined on cedar-planked salmon. The old inhabitants called it "he who walks the blackened path." They tried to appease it through ritual sacrifice. His beady eyes bore into each of us in turn. "One of you may be called upon to make that sacrifice before we depart these woods." An uncomfortable silence fell over our group until one of the other guests, a bubbly retiree named Marjorie, let out an awkward laugh. "You're just having us on, aren't you, trying to spook the city slickers?" She nudged me with an elbow. "Some over-the-top ghost story to add to the authenticity of being out in the wilderness." Ranger Everett's face remained solemn. "The scars on these trees and rocks bear witness to darker times. I pray we don't awaken what slumbers beneath." With that, he turned and retreated to his secluded campsite, leaving us to ponder his ominous words in the flickering glow of the dying fire. Joanna squeezed my hand under the table. "Maybe we should have gone to Cancun instead," she whispered, only half joking. Over the next 2 days, Everett's behavior grew increasingly bizarre. He'd spend long stretches crouched before the largest pine, murmuring inaudible chants and tracing indecipherable symbols in the loamy soil with a gnarled stick. I caught him once at dawn, standing naked in a small clearing, his pale skeletal body covered in some kind of dark mud, his eyes rolled back in his head. "Did you see him this morning?" I asked Joanna as we prepared for our daily hike. "I think the guy's having some kind of breakdown." She frowned, zipping up her fleece. "I reported it to the park office before we left. They said they'd send someone out to check on him, but I don't think they took it seriously. Said he'd been working here for 20 years without incident. During our guided hikes, he'd veer off the trail, beckoning us to follow him deeper into the shadowy woods with urgency in his eyes, as if being called by some unseen force. Those who hesitated found their path blocked by low-hanging branches until they acquiesced. "What the hell is out here anyway?" demanded Richard, a stockbroker from Seattle who'd been complaining since day one about the spotty cell service. "The brochure said we'd see waterfalls and wildlife, not creepy fucking trees." Everett ignored him, pushing aside a curtain of moss to reveal a small, dark cave opening. "The old ones made their offerings here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Can you hear them calling?" I strained my ears, but heard nothing except the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. The rest of our group, 6 couples in all, exchanged nervous glances. "This isn't on the itinerary," Richard persisted, checking his watch. "We were supposed to be back at camp by 4 for that wine tasting thing." Everett turned slowly, his normally vacant eyes suddenly bright with something that made my stomach clench. Some things supersede schedules, he said softly. Some hungers must be fed. That night, no one mentioned the strange detour or the ranger's increasingly erratic behavior. We ate our gourmet meal in near silence, the tension thick enough to cut with the steak knives we used on our perfectly grilled ribeyes. Even Marjorie's usual cheerful chatter had been reduced to nervous small talk about the weather. On our final night, as we prepared for dinner around the campfire, Everett emerged from between the tent lines, face flush with a feverish intensity. "It's time," he rasped, those dead eyes sweeping across our fearful group. "One of you must appease the ancient debt before the sun sets on these woods again." With surprising swiftness, he lunged forward and seized Marjorie by the arm, wrapping one bony hand around her mouth to stifle her screams. "Let her go, you psycho," Richard shouted, rising to his feet. Everett bared his teeth in a grotesque snarl and shook his head violently. "She's been chosen," he hissed, dragging the terrified woman toward the tree line despite her muffled protests. "The rest of you will stay here and bear witness." We could only watch in stunned horror as he hauled Marjorie deeper into the forest until the shadows swallowed them both. Then the screaming began, a soul-rending primal outpouring of agony and fear that sent icy tendrils snaking down my spine. "We have to do something," Joanna said, grabbing my arm. Her nails dug into my flesh. "We can't just let him—" "I'll go," I said, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. "Richard, you come with me. Everyone else, stay together and be ready to run if we don't come back in 15 minutes. Richard looked like he might protest, but his wife gave him a shove. "Go," she urged. That poor woman. Armed with nothing but our camping flashlights and a kitchen knife I'd grabbed from the dinner setup, we plunged into the darkness after them. The screaming continued, seeming to bounce off the trees from all directions. "This way," Richard hissed, pointing to a faint path I hadn't noticed before. Broken twigs and disturbed undergrowth suggested someone had come this way recently. We followed the trail for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes. The screams grew louder, more desperate, until suddenly they stopped, leaving an eerie silence broken only by our labored breathing. "Fuck," Richard whispered. "Do you think she's—" A new sound interrupted him, a low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. We rounded a bend in the path and froze. In a small clearing stood Ranger Everett, backlit by a ring of small fires. Marjorie lay on a crude stone altar at the center, her body unnaturally still. The ranger's hands and face were smeared with something dark and wet that glistened in the firelight. "Jesus Christ," Richard breathed. As if hearing him, Everett's head snapped up, those dead eyes finding us in the darkness. His face split into a terrible grin. "You've come to witness after all," he said. "Good. The old ones appreciate an audience." "What have you done to her?" I demanded, gripping the knife tightly. "Given her to those who hunger," he replied simply, "as I must do with one of you now that you've intruded upon the sacred rite." He moved with inhuman speed, crossing the clearing before I could raise the knife. His hand closed around my throat, cutting off my air. I slashed blindly with the blade, feeling it connect with something solid. Everett didn't flinch, didn't even seem to notice as blood welled from a gash across his chest. "The vessel matters not," he intoned, his voice suddenly different, deeper, resonant with something ancient and malevolent. "The flesh is merely a conduit." Richard barreled into him from the side, breaking his grip on my throat. I gasped for air as the two men crashed to the ground, grappling in the dirt. Everett was stronger than his lanky frame suggested, pinning the heavier man with ease. "Run!" Richard shouted at me. "Get the others and—" His words ended in a wet gurgle as Everett's hand plunged into his chest with impossible force. I stood frozen, watching in horrified disbelief as the ranger pulled his hand free, clutching something dark and pulsing. "The offering is accepted," Everett said, raising Richard's still beating heart to the night sky. The fires around the clearing surged higher, casting shadows that seemed to move with minds of their own. I ran. Blind panic propelled me through the trees, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I heard a sound no human throat should be able to make. a roaring, chittering howl that echoed through the forest. Somehow I found my way back to the campsite, bursting into the circle of light where the others waited anxiously. "We need to go now," I gasped, grabbing Joanna's arm. "Where are the car keys? We need to—" "What happened? Where's Richard?" his wife demanded, her face pale with fear. "Dead," I said flatly. "That fucking ranger killed him. Killed them both. We need to leave before he comes back." No one questioned me. We grabbed only what we could carry and raced to the parking area a quarter-mile from the campsite. Two couples piled into our SUV. Richard's wife and the remaining pair took the other vehicle. The engines roared to life, the headlights cutting through the darkness as we sped down the narrow access road. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of a figure standing in the middle of the road, silhouetted against the night. Not the lanky form of Ranger Everett, but something else. Something taller, broader, with too many limbs moving in impossible ways. "Don't look back," I told Joanna, who had twisted in her seat. "Just don't." We drove through the night, not stopping until we reached the nearest town with a police station. The officers listened to our frantic tale with increasing skepticism, until Richard's wife, in a voice devoid of emotion, demanded they investigate the disappearance of her husband and Marjorie. 2 days later, a search party found the glamping site exactly as it had been advertised. Plush tents, a gourmet kitchen setup, and trails clearly marked. No sign of violence, no altar, no ring of fires, no bodies. "You're Ranger Everett?" the lead detective told us later. "No employee by that name has ever worked at Pine Shadow National Park. The guide assigned to your group called in sick the day you arrived. According to the park management, you all insisted on proceeding without a replacement guide." "That's not possible," I protested. "He was with us the whole time. We have the booking records, sir," the detective interrupted, sliding a folder across the table. "No guide assigned, no evidence of foul play. And as for your missing companions, their belongings were gone as well. No sign of a struggle." I opened my mouth to argue further, but Joanna squeezed my hand in warning. The look in her eyes told me what I already suspected. They wouldn't believe us. In the weeks that followed, Richard and Marjorie were officially listed as missing persons, presumed to have wandered off trail and gotten lost in the vast wilderness surrounding the park. The rest of us were questioned repeatedly, our stories dissected for inconsistencies. Eventually, I stopped telling the truth. We all did. It was easier to accept the official version, that stress and isolation had led to mass hysteria, that we'd imagined or exaggerated the strange ranger and his ritualistic behavior. But I know what I saw in those woods. I know what waits there, hungry and ancient, accepting its sacrifices through whatever vessel presents itself. Sometimes I wake in the night, certain I can hear that otherworldly howl echoing through our suburban bedroom, calling me back. I'll never set foot in those woods again, because no matter how far I travel, part of me will always remain there, trapped among the pines, haunted by the echoes of those horrific screams and the knowledge that something old and ravenous continues to feed on unwitting travelers who venture too deep into its domain. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I check the missing persons databases. The numbers around Pine Shadow National Park continue to grow year after year. And sometimes, in the grainy photos of the search parties, I catch a glimpse of a familiar figure in the background, a lanky ranger with dead eyes, leading another group of tourists off the beaten path.